extremely conservative, even if reached from rather different directions. The Epicurean scheme, of course, is explicitly atomistic, taking the ultimate nature of things to be indivisible elements, atomos, being that which, what? Cannot be cut or further divided. It is owing to the materialistic psychology that the arguments for hedonism gain force. To be subject to pain and death, owing to one's very material composition, sets as the ultimate goal the best means by which to defer and deter and delay the inevitable. So if we raise as a general question, what form of life would you be living such that I would know you were an Epicurean, versus what form of life would you be living such that I know you are a disciple of Stoic teaching, then the most revealing difference would be in terms of your degree of involvement in the public world. Someone of the right class, the right breeding, the right education, but nonetheless found outside the city, living on some rather private estate, visited by a small group of friends, and engaged in a sober and decent form of life, would be quite at home with the teachings of Epicurus, if not an out-and-out Epicurean himself. But if, on the other hand, you were found serving in the Roman Senate, making speeches on how the laws should be modified in such a way as to promote greater justice, displaying stolid resolve in your commitment to the right course of action, indeed, if you looked like any number of those busts of Roman senators in marble with that confident, erect, and sober bearing, aha, here's a Stoic, or at least a disciple of Stoic teaching. The Epicureans, as I say, are unblushing materialists. Epicurus' psychology is a consistent biological psychology. Everything about life and mind finally is to be understood in terms of basic material processes. Now, Stoicism differs from that, and the question is whether it is a difference in degree or a difference in kind. The answer to that is going to depend on just which Stoic philosopher one is reading, whether it's Zeno himself, or Cleanthes and Chrysippus, or later on Seneca or Marcus Aurelius. The Stoic principle of a law-governed cosmos need not collapse into a kind of what I would call vulgar materialism, but it certainly matches up with what might be called a kind of physicalism. That is to say, the Stoics see as the engine of life that spiritus fire mentioned earlier, the pneuma in the ancient sense of breath. There's something capable of ordering and organizing the physical world, and that something must have enough in common with what it is that organizes in order to have influences of that kind. So it is to the extent that such spiritus influences are not simply atomic particles that the Epicureans would reject the Stoic ontology. An even more fundamental conflict between the two philosophies arises in connection with the problem of moral freedom. Stoicism, with its acceptance of the rigid rational governance of the cosmos, would seem to render all actions and events totally determined by cosmic reason. But to avoid this morally unacceptable conclusion, the Stoics provided for what they called a relaxation, according to which some room is left over for the individual to align his own rational purposes with those of cosmic reason itself. In this alignment, this relaxation, the actor is in harmony with the cosmic rule of reason. Where there is a misalignment, the freedom, so-called, results in untoward consequences. Rejecting the reality of such transcendental forces or agencies, the Epicurean has less difficulty with the problem of free will and determinism. Yes, the ultimate composition of everything is atomic, but the manner in which these combine to form human life includes such degrees of freedom as chance assemblies. They're able to render an overall scheme that's free enough. Epicurus insisted that our choices are our own to make, his materialism liberated from the abstract strictures that Stoicism would impose. In the matter of influence, it's clear that the very aims of Epicureanism would remove adherence from that part of the world in which one can be influential. It was the teaching of the Stoics that so guided Roman education and Roman sensibilities. Neither of these philosophies could reconcile itself to the debauchery that came to dominate life in late Rome. The practitioners of this form of self-abuse and brutality would have been dismissed as aberrant by members of both schools. Now, what shall we say about the fate of Aristotle and Plato as these Stoic and Epicurean schools are developed? The philosophies of Aristotle and Plato have to some extent been assimilated throughout the balance of the history of ideas, often systematically misunderstood by those who would use the authority of an older and classical philosophy to promote a newer and perhaps what might be viewed as a more promising philosophy. Certainly Aristotle and Plato have a very strong influence on Stoic thought, for both gave pride of place to rationality and to the rule of reason over passion. Aristotle himself, in his political science and comparative politics, and his analysis of constitutions, is constantly laboring to determine what the right rule of law should be, and Plato's Republic famously is a place in which reason has dispositive power. But neither of their philosophies translates directly into Stoicism or Epicureanism. With Stoicism, we have a new influence in the house of intellect that will guide and direct the most powerful empire lasting 1,000 years.
Lecture 16, The Stoic Bridge to Christianity.
Philo of Alexandria was born in 20 BC or thereabouts and died in 50 AD. So his period covers the life of Jesus Christ. Philo is an interesting figure, a Jew with a Greek name, part of the world of Hellenized Judaism. He has studied philosophy, studied Aristotle and Plato, and of course is a faithful student of the Old Testament. We find in his writings an attempt to integrate systematically the thought of the major Greek philosophers and the scriptural truths of the Old Testament. Christianity is not merely a development out of Judaism. The early Jewish Christians did not regard themselves as less Jewish. Rather, we find in the early Jewish Christians the division of religious thought into sects, not unlike the divisions common at the time of philosophy in the West. To be a Hellenized Jew at the time of the life of Jesus Christ is, among other considerations, to be a scholar, someone who has perhaps gone to Athens, but in any case to have regarded the ideas taught in Athens as the apex of philosophical wisdom. Even in Philo's time, Athens remains the brightest spot on every scholar's map. Once there, the visiting scholar sees not merely the statues and classical architecture, one also breathes the vapors and hears the resonances of that illustrious but now long bygone time. The schools of Athens are still the best. Alexandria has a great library, no doubt, but it's essentially a center for research, far less part of the living and long debate, still conducted with vigor in Athens at that very time. Now, when the early Jewish Christians begin the formulation of what will come to be called Christianity, their appeals are within a philosophically competitive context that includes Stoicism at its center. St. Paul addresses his letters to people in the vast Roman world as he travels from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. He will confront not only peoples whose practices vary widely, whose own native ideas and theological convictions are of a sort that one would never have found in Athens or in Rome, but also those developed intelligences and philosophical sophistication recently refined by study in Athens and study of Greek philosophy. So it's not surprising that one of the characteristics of early Christian teaching is this transparent desire to establish the articles of faith, as it were, the teachings of the true religion, on a foundation that is intellectually satisfying, intellectually rich and convincing. Thus, it is not surprising that in the writings of Paul himself one will find ideas drawn from Stoic teaching. He was surely exposed to it in his native Tarsus, and it is voiced without attribution in his reflections on the natural world and its ordering. Consider Corinthians 11:14. Now, so too are Stoic influences evident in his treatment of one's belief in God being a natural inclination, a belief as a natural inclination, not unlike the Stoic theory of affinities. Indeed, that Stoicism was recognized as perhaps the worthiest adversary is clear from the arguments of the early fathers of the Church against such ideas as the physicality of God. The running battle against such pagan notions will bring out some of the more discerning elements in early Christian philosophy, as produced by such figures as Tertullian and Origen, the former actually citing Zeno and Cleanthes favorably. Now again, these debts and debates were inevitable and productive. The early fathers of the Church had to reconcile the teachings of the Church, the message contained in the life of Christ himself, with a philosophy respected as one of the great achievements of human thought, even if pagan thought. There should not be, therefore, unbridgeable distance between the lessons of faith and the lessons of philosophy, the two hopelessly incompatible. So there is much intellectual energy devoted to having the philosophical light brought to bear on the authority of faith. And given the historical period in which these developments are taking place, it is Stoic philosophy that must provide the bridge, or at least the major planks of any bridge that will lead to the central tenets of Christianity. Let us consider, then, some of the features of Stoicism as these might be promulgated at the time of the Jewish Christians, as these might be incorporated into the writings of Philo and others, seeing a mission similar to the one Philo had set for himself. Now, there are obvious points of compatibility, but also problem areas that have to be dealt with. First, the Stoics, for the Stoics in any case, what might be called the God of the Stoics is not a personal being concerned with human welfare as such, but a powerful divine fire of sorts working through physical and material modes of operation. Nonetheless, this force or power is rational in its essential nature and immortal. Now, on this account, the defining feature of the creative power of the universe is inexhaustibility and its rationality. Stoicism offers the obvious proofs for this. Consider only the lawfulness of the cosmos itself. So on Stoic teaching, particularly later Stoic teaching, knowledge of this kind of divine influence is one of the very preconceptions that a rational being has. This is a very important point. Recall Aristotle's claim that if the art of shipbuilding were in the wood, we would have ships by nature. Well, what the Stoics are getting at with this notion of a concept of a divine being, part of our very intuitive resources, that belief in such a being is sort of built in, is that a rational being, recognizing the orderliness and lawfulness of the cosmos, must match that up without further deliberation with the notion of some rational agency behind it, recognizing that you could not get anything of this sort accidentally. This is an intuitive conception, natural to the ordinary percipient, who is already a rational being. Such a being, seeing the world and the heavens, immediately understands that this just didn't come from nothing. So again, one need only consult the intuitive resources present in all human beings to ground a belief in a rational plan for the cosmos. Now, St. Cyprian in the 3rd century would base his arguments for universal brotherhood and the wrongfulness of cruelty to slaves on just this Stoic theory of human rationality. Slaves as human beings are composites of just those elements of matter and psychic energy that render any being a human being, and as such, the member of that common family of such beings. This, of course, is Stoic from start to finish. In these several respects, the Christian fathers were able to argue that certain ultimate truths are actually part of the intuitive resources of our very rationality, gaining for us, as a brotherhood, a special standing within the natural order. For the cosmos to remain lawfully ordered, there must be the constant participation of the Logos itself. So there is an immediate presence of the divine agency in the cosmos, which is to say that the God of the Stoics, though not the personal God of Christianity and Judaism, is not remote from the affairs of the world, but integral to those affairs. The events of the physical and natural world are dynamic, and these must record again the constant participation of the divine fire, the Logos, the creative force. Here's this Stoic bridge to Christianity. Now let's put these notions together. And if we do so, we reach the possibility of a physically present and knowable God. That is, you get something not unlike the God of the Hebrews, having a rational plan and order of things, being present in the world, revealing himself through his works, and working on the matter, on the physics of reality, in a divine way to realize divine purposes. The Jews, the Christians, and the Jewish Christians deny the materiality of God as envisaged by Stoic philosophy. So here we have a bind of sorts. A Stoic philosophical authority for a rational plan, something that is active and present in the world, something that makes the world conform to the scheme, but at the same time not something revealed directly to human intelligence. This is a problem. How are we to reconcile the competing views? It is not a compromise solution, but a radically new idea, namely that of God becoming incarnated in the form of a human being who will teach lessons and serve as a living example for a distracted human race to be redeemed through his sacrifice. Here is God made man, which is to say, the immaterial incarnating itself materially in order to realize or further guarantee what on a Stoic account might be regarded as the Logos. Again now, the God of the Stoics, this divine fire, is not knowable as such. The reconciliation with the Hebrew account is God made man. How does the creative fire order and organize things? It does so nomologically, that is to say, the manner in which the cosmos obeys the precepts that are central to Stoicism is by law, by natural law, by physical law. Things behave the way they do because they're regulated by gnomic principles. Nomos in the Greek is law. Well, this aspect of Stoic teaching matches up nearly perfectly with the Decalogue. How are we to understand what God expects of us? Consult the 10 Commandments. These come directly from God. And what are these commandments? They are the laws of life. They call for pious respect for the God of all, for the recognition that reality is a created reality, that it is an ordered affair that represents the perfected nature of whatever creative energy brought it about. Nothing is to be placed in the scale of value than what has brought everything about. First, I am the Lord thy God, do you see? Now, why would such an entity do all this? This is something Stoicism, at least early and middle Stoicism, tends to leave unanswered, and which the Jewish Christians will answer. The cosmic creation is not undertaken for no reason at all. You don't order the universe. You don't impose lawfulness on the affairs of matter. You don't give it shape and form. You don't give it function. You don't undertake the construction of everything there is through a perfect understanding of all possibilities unless, what? Unless the Creator has and takes an interest in this. At work here is not an Aristotelian rational plan or the God of the Stoics. It is the God of the Hebrews, a providential God who takes an interest in his creation and takes a particular interest in that part of the creation that most reflects his goodness and perfection. That part of his creation that is, although fallen, in some sense, perfectible. This is the God of the Jews, the God of Islam, the God of Christianity. Now this, of course, raises any number of questions. Here's a providential God who takes a personal interest in us. How distant this is from Olympianism and the divine fire of the Stoics. This God offers what is good for us for our sake, one who has, as it were, befriended mankind, as does a father befriend his children. The original notion of a shared brotherhood is the Stoic notion of our occupying a common oikos, in virtue of the fact that we are rational, language-using entities. Here is that one common feature, that one common element in our humanity that separates us from the balance of creation. We're the ones who talk. Well, this can either be a source of a kind of puffed-up pride, look here, universe, we're the ones who talk, and you don't, or it can be parlayed into something quite consequential. The Stoics do parlay it into something quite consequential, particularly in the domain I would refer to as the juridical domain, the domain of justice and law and justification and reasons for action, the plan of society and its proper moral aims. But when you add to this a providential God that has endowed us with these abilities, that has created a world that is right for us, for our good, so that we might conduct ourselves in this world in such a way as to earn the eternal presence of this very God for all time. Well, this is something that the Stoics do not offer in their philosophy. This is something that is present in forms of Judaism, particularly the forms of Judaism espoused by the Jewish Christians. And of course, it's going to be a central doctrinal teaching of the earliest Christian church. Now, with a personal and providential God as Father of all, universal brotherhood gains a new meaning. It doesn't matter whether you come from Assyria, Corinth, Egypt, Athens, or Rome, whether you're a sailor, a shoemaker, or a king, you have this common heritage. Now, there is a foundational egalitarian precept not to be found in Greek philosophy and its pagan derivatives. For us all to be the children of a single Creator and to have universal brotherhood on that basis, to be equal in that fundamental respect, may I say, is not a thought that would have cropped up ordinarily in the Hellenic world. It might have been regarded as hubristic. But on this Christian account, no one is of greater moral worth than another, whatever their socioeconomic status, whatever their titles or achievements might be. Now, this must have had an extraordinary effect on countless people who had been oppressed, controlled, dismissed, disfranchised, owing to their birth, their language, their socioeconomic status, their skills, their position in the world. Here's a message that says, none of that counts for anything fundamentally, because fundamentally you all come from the same shop. You are children of a providential God who has created the cosmos, and it is good, an ordered and reasonable cosmos, fit to be the home for that ordered, reasonable, and language-using creature that reflects in its rationality nothing less than the image of God himself, imago Dei. We've come quite a distance in the history of ideas from anything Homer had in mind, and I would say even from what Plato had in mind. The early Christian fathers are Neoplatonists, as the expression goes, and will rely quite heavily on Plato's teaching. But their religious philosophy is not something that arises directly from Plato's dialogues. They are intimations, but not anticipations, of the Christian worldview. One problem solved, 10 problems created. Here's a providential God, really has our interests in mind. How come we're so nasty? Killing each other, making war, steeped in vice. Why do babies die of cancer? What are we to say about the problem of evil in the world? Why is it things usually don't work? With all this rationality, how come Rome is collapsing from within? if the whole scheme has been assembled by this great and loving logician, this ultra-rational, spiritus being, and put together for us, how come things are in the state they're in? And if we bear the mark of this Maker, if in fact the mark of the Maker can be seen in all his works, and the very image of the Maker is seen in this particular work called man, why are we the way we are, bogged down in ignorance and petty villainies? How is evil to be understood? Here's another problem. You now have not only a providential divinity that contains all creative power within itself, but by its very nature, then, this is an omniscient and an omnipotent entity, meaning there is a personally knowable God who could have made things any way he wanted to have them, whose will is absolutely unopposable. Well, that must mean, then, that my fate is determined. God certainly knows everything I'm going to do with my life, and if God knows everything I'm going to do with my life, it must be because the script of my life was written not only from a time out of memory, but out of time itself. Now, is this just an echo of the ancient Greek sense of the fates of Moira and Lachesis? Do we have here a fatalistic doctrine being spawned by a religion that is supposedly a religion of joy and happiness? To accept Stoicism totally is to accept a rational order that is so inflexible that everything is determined by it. You have a determinate universe, and of course the question that immediately arises is the extent to which we can enjoy anything like moral freedom in a world or in a cosmos in which everything that happens could not be otherwise than it is. The Stoics were deterministic in their physics, but not in their psychologies. Stoicism is an ethical philosophy that must allow not only the power of reason, but also the power to defy reason. But why then would this omniscient, omnipotent, providential God of the Jews and Christians constitute us in such a way that we could defy reason? And what of that apatheia? What will early Christianity do with that aspect of Stoic teaching? Epictetus, never say of anything that I've lost it, only that I've given it back. Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher king, a Roman emperor, he's a Stoic. With some reluctance, he's executed and sacrificed many Christians. His meditations are powerful and moving. Still, he sees in the great order of things a need to destroy those who are the cause of disorder. So even the committed Stoic is not unwaveringly apathetic. Well, I say, what's going to be the fate of apatheia in the Judeo-Christian and then Christian world? How can it be incorporated and promulgated as a philosophical teaching? Apatheia becomes a way of reconciling oneself not to the nomological framework of a rationally ordered universe, but to the will of God. It's reconciling oneself to the fact that the will of God ultimately is the cause of all things. So the Stoic sense of apatheia will ground a certain aspect of Christian teaching, fortifying the Christian with resignation, with a kind of Stoic courage, a willingness to die for what he believes in, a willingness to recognize that the fate of the flesh is quite different from the fate of the soul, and that the intentions of the Creator are realized beyond the pale of earthly existence. These are well-told tales, their foundations often somewhat obscure. So here then is a quite cluttered period in the history of ideas, replete with Greek and Roman influences, colliding with already ancient Hebraic teachings, the authority of Scripture. All this as the Church Fathers attempt to reconcile Christian teaching with the pagan philosophies of Athens. Then, too, there are saintly figures openly hostile to the whole program of philosophy. There are scholars such as Origen and Tertullian, impatient with the attention paid to what Plato and Aristotle had to say. Why bother with all this? Just take a look at what they made of their own world, their own debaucheries. What is required for one to live the right sort of life is nothing more than the teachings of Christ. No more, no less. We need not speculate any longer on the ultimate meaning of things. because Jesus has come and now we know. Now, I do want to say this about that, as a famous former president might have put it. There is in this view the kernel of an anti-intellectualism in the early church, and it too must be dealt with if the church itself, if the faith itself, is going finally to be erected on a broad, intellectual, rational, teachable foundation, able to appeal to the thinking parts of the world. It will not be enough to say, Jesus came, was here for 30 plus years, said these things, no more need be considered. So here we have a period of Roman hegemony that nonetheless depends on a civil world that is unraveling, even as these great emperors and lawyers write and work. It's also an ancient world of the Hebrews, a monotheistic world that turns its back on Rome. It's a world of Jewish scholarship that finds in Athens an illumination that cannot be found merely in Scripture. It's a world of scribes and Pharisees, first with one and then another account of orthodoxy. It's a world of Greek philosophical diasporas in which teachers can be found even in the most improbable places, brought there first by Alexander and now as part of larger Roman detachments. It's a world that is regrouping. It's becoming a world rather different from the classical world, still but fadingly recognizable as classical. Stoicism provides a bridge from that classical world to the one that will finally be recognizably Christian. And it does this by its teaching. It does it by its influence on Rome and Roman administrative law, by certain philosophical precepts that match up better than others with what Christians adopt as a matter of faith. Now, I do want to say something about a Stoic bridge to Christianity in comparison with the religious teachings of Christianity itself. To say that there is a kernel of anti-intellectualism in the early church, to say there is an almost, to use an expression, an almost Turkish contempt for the mere philosophizing of pagans, is to say that some of the early fathers of the church actually took the divinity of Jesus Christ as establishing the epistemic and moral authority of those teachings. It's not that because these utterances were made by Jesus Christ, we need not inquire further. It's because, as these were the teachings of Jesus Christ, they are the last word on all things true. And thus, coming after the pagan philosophies, they give us truths that were not available to the pagan philosophers. Good reason for Plato and Aristotle and their schools and disciples to keep the midnight oil burning, because after all they had not had the benefit of the life of Christ as an example. But now that that example is available to us, now that those pages of teachings can be read by us, now that we see the kind of life we are supposed to live, now that we know our universal brotherhood is actually, in a manner of speaking, genetically established, owing to a common father, all of this pagan thought, all of this hair-splitting, this logic, this analytic philosophy, is simply a distraction. It's the sort of thing we can safely move past. Rome is not falling because it lacks philosophical teachers. It is up to its ears in Greek tutors. Its official documents are written in Greek. Its children are brought up by Greeks. Its statues and paintings and buildings are pastiches of the classical world of Athens. And look what's happening to Rome. So Rome, for all its reliance on Greece, and with an army to go along with it, is not able to withstand the changes of history. Christianity has to be based on something firmer than that, something much more resistant to change. It has to be based on truths that are not mere productions of philosophy, but are creations of divinity, made available to us by the grace of God. So it's not an anti-intellectualism with a sneer. It's rather more the attitude of a highly enlightened being or community toward those who are very, very clever but less enlightened, and saying that we can have patience for them, We can understand the mistakes they made, but we are under no obligation to imitate their modes of thought, and less their modes of conduct. There was a Stoic bridge to Christianity. Once you got on the other side, you got there as a Christian, and to a considerable extent, philosophy was left back on the other side, for better and to some extent for worse.
Lecture 17, Roman Law, Making a City of the Once Wide World.
It is something of a commonplace to note that Rome, in its art, architecture, sculpture, philosophy, much of its literature, is beholden to Greek originals. So much in classical Rome is derived from older Hellenic and Hellenistic forms that even where originals might be claimed for Rome, legend often inserts Hellenic roots. It was said by the ancients that even Rome's 12 tables, the famous 12 tables on which were inscribed the laws of Rome, were created only after a Roman detachment had gone to Athens to take counsel with no less than Solon. Surely Roman law has debts to Greek law and Greek philosophy of law. The Greeks, after all, were a litigious people who kept the law courts busy all the time. And ancient Greek law is highly developed. Nonetheless, if there is a contribution that the Roman world made to civilization and the history of ideas, where, notwithstanding to the contrary, some debt or other to Greeks has to be acknowledged, that core contribution would be Roman law, in its development, precision, refinement, and especially promulgation. There isn't anything in the ancient world that can hold a candle to it. It is one of the great cultural achievements of any people, and to the extent that all of Western civilization is centrally indebted to a life of ordered liberty under the rule of law, this becomes one of the great contributions to civilization in all its forms and varieties. Not enough can be said in praise of this Roman contribution to civic, civilized, and alas, civilizing life. Now, one of the critics of Stoicism, as I mentioned, was Cicero. I described him as eclectic in his philosophy. But eclectic though he was quite at home with Stoic teaching. He is an important figure in Roman philosophy and politics, and one of the greatest essayists that the Latin language would ever produce. One of his most influential essays was one on the laws, De Legibus. It's in this essay that Cicero comes to grips with the questions, what is the essence of law? What forms of law are there? How should law be understood? What is it that law matches up with in us? Now, Cicero makes an important distinction between law as it operates differently in different jurisdictions, in different civic communities, and law as it seems to function everywhere. Some rules and laws vary widely throughout the known world. In Cicero's time, going to Carthage or to Egypt, to Alexandria, to Rome, to Athens, any number of statutory variations can be found in making journeys of that sort. The type of law that displays this variation is what Cicero refers to as the jus civile, what we would translate as civil law, but in the sense of jurisdictional law. So, let's say one is a Carthaginian in Rome for the day and happens to park a chariot in front of the courthouse. The meter expires, the alien visitor not having put enough coins in. Said alien is now brought before the court and answers the charge this way. Well, Your Honor, I'm a Carthaginian, and where I come from, you can leave your chariot anywhere you like. It is found in the court that he has never visited Rome before, was not aware of the particular restrictions. So these facts would constitute mitigating circumstances. Now, I'm not quite sure what the fine would be, or if it would be reduced, but at least it would make sense for the magistrate to say, in a case like this, "Ah, a Carthaginian. You are a strange people, aren't you? And you've never been here in Rome before, have you? And where you come from, you can leave these horses anywhere you like. You can bring them into your houses and all that. Yes, I see. Well, all right, just don't do it again. And the best bet for you anyway is, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." Now that probably would be the beginning, middle, and end of the matter. Cicero considers, however, an entirely different understanding in the matter of laws and punishments. He observes that in every known community, there are certain precepts that are honored without exception. These precepts seem to be universal, understood and adopted, precepts regarding violent and lethal assaults on the innocent, precepts involving the appropriation of what is recognized to be the property of another, precepts regarding what kinds of transactions remain valid, even in the face of fraud and deception, and lies and libels, how fraud and deception and lies can negate negotiations, negate settled agreements, matters of that sort. Now, with respect to offenses of this kind, Cicero will reason, as Aristotle did in the Politics. Aristotle, too, notes that there are jurisdictional differences when it comes to law. And although there are variations from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, with respect to some legal precepts, some core principles of equity, Aristotle declares these are, quote, universal and everywhere the same. Now, when Aristotle next sets out to illustrate the universality of core principles of equity, whom does he turn to? He turns to Antigone, standing before King Creon. And what is Antigone saying to Creon? In so many words, she's saying, as I indicated in an earlier lecture, that a sister will bury the body of her dead brother is grounded in our very nature, in what is more fundamental than kingship itself, in something universally understood. She actually says of her conduct that she would not be embarrassed to appear before the gods saying, "I have done this," before the gods themselves. Now, Aristotle turns to Sophocles' Antigone to remind his Greek audience, his Athenian students, what he means by a universal precept, a universal principle of equity. There are certain notions of fairness that virtually express our rationality. This is not something that's going to vary from place to place. That is, find an entity in whom this principle is not operative, and you've got an entity that might be human in name only, or in face only, or in body only, but is utterly lacking in one of the defining attributes of a human being, namely, a rational recognition that certain principles are determinative. Now, Cicero gives a label to this, referring to it as the jus gentium. This is the law of nations. Gens, gentis. Gens is a tribe, a clan, a nation. Gentis is the genitive. Jus gentium, then. Gentium is the genitive plural. So the jus gentium is the law of nations, the law of a people, and the law of peoples. Of course, the question that arises then is how the jus gentium is to be understood. Cicero already recognizes that it cannot be explained by assuming that tribe A somehow taught this to tribe B, which then taught it to tribe C, etc., so it becomes the jus gentium by imitation. This can't be because the jus gentium is operative in places that have been utterly unaffected by other places. So, to explain this, Cicero develops an explanation. He doesn't label it. The label for it will be assigned in the 1st and 2nd centuries A.D. But the explanation that Cicero offers for the jus gentium is that it arises from the very nature of human nature itself. It reflects something that is essential to a rational being, essentially known by a rational being. And as I say, by the end of the 1st century A.D., This will be referred to as the jus naturale, the natural law. And indeed, Cicero, as with Aristotle before him, as with Sophocles before both of them, and to some extent Homer before all of them, is laying the foundations for one of the most developed theories in philosophy of law, the theory of natural law. It will, of course, become famously developed and promulgated by Thomas Aquinas. Now, to this day, there are those who believe that natural law theory is some Roman Catholic conspiracy. So it is useful to remind such people that Aristotle was not a very good Christian at all, and Socrates, in this respect, was even worse. Well, let us produce our fictional Carthaginian again, this time coming to Athens, where it's not a matter of putting his chariot in front of the courthouse. Now he robs the bank. He kills the teller, and he gets away in a getaway chariot, taking on an assumed name. Later apprehended, he appears before the magistrate, and let's say he says this now: "Well, Your Honor, I'm from Carthage, and we're a fairly wild bunch there, and I didn't realize that in Rome you're not supposed to commit murder, rob, cause mayhem, etc." Well now, the magistrate is likely to say something like this: "Ignorantia legis neminem excusat." Ignorance of the law excuses no one. Now, we've seen that ignorance of traffic ordinances did constitute grounds of excuse. So what is the magistrate getting at when he says ignorance of the law excuses no one? In this, he reflects on an aspect of the rule of law itself that is more fundamental than statutes and local ordinances. He is affirming those principles, those core understandings possessed by anyone who is actually fit for the rule of law. Not to know this much is actually to be one outside the rule of law. It is to be an unnatural or undeveloped or defective kind of being, part of no gains at all, part of no nation, community at all. Roman law, administrative law, successfully permitted Rome to administer the world, to administer the known world, and to do so for centuries. One of the most poignant documents that antiquity turns up appears when the Visigoths have sacked Rome and taken it over in the 5th century A.D. And one of the first items promulgated by the leaders of the Visigoths is titled what? Lex Romana Visigothorum, the Roman law of the Visigoths. Poignant in what way? Here we find Gothic princes, Gothic leaders, coming on horseback from strange places and with odd customs to lay siege on the center of Western civilization. Here they are breaking up China, causing a general ruckus. But then what? They understand something in a way that validates the notion of the jus naturale. They understand that what made Rome great just was that institution of law, that set of rational precepts that rendered life predictable, that let people know their obligations and their rights and their duties. It was a law for settling disputes without force, without violence, a system that revered the citizen in the sense of holding that citizen responsible to the rule of law as a rational being, special in the cosmos, the occupant of a singularly unique family within a common oikos. So, the Lex Romana Visigothorum is just added evidence of the fact that wherever you're coming from in the world, you're recognized in Rome not only in terms of military standing. The barbarian hordes, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, the Vandals, and the like, proved to be a match for the might of Rome, and Rome was no longer the once unopposable force by the 5th century A.D. It was readily opposable long before that. When we say that Rome fell in 476 A.D., one wants to smile and say, was that a Thursday afternoon or a Friday morning? Rome had been falling, getting up, and falling again for decades, sacked time and again. Constantine in 300 moved the center of the empire to the east, leaving the eternal city as something of a cultural memento. But what was durable in Roman civilization was neither the military nor the city itself, but the law of Rome, the administrative machinery, governed by principle and administered by legally trained and sophisticated and subtle minds. It is worth noting, by the way, that any number of Roman emperors were lawyers and participated regularly in the revision and drafting of law. And an emperor who was just too far outside an understanding of law would have been regarded as bizarre by his contemporaries, and indeed dangerous to boot. Long after the so-called fall of Rome, we have the Institutes of Justinian, promulgated in the 6th century. The Institutes of Justinian was the work of Tribonian and his colleagues, commissioned by the emperor to reduce to a convenient formula the institutes or elements of Roman law, to put it in a form where it could be taught. Now, this is now a greatly extended and variegated empire, still committed where possible to life according to the rule of law. And so the institutes here are being put together at the command of Justinian and will provide the framework for political life, in fact, for centuries to come. Now, what do we find when we consult the institutes? After a quite brief introductory paragraph, this is the first thing we confront when we read the Institutes of Justinian. The law of nature is a law instilled by nature in all creatures. Could anything be clearer? Could Stoicism have said it any better? The law of nature is a law instilled by nature in all creatures. It's not merely for mankind, but for all creatures of the sky, earth, and sea. All peoples with laws and customs apply law, which is partly theirs alone and partly shared by all mankind. The law which natural reason makes for all mankind is called the law of all peoples, the jus gentium. So, here we are in the 6th century, and it might just as well have been Cicero who wrote this. And if he wrote it, and if he had been graded by Aristotle, Aristotle would have given him an A. What is taken for granted is that nature does nothing without a purpose, that there is an order and reasonableness to it, and that human affairs are to be governed by the same rationality, the same orderliness, the same logos. Now consider what is meant in the Institutes by nature fitting out all creatures with law. The animal kingdom does instinctually what's required for its own survival and flourishing. The animal kingdom does not require years of instruction, nor is the infant taught to take nourishment at the breast. The baby behaves instinctually, fitted out by nature with a rule that works to the advantage of life and flourishing. Peoples also are fitted out by nature with certain intuitive understandings essential to a life that will be a flourishing, coherent, culturally continuing life. And how does nature do this? By making us aware, at the most fundamental and intuitive level, of core precepts of equity, as in Antigone's defense. So the jus gentium now is a unifying principle capable of smoothing out differences of culture and custom, capable of providing at least the possibility of a shared civic life. A few remarks are called for on the status of the jus naturale in what is a multicultural world. To lecture at the beginning of the 21st century must give one pause when speaking about something that is allegedly universally distributed throughout the human race. But what Roman law reduced to written form was understood to reach all who qualify as rational beings. These Romans had traveled widely and had witnessed as much by way of cultural diversity as today's residents of, say, Berkeley, California. They were up in Britain doing battle with Celts. They were in the foothills of the Caucasus. They occupied Egypt. They overtook the Greek-speaking world. They tried to control the ancient Hebrews with mixed results. If anybody knew about multicultural contexts, it was Rome. Far more than we do, I submit, because their contact was more regular, and indeed more dangerous. Wouldn't that have been enough to tell these Roman jurists that the whole notion of jus gentium and jus naturale is a miscast notion? It's just bad cultural anthropology. Well, get out there and conduct your polls and samples and sit down with these people and come to terms with the fact that, given their religion, diet, local customs, historic practices, well, for goodness sake, they've got a radically different sense of law than anybody brought up in Rome or Athens is going to have. You know, there is a face of multiculturalism, and I think one always has to be a bit tentative before adopting isms that really constitute an obstacle to toleration, affiliation, and friendship. There's a side of multiculturalism that casts certain people as so fundamentally different from other people that the two can hardly make sense to each other. This is something Stoicism rejected. It's something Aristotle, on principles of equity, rejects. It's something Plato rejects. It's something Homer, in his deep humanity, rejects. The sympathy and respect for all the warring parties jumps off every line of Iliad. The ancient world, for all its elitism, recognizes a fundamental unifying force according to which we have a shared psychology, a shared spirituality, and a common humanity. What the law in its developed form must appeal to is just that common humanity. Now, find a creature that cannot be appealed to at that level. And the best explanation is not that the creature is the product of a different culture. The best explanation is that the creature is in some sense incomplete in its humanity, outside the natural order of humanity. What kind of creature would that be? It would be one the law would regard as insane, profoundly retarded, perhaps just too young, not there yet, not up to it, stuporous, in a drug-induced state, or having sustained a traumatic injury that rendered him insensate or incapable of cognitive processing. But find an adult, mature, healthy human being anywhere and everywhere in the world, and that human being, in virtue of being a rational being, will recognize certain precepts as unchallengeable. The truth of them will be evident, and were it otherwise, it would be impossible even to engage in trade, even to summon sufficient credulity to enter into a transaction, to believe that the party on the other side will fulfill the terms of the agreement. It would become impossible even to explain why punishment is being imposed for certain transgressions, or why rewards are being given. In order for reward and punishment and the rule of law to make any sense at all, one must be dealing with someone who recognizes himself as having certain agentic powers, the ability to do or forbear from doing certain things, and to do or forbear from doing certain things on the basis of a principle, which when asserted might result in a reward, and when violated might result in a punishment. There is no tribe so primitive, no people so backward, no time so remote, that the operation of these principles is not evident on first inspection. John Locke, centuries later, will say that the madman reasons rightly from wrong premises. And we might say that to that extent, there will always be a kind of cultural influence on how precepts of law and fundamental concepts of justice operate in a given place. There might be certain religious premises, for example. There might be premises that, well, on one cultural view, are highly superstitious or mystical. But given these premises, the question then becomes, are the conclusions that follow logically drawn from those premises. So I don't want to argue that the cultural variations we observe are merely artificial entries that obscure what is indeed a homogeneity. No, there is a great heterogeneity from culture to culture. Rome was persuaded that that heterogeneity did not extend to the level of rationality itself, and therefore that all people, wherever they were from, whatever they believed, and whatever their customary practices might be, were fit for the rule of law and could be brought up to be worthy of the rule of law. Now, after Alaric had sacked the city of Rome, a number of Romans came back to what was now their defeated city, I guess to see what was left of the place and how the pieces might be put back together. In the 5th century A.D., Rutilius Nematianus came back to his sacked city, and he would write these lines about his beloved city of Rome. Quote, "Thou hast made of alien realms one fatherland. The lawless found their gain beneath thy sway. Sharing thy laws with them, thou hast subdued. Thou hast made a city of the once wide world." Close quote. It was the promulgation of Roman law that would make a city of the once wide world and create a coherent Western civilization. Now I want to return to the size of the debt to Roman law. First, I want to point out that with respect to the institutes, the Code Justinian, and its promulgation, we will find in Elizabethan England the most eminent legal authorities still citing the Justinian institutes. We will find in the history of British common law, in American constitutional law, in the European Code Napoleon, in all of these diverse Western civilization expressions of lawfulness, the debts to Rome are apparent. Legal education today, even under the banner of legal realism, even under the banner of a certain sociology of law, still retains certain core assumptions about what is necessary for a being to be fit for the rule of law. Our conceptions of justice, of liberty, the dignity of the individual, at least when the individual appears before the bar of justice, these are developments out of a Greek philosophical foundation, no doubt, but these are developments by Roman lawyers, by Roman emperors as lawyers, reducing what otherwise is the flotsam and chaos of daily life and daily strife to an orderly process in which the disinterested judge can weigh evidence, can examine claimants, and can arrive at a judgment that is conformable not to the popular will, but conformable to the principles of reason and reasonableness. There are two ways of settling disputes, aren't there? With swords and with judgment. And the only reason the latter works at all is that no matter how intensely in conflict disputants are, they are disputants secondarily and rational beings first, and each of them finally can be prevailed upon at the level of rationality to accept a judgment understood to be fair because it is conformable to reason itself, which is the manner in which the law expresses itself in the civil domain. So, there is no gilding the lily in saying that what we are pleased to call Western civilization, so deeply indebted to ancient Greek sources in art and architecture, in literature, especially in philosophy, that this Western civilization itself is utterly unimaginable in the absence of those developments of law and institutions of law created and to a very considerable extent perfected in ancient Rome by nameable persons, self-conscious about the relationship between a decent and flourishing form of life and a rule of law defensible in the arena of reason.
Lecture 18, The Light Within, Augustine on Human Nature.
In the previous lecture, I served up a pen to Roman law and the civilizing influences of Roman civilization. But Rome is a human city, unlike anything St. Augustine will have in mind when he discusses the city of God. Rome was a city that Augustine loved dearly. In his youth, he was quite the bon vivant. In fact, bon vivant would be a nice way of putting it. He was an absolute rascal, and by his own admission, had engaged in just about every imaginable form of debauchery. And of course, the best place for that sort of thing would surely be Rome. You could hardly have a better time. If you were young and wild, where would you rather be than in a city like that? In maturity, however, he understood the transitoriness of even the greatest of empires, of any merely human creation. And the title he gives to the very first chapter of the City of God reads, quote, "Of the adversaries of the name of Christ, whom the barbarians for Christ's sake spared when they stormed the city." And in chapter 3 of Book 1, he chides Rome for thinking that the gods who could not save Troy would be able to save Rome. Theirs, he says, was, quote, too piteous a mistake," close quote. By now, Augustine is sure that there has to be more to life's meaning than an attachment to the pleasures of the flesh, and the locales in which those pleasures are secured. St. Augustine's dates are 354 to 430. He was born in Tagasta, now the city of Sucarrás, in Algeria, then controlled by Rome. Though Christianized, this area of North Africa was a backwater. Whatever its culture was had not been imported from Rome, against whose glorious civilization much of the world must have seemed dreary and dull. We know that Augustine fervently adopted Roman culture as his own. His Christian mother, Monica, would not see her husband convert until the hour of his death. The modest means of the family barely supported an education for Augustine until, with the help of relatives, he was able to attend the college in Madura, then later in Carthage. Now, to this point, there's no sign of the genius who would lay the philosophical foundations for much of Christianity. In Carthage, he fathered a son with a woman who would be his constant companion for 10 years. Only to see him leave for a better marriage in Milan. Had he not studied Cicero and been so deeply moved by Cicero's now long-lost Hortensius, Christianity might well have lost a founding father. Thanks to the developed moral reasoning of the pagan Roman lawyer, Augustine began to question his own life and its aimlessness, Cicero here being a great prod to self-reflection. Of the quasi-philosophical schools competing for adherents at the time, the Manichaeans, originating in Persia, had very, very attractive features. The problem of evil, you see, is readily solved by positing a cosmos in which two great forces, good and evil, endlessly contend with each other, the latter having special access to the earthly realms of matter. Augustine was attracted to this sect and eagerly sought to meet one of its chief prophets, Faustus. We learn from Augustine's confessions that this sage proved to be an absolute dullard. The meeting was the cure, though the continued association with members of the sect went on for some years. Find yourself a guru, and then finally meet your guru, and you may be cured. And we have every reason to believe that Augustine, finally meeting his guru, was cured of Manichaeanism. Only in Rome, where his talents could be fairly assessed, was Augustine finally recognized as an intellectual force to be put into the service of the empire. At 30 years of age, he was appointed as nothing less than professor of rhetoric in the imperial court at Milan. Fortuitously, he there attended lectures by St. Ambrose, then Bishop of Milan. The two shared an admiration for Virgil and the eloquent power of the Latin classics, a power that had the young Augustine in its thrall. But Ambrose more significantly conveyed to Augustine the greater power of Christian teaching and the divine power of Christ himself. Ambrose also showed the way toward an asceticism, a retreat from the world that probably set the stage for Augustine's own retirement from the Milanese court and to a life of pious contemplation and writing. So by the time St. Augustine's philosophical flourishing is taking place, the early fathers of the Church and their authority had put something of a stamp of anti-intellectualism on the faith itself. I discussed this in a previous lecture. It's in the nature of a disdain for the things of the world that it tends to include the mere and pagan speculations of the philosophers. Now this was problematical. Augustine, by temperament, by genius, by his own unique background and early loyalties, was ideally suited to reassess the place of intellect, the place of philosophy, within what he understood to be a life of faith and devotion. First, however, a few words are in order about the anti-intellectualism. I've reflected on this earlier. It wasn't know-nothingism, or the special pleading of the vulgar against those judged to be their betters. It was a principled anti-intellectualism in most instances. What would the early Christian find in consulting the greatest teachers of antiquity? In Plato's Republic, he would learn that the guardians of the state are produced by selective breeding, would surrender their offspring and wives to a common pool, would protect a world in which humanity is divided into men of gold, men of silver, men of brass, and men of iron. The populace, regarded as a kind of mob, is to be ruled as if they were rowdy children. Just in case births don't result in desired types, infants are to be put to death. Now, if all this is the best the classical world of the pagan could produce, the sober Christian can well deprive himself of such wisdom. You see, if our early Christian consults Aristotle instead, which as it happens would be rather less likely than consulting Plato, he will discover a philosopher very much taken by the natural world, by cuttlefish, by the average amount of wheat consumed daily by elephants, by anatomy, by the material things of the world. The early Christian would not be well schooled in Aristotle's metaphysical writings, by the way. He might have some access to Aristotle's naturalistic writings. Certainly by the 2nd century A.D., if he's reading Galen at all, he knows that there's a rich ancient Greek medical and biological science on which Galen's work will depend, if only critically in places. But the early Christian doesn't find in Aristotle material that matches up with the central tenets of the faith, the central tenets on which devotion itself is grounded, a providential and loving God in whose image we are made, a God that cares for us and is ever present in the affairs of the world. He isn't going to find that at all. So this just turns out to be another pagan distraction, just another kind of intellectual triumph that is largely irrelevant to the Christian life. Now, those most conversant with ancient Greek thought were, of course, the very effete, upper-class, aristocratic Romans, schooling their children by bringing in Greek teachers to teach them philosophy and rhetoric. This is not the world of the early Christians, nor is it a world one can expect to preserve itself. Entire fields of martyrs have been filled by that world of philosophical finery. Again, you see what the early Christian attitude toward these ancient pagan practices, even these ancient and great pagan achievements amount to. All told, there is this skepticism about philosophy as the right guide. The Christian believes He already has the right guide. He has the life and teachings of Jesus Christ. That's the right guide. If he's a Jewish Christian, he has something older than that, but entirely compatible with it, the Old Testament. He doesn't need Greek pagans to tell him how to live. The problem of knowledge and that of conduct no longer refers merely to this world, or even significantly to this world. And as for the problem of governance, the city of man and the city of God are radically different. Enough said. Now, whatever one takes to be the validity of the religious tenets of the Christian religion, history teaches that the likely success of a faith is greatly reduced when it has an officially anti-intellectual attitude. I refer not to the staying power of religion within isolated communities, where isolation need not be geographical. A community may be isolated from external commerce in ideas, beliefs, and values, simply by communicating in a language others cannot comprehend. Isolation is a form of quarantine. It saves the local population from what is threatening, but may also prevent them from developing natural immunities. A successful religion is a religion that has been promulgated by teaching rather than by force. Now, to be promulgated by teaching, including the teaching that comes from the conduct of the good and the wise and the decent themselves, but to be promulgated by teaching, some appropriate set of symbols, some idiom, some vernacular must be developed. I'm inclined to use the technical term, some sort of algorithm has to be developed, by which the teacher can translate one set of cultural values, practices, and convictions into yet another and different set. This generally requires a considerable degree of abstraction. It requires the apt and effective use of metaphor and simile, legend and epic. It's a culturally daunting task, and it's generally successful only when undertaken by those who have been schooled in the ways of the world, schooled in the belief of those they might try to persuade to yet a different set of beliefs, those who have a firm enough and principled enough understanding of what it is they're trying to promulgate. And by the very nature of the case, such teachers must be, may I use the word, intellectuals. They may be peasant intellectuals. They may have no degrees after their name at all. Much of what they know may be by way of an oral tradition rather than texts that have been read, edited, and glossed. But they have become conversant enough with the relevant parts of the history of ideas to be able to go into the world and convert it. Had Faustus been an intellectual rather than its counterfeit, Augustine might well have remained devoted to Manichaeanism. So the anti-intellectualism of some of the early fathers, taking the form of quite interesting and profound treatises, this has to be got past. So too with anti-Aristotelianism. Historically, the best critiques of Aristotle generally begin by presupposing the very validity of Aristotelian modes of argument, discovery, classification, definition, proof, so that to reject Aristotelianism usually requires as a preliminary condition that one be, alas, what? An Aristotelian. Similarly with anti-intellectualism, only a person of broad learning knows the enemy well enough to mount a worthy challenge. Now enter Augustine, who sets for himself the task of recovering the philosophical wisdom of the ancients, and in order to render it serviceable to the cause of Christianity. Not to turn his back on it, but to filter it, to examine it carefully and critically, to see what is in it that fortifies the best teachings of the Church, and thus now can be used in promulgating the best teachings of the Church. Now, in Greek philosophy, the problem of knowledge is settled either by rational analysis, or as a result of some sort of intuitive power, or is abandoned as a casualty of the skeptic's weapons. Augustine avails himself of Platonic epistemology, but is not a Neoplatonist in the sense of blind discipleship. To begin, and as is made clear in Augustine's Confessions, the knowledge sought by the Christian is unattainable without faith, with reason now more a secondary consideration. Greek philosophy may well equip the heart to cry out against all fanaticisms, as he says in the Confessions. But then the actual ascent toward true knowledge requires much more. Augustine writes of the ascent toward knowledge made with his mother Monica, where the ascent itself is impelled by a sincere love of God that allows one to reach planes of understanding otherwise unreachable by reason or the arts of the metaphysician. And the senses are of little use until one knows what it is that one is looking for. Man is, as Aristotle teaches, by nature a social animal. But in the perfectionist moral philosophy of Aristotle, there would seem to be little room for the theological virtues of faith, hope, and love, which for Augustine are essential to the full development of our humanity. And he develops this in his Enchiridion, in which one is told that true wisdom is nothing but the fear of God. This is something for which there are Hellenic versions of a sort, but not to be found in metaphysical or epistemological works. The Greek eusebeia refers to a form of piety that comes close to a reverential fear, the reverential fear of the ancient Hebrew, but it makes no contact whatever with the philosophical approaches to knowledge. The ancient philosophers were notoriously skeptical about knowing the truth once and for all. And Augustine, too, writes of the fallibility of human knowledge. But through the grace of God, the truth may be gleaned by a soul, not by soul in the sense of a set of different faculties or powers, but the unified, single, and immortal soul. The truths of this religion are indubitable. They are handed down by God himself. The Hebrews took exactly the same position, but by way of revelation. Augustine will reach it by faith, but also by way of understanding, as explicated by Plato. As the truths of mathematics do not depend on our senses or even our rationality, there are truths above and beyond the reach of reason, grasped in an intuitive way by some inner light. As he says in chapter 1, book 7 of his Confessions, I take this quote from St. Augustine, "I no longer thought of thee, O God, by the analogy of a human body. Ever since I inclined my ear to philosophy, I had avoided this error, only to be left with the aching question of just what God is, if not in any way corporeal. Philosophy could save Augustine from error, but not reveal the truth. The ancient schools were elitist, utterly incompatible with a vision of universal brotherhood, except in the rather rationalized version of some Stoic philosophy. It is just this brotherhood, however, that is the cornerstone of the teachings of Christ, Christ's mission in life. What the Christian knows is that Christ came to redeem all, not some. What the Christian knows is that the fall of Adam marked everyone, kings and queens, Greek and Roman aristocrats. You don't gain heaven by cleverness. The journey to heaven is not by way of intellect. Now this is something again that Christianity will assert in the face of the unexamined life not being even worth being lived. And happy is the man who knows the causes of things. Christianity is skeptical about these truisms. As Luther will contend centuries later, the pagan philosophers not only failed to redeem the world, they did much to corrupt it. You see this theme over and over again. Unencumbered by a providential and monotheistic religion, the pagan world of Greek philosophy did not have that problem of evil that plagues the Christian apologists. The children of Homer are disappointed, but not surprised when one or another Olympian visits plague or blight upon them. But the God of Christianity is not only good in the unqualified sense, but also loving as a father. Hence the problem of evil. Now, much that we regard as evil arises from our own conduct. So clearly there is a version of the problem in the form of, why would God allow us to do such horrid things? And the stock answer is that we do such things freely and thus are fully responsible. But if we're free to this degree, then God either could not prevent what we do, and thus is not omnipotent, or didn't know we were going to do it, and thus is not omniscient. In his treatise on freedom of the will, Augustine has two discussants, both of whom have faith, and both of whom have worried deeply about this problem. A God that takes interest in his creation, and in no greater part of his creation than that which we occupy, knows everything that's going to happen, and in fact is capable of controlling everything. Well, how can the will be free then? And if the will isn't free, how can I be held accountable for what I do? I'm either determined in what I do, which seems to be the requirement, given that there is an omniscient, omnipotent, and providential God, in which case I'm not fit to be judged. Or I can do whatever I want, in which case God's power is limited. This is a vexation. What's the Augustinian solution? The Augustinian solution is not entirely successful. If it were, we wouldn't be filling journals with the problem of evil. It's also rather subtle, perhaps best examined in contemporary terms. So let me try. Mr. Smith has to be in Chicago tomorrow morning. He is now in Washington, D.C., and it's 6 o'clock at night. We have agreed to pick Smith up at the airport tomorrow morning at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. It turns out, however, that an unpredicted snowstorm takes place. All the telephone wires are down. Smith does everything he can to find some alternative way of transporting himself to Chicago. And he discovers that the trains are still running. So he takes the train to Chicago. And who should be standing there when he gets off but us? Surprised, Smith asks, "How did you know I'd be here?" Now, of course, if Smith has to be there, we know exactly what Smith must do. He finds out the airplanes have been grounded. There's only one other way he can get there in time, and that's by train. And we're there to meet him. We didn't have an infallible, omniscient knowledge of what he would do, but we had a high probability of correctly predicting what Smith would do. Now, nonetheless, from our degree of certainty, thereby confirmed, it surely doesn't follow that Smith's decisions were not freely made. His will was free and functional in the circumstance. So from the fact that God knows, in virtue of his omniscience, everything that we will do, it does not follow that when we do it, we do not do it volitionally. The will can be free, and God can know exactly how it will be exercised. I don't want to suggest that this is, as they say, a slam-dunk solution on the problem of free will. I offer the example to illustrate Augustine's approach to the problem. Now, what we see in Augustine on a matter of this kind is the introduction of a method that will become common in the intellectual history of the Church, an analytical, dialectical approach. Augustine is in the patrimony of Platonic teaching and the Socratic method, right down to the point of dialogues between disputants. He is recovering the dialectic as a way of wrestling with the philosophical imponderables, but now within the context of religious teaching. Consider again the problem of knowledge, but this time the special problem of knowledge of God. How do you know about God? How do you know about anything? Now, on most philosophical accounts, knowledge begins with experience. On the Stoic account, it begins with a mental image formed from the transactions with the external world. On the Epicurean account, it begins with sensation. Aristotle, at the beginning of the Metaphysics, says, as I mentioned, all men by nature desire to know. An example of this is the delight we take in our senses. Plato has a different account, which will be of great service to Augustine. But there is still the special problem of knowing anything about an entity that is beyond the reach of perception. Having accepted that God is an immaterial, massless something or other, how can any epistemic claim be made at all? Now, Augustine approaches the problem through a quite systematic, dialectical, and I would say psychological inquiry, not unlike Socrates' approach in Plato's Meno. Thus, everyone can perceive a square, a four-sided figure, all of whose sides are equal. Not only can everyone perceive a square, but can also conceive of a square. You can conceive of a quadrilateral figure with equal sides and angles coming to 360 degrees. 4 right angles. And you have a concept of the same thing. Now, however, no one can perceive a chiliagon, which is a 1,000-sided figure. For such a figure will be seen as a circle, or maybe an oval. You will not be able to resolve the separate 1,000 sides. So you'll never be able to perceive a chiliagon. But you can readily conceive of one. In fact, as you listen, you probably are conceiving of one. That is, you're capable of knowing by conception what could not be known by perception. Thus, it would not follow from the fact that you cannot sense the attributes of God that you cannot know them. Now, in this, Augustine, for reasons of religious philosophy, is actually making a quite significant contribution to our understanding of psychology and epistemology itself, the distinction between knowing by perception and knowing by understanding. Aristotle, you'll recall, distinguishes between one who knows that this triangle contains 180 degrees because he's actually measured the angles with an instrument, and one who knows that every triangle contains 180 degrees, therefore this one must. Now what the second chap has is episteme. He has a full scientific understanding of what triangles are, whereas the first chap is just someone who, by way of experience, happens to have stumbled across what happens to be factually true, namely that the triangle in front of him has 180 degrees in it. Augustine did not discover such epistemic distinctions, but he made use of them in ways that would advance greatly the religious interests, the religious teachings, supporting the propositions of the Christian religion, against the skepticism that otherwise would arise. Augustine's Confessions is a profound, inspired, and inspiring work. It's a work of great courage. This author discloses to any and every reader what makes him tick, what moves him, the kind of life he once lived, what changed him, what he's now prepared to attach himself to, the great sources of his deep confusions about things, his recognition that ultimately his salvation is by way of faith, a faith seeking reason. As a rational being, he knows he owes it to himself. He owes it to the fact that he is in the image and likeness of this providential God and Creator, to use his reason, as it were, not to justify, not even illuminate, not vindicate, but provide something of a gloss on what faith itself has revealed. Here then is the duplex nature of the human enterprise. We're endowed at an intuitive level with certain understandings. We can't justify them rationally. We can't justify rationally the fact that up is not down. There are certain basic acts or precepts of the mind that must be operative if analysis itself is to be possible. And these necessary cognitive starting points cannot be reduced or analyzed to something else. In religious terms, there are things understood at the level of faith, things that come about by what the person of faith says is the grace of God, and these are not subject to rational proof. But can they be reconciled to the requirements of reason? Augustine wrote some 50 million words, facing with courage and conviction the challenges of skeptical philosophy. He weighed these against the received truths of religion about which he had no doubts. And in the process, and over a range of performances, uneven in their outcomes, he put indelibly on the map of Christian thought the obligation to take reason as far as it will take one, understanding that at the end of the day, it is faith and the grace of God on which we must rely.
Lecture 19, Islam.
In 632 AD, the Prophet Muhammad had revealed to him a divine message, which would come to be recorded in what came to be known as the Noble Quran, and Islam was founded. Although many in the Islamic world have long believed that this holy text has remained unchanged since its original composition, there is recent evidence suggesting that this may not be so. In 1972 in Yemen, during the restoration of a mosque, a thick band of parchment was discovered in a gravesite. After careful and extensive cleaning and various treatments, it became clear that this was a Quran dating from perhaps the 7th century, and thus the oldest in existence. Now, not until 1997 were the thousands of sheets fully assembled and photographed, and very few scholars have had access either to the full set or the earlier sets. I should say that this is an extremely sensitive matter, for a core belief within the Islamic world is that the Quran is not a product of history as such, but the revealed Word of God, and as such is not subject to variation of any kind whatever. Now, on this matter, my own ignorance and the very early phase of scholarly work on the Yemen manuscript warrant a modest silence. The Prophet himself taught that each verse in the Quran has 7 meanings, the first being literal, the last its deepest meaning, and that known to none but God. It is clear then that the Quran as a source of inspiration will retain its power, even as scholars subject it to interpretation and textual analysis. Fortunately for the history of ideas, the divine message itself has encouraged and for centuries would support a rich and flourishing intellectual life, a veritable mandate to think and reason clearly about important matters. Of course, in our own contemporary world, where there is a great tension between the Islamic part of the world and the West, tensions that are grounded in political, military, and economic considerations, it's very easy to cast Islamic hostility to the West in terms of a radical cultural difference at the level of intellect itself. Nothing could be further from the truth. Islamic faith is at once a culture, an ethics, a mode of philosophical inquiry, and a commitment to what might be called a reflective life. That there are those who would fashion the teachings into instruments of hate and destruction is a painful fact of recent history, making it difficult to evaluate the tradition itself with the respect that it earned over a course of centuries. Indeed, had it not been for the Islamic scholars in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries, the West may never have fully reclaimed its own classical, Aristotelian, and Platonic canon. The year 632 locates the prophet in an era widely regarded as a dark age in the West. Now let's pause to consider this practice of naming ages. After all, they rarely have an opportunity to label themselves. The Middle Ages, or the medieval period, was so called essentially by Renaissance scholars who thought that their own natural heritage was derived directly from classical antiquity, and that if it hadn't been for all those horrible middling intervening years between Rome and themselves, why, they would have picked up the baton immediately. There in Florence, in the Palazzo Vecchio, they would have been friends of Virgil, no doubt. So the Renaissance humanists tended to regard everything that divided the world of Virgil from Florence in the 1400s as middling or medieval. Surely the people of that time did not describe themselves as medieval, arising in the morning and complaining what a horrible thing it is to live in these dark ages or in this middle age. So it's really the historian that assigns labels and sometimes libels against the past, and yet does so generally for at least marginally defensible reasons. Now, if we must call ages classical, early Christian, dark, medieval, Renaissance, there is an obligation to explain the sort of work that we want these terms to accomplish. To call an age dark, presumably, is to refer to some other age judged to be less dark, or perhaps some age immediately following it that in some respect or another is brighter or lighter. Now, the reason we're inclined to think of the period 650 to 850 as dark is because we see very little by way of philosophical energy or originality, very little by way of systematic and critical thought produced at the level of texts, through argument and discourse, through the general and large culture of thought so characteristic of the classical world. A culture of thought that will again be characteristic of the medieval period, particularly the part of it we refer to as the scholastic age. But there are reasons for this relative darkness understood in these terms. And one of the main reasons is that Western communities were under frequent and quite successful attack from just about every direction except the Atlantic Ocean. The Mediterranean Sea, which had been that sea on which Western culture moved, Western culture reinforced itself, refined and promulgated itself, now was in fact closed to the West. The major Mediterranean trade routes were very much under the control of the Islamic world. At one point, the very tools of scholarship, for example, papyrus, no longer would make its way into the West. Syria refusing to export such materials to infidels so that they might record their blasphemies. Vandals and Saracens and Gothic tribes, the collapse of Rome, the breakdown of political institutions, all of these conduced to a disordered, fragmented, and to some extent quasi-nomadic form of life in that part of the world we would now identify as Anglo-European. So there were good reasons for scholarship to come to a halt, at least scholarship in the sense of a progressive and progressing body of knowledge, refined through critical inquiry, refined through discourse, debate, the dialectical method, all preserved and developed within a continuing institutional framework. Now, the Eastern world, the world that would become the Islamic world, actually was the beneficiary of much of the scholarship that had been moved by Constantine when the Roman Empire was centered in the East. The Byzantine world did more to preserve and promulgate classical scholarship than at that time the West was able to do. And so, by the time Islam was militarily successful enough to occupy the Byzantine world and build upon Byzantine culture, it found itself having ready access to classical sources long lost to the West. By the 9th and 10th centuries, we find Islamic and Jewish scholars occupying the major centers of Eastern thought, and what are they doing? They're translating and writing commentaries on works by, of all people, Plato. In fact, Al-Farabi wrote a penetrating treatise on Plato's Republic. And it takes a quite revealing turn in Al-Farabi's hands. He's arrested by Plato's notion that until philosophers become kings and kings become philosophers, there will be no justice in the world. The conclusion drawn by Al-Farabi is that pagan thought was limited by its infidelity. It will not be the philosopher who brings about justice, nor will a king as king. What is required is what? A prophet. Alas, the prophet. Very early, the Islamic commitment is to see to it that all political, naturalistic, and scientific writings record respect for and derive their intellectual inspiration from the teachings of the prophet. We might say that there is an Islamic spin being put on every Western achievement made available to the Islamic world. The teaching itself is in the form of a book of several hundred pages, divided into chapters called surahs. It is in the Arabic language, and the nuances of that language encourage many Islamic scholars to believe that no translation of the Quran can recover the meaning of the text fully. There are clear debts to both Old and New Testament, to both Jewish and Christian prophets, but the Quran is the work, or at least the words, of one person, the claims not subject to intertextual corroboration or analysis. It is the authority on all that matters to the faithful, and to reject that authority is to be an infidel. You understand then why, in doing a gloss on some work by Plato, in considering later works of Aristotle, there will be a desperate attempt, an official, required attempt, to render whatever seems to be proper and true in these works conformable to the teachings of the prophet. This is not the way to do philosophy, but it is a way to move the world. Now, on some interpretations, the world is divided in two: those who accept the prophet, and then what may be called a war zone. We are not dealing here with what might be called an academic subject. Do you see? You're either part of the world of believers or you're in a war zone. Now, that much said, and I quickly add that there was still an independent philosophical movement within Islam. Well, in the 10th and 11th centuries, we begin to see philosophy as a core interest of Islamic commentators. And this for the sake of philosophy itself, even if all things are done in the general sense in the name of Allah. It's not that the prophet is ignored or that the Quran is less important. Rather, there is a wider recognition that there are fields of inquiry that can be developed, as it were, holding theology constant. And to this extent we can say that what the Islamic world possesses in the 10th, 11th, and early 12th centuries are the challenging works of the ancient Greek philosophers, and they're prepared to deal with these works largely in their own terms. These developments occur early in the history of Islam. Actually, the translations of Plato's philosophy into Arabic were the achievement not of Islamic scholars early in the 9th century, but of Arab Christians. In fact, one of the first important Islamic philosophers, Al-Farabi, whose dates are 870 to 950, will reveal the influence of Aristotelianism in claiming the authority of reason to be greater than that of revelation. Al-Farabi is engaged at this time in scholarship that was probably not unlike what one might have found in Aristotle's own Lyceum. It is scholarship for the purpose of gaining useful knowledge. His attempt to reconcile Aristotelian and Platonic thought records a deep respect for the philosophical originality, the philosophical power of the classical world. Avicenna, who is famous to all Aristotle scholars because of the importance of Avicenna's use of Aristotle in his own writing, has as his dates 980 to 1037. It's Avicenna who comes into possession of Aristotle's metaphysics. What a remarkable moment that was in the history of ideas. This must have been eye-opening to someone in the 10th and early 11th centuries. What Avicenna finds then, and he tends to read Aristotle's metaphysics through Christian prisms, well, he doesn't have an uncorrupted version of the metaphysics, which later will be cobbled together by scholars. But what Avicenna now sees is a philosophical justification for the idea of the universe as rationally ordered, for the idea of law, nomos, as the regulative principle at the level of matter, and that which at the same time can be incorporated as a means of understanding life at the level of spirit, at the level of civics, at the level we might call the level of culture itself. What he finds in Aristotle is a means by which to demystify the natural world, a means by which to oppose and resist superstition and magic. Some books matter. Avicenna's commentaries on Aristotle, however problematical, and however corrupt or defective the version he had at hand, puts Arab scholarship and Islamic thought very much at the center of naturalistic and scientific thinking. The Eastern world of Christianity never lost contact with ancient Greek medical traditions. Eastern medicine is in the direct patrimony of the Hippocratic school. Eastern thought is in the direct patrimony of the experimental physiology of Galen and the theories of Galen. Eastern thought in the natural domain is fortified by research involving dissection, the comparative anatomy of animals, anatomical examinations of those who have died of various diseases, the study of organs in traumatized, infected, or sick individuals. It's a naturalistic medicine that accounts, as I said in an earlier lecture, even for what seem to be almost spirituous or possessing ailments in naturalistic terms. And so there will be this naturalistic cast put on the writings of the later Islamic scholars. One might say that the conquest of Islam enrolled the Islamic world in Greek classrooms. And I do want to emphasize that the Islamic achievement at the level of scholarship is largely by way of a recovering and a promulgating of classical thought. Not thought indigenous to the Islamic world, but thought imported from a classical world and classical traditions, no less vital for all of that. Now, the importance of this can't be underestimated, because if we want to take the world of scholastic philosophy as recovering the gems of ancient philosophy and putting the West back on the path toward a progressive, intellectually and scientifically powered course of discovery, the tools are the well-known, well-worked tools of ancient Greek thought, not only in Aristotle and Plato, but in the Stoics, the Epicureans, the Hippocratics, the legal theories, the institutionalization of inquiry, the perfectionism that sustains lifelong education. The Islamic community's part and participation was an important chapter in the recovery of the classical tradition, and truth be told, the only patent contribution to Western progress that would emanate from Islamic sources. Now, what is needed for critical inquiry is not just the lonely scholar who reads a treatise and writes a learned gloss on it. What we have in East and West by the 11th and 12th centuries are two intellectually warring camps, two different conceptions of human nature and its purposes, two different conceptions of truth at the most fundamental religious level, each camp using classical philosophy as a means of validation. Here there arises a wonderfully rich interpretive exercise as to what Aristotle really meant, what Plato really meant, whether something can be known as a result of prophetic insights or by experience or by reason alone, whether something can be counted on as being certainly true, even if it's at the level of psychology or ethics or politics, as opposed to it being merely probable, what it is that was in the divine message heard by the prophet, and can philosophy make it more fully understood? You get this kind of cross-cultural dialectic. This is, by the way, if the world is to engage in battles, this is the kind of conflict that can enrich and improve and refine. The gun, by the way, is not the way of settling an issue. It's a way of stilling the very means by which issues are reasonably settled. Well, at this point, and in both cultures, Islamic and Christian, philosophical positions may become judged as heresies, leading to something graver than denial of tenure, for example. That is to say, once you begin to use philosophy as a way of vindicating, verifying, authenticating what is essentially a religious position, the wrong interpretation may qualify as an offense against the religion. And with this comes the politicizing of knowledge and of the philosophical enterprise itself. It surely should come as no surprise that as the Christian Church solidified its own position politically, economically, and socially, it found itself doing battle with heresies left and right. And we should pause to examine why this sort of thing is perhaps inevitable. So a few words on this. How does a religion solidify its position? It solidifies its position by developing an official canon, an official set of teachings that constitute the way things are. And this now becomes the body of knowledge that can be taught to the faithful. And the faithful are understood to be those who are prepared to be obedient to the teaching. There has to be an official version of the text, official enough to declare at least parts of the long debate to be settled. It is by this means that the great institution of any stripe becomes solidified. But once positions are official, and the burdens are imposed on those who are not prepared to accept its validity, the philosophical program stalls. So, as the writers and thinkers in the Christian world begin to take on the challenges that come from the East at the level of religion, and as a result of those challenges work out an ever clearer version of the canon, an intellectually durable, an intellectually teachable version of the canon, debates break out within the Christian community itself. Some of these were suppressed as certain writings were put on a list of heretical works. We also find certain forms of conduct, long ignored by juridically sensible Roman magistrates, now taking on a new color. In a later lecture, I will examine witchcraft and the witch panics. But it turns out now that to have disorders and diseases of a certain kind suggests something mysterious, even sinister. In this medieval world, the world itself is understood merely as a kind of metaphor for an ultimate reality that is eternal, changeless, all that matter isn't. And events in this transitory world take on the property of signs and symbols. And this expresses itself in the extraordinary practices that we denominate chivalry. But illness itself takes on a symbolic character. As noted, things are different in the Christianity of the East and in the Islamic East, are ever more naturalistic. In the West, the medical traditions of the Hippocratics and the medical teachings and writings of Galen are of secondary importance to an essentially rationalistic and religious perspective on the meaning of life and what is symbolized by disorders of a given kind. So the epileptic in the West, as I mentioned in an earlier lecture, or one with palsy or in a frenzy, is paying for what must have been some grave sin. After all, the inherent defect in the human race is a result of Adam's fall. So the terrible things that happen as a kind of punishment may reveal themselves in the form of disease and illness. Disease and illness now have a retributive function. Left to their own devices, these intellectual and, as it were, conceptual tendencies may have arrested intellectual development in the West for quite some time. As a counterpoint to this, Islam proved to be a constructive opponent, informed by the classical perspective and disciplined by Quranic teaching. Islam also marshaled formidable arguments against the religious and doctrinal teachings of a church that was still working out the doctrines that would then survive into the present time. So as a result of Islamic scholarly challenges to those very doctrines, the doctrines themselves become ever more carefully, ever more fully worked out. Again, this constructive dialectic. A church that for a time might have been paralyzed by its own certainties, now brought back into the long debate by challenges coming from the East, and back and forth it goes. Now, the long debate is a term that is useful. And what do I mean when I say that as a result of these Islamic influences and engagement with Western thought, the long debate was resumed? Well, the long debate is the debate about knowledge, conduct, and governance. It's the debate that animated the earliest philosophical inquiries into the nature of things. It's the debate we find on every page in the dialogues of Plato. It's what the entire corpus of Aristotle's teaching and research was all about. How do you put something like that to an end? To say that the long debate was resumed is to say that it had been arrested. I think this has to be said. The way you put a debate to an end is to declare either that you've won, or that your opponent is unworthy, or you simply refuse to speak further on the subject because to speak further on the subject is to lend some credibility to what your interlocutor is saying. The greatest threat to the continuation of the long debate is orthodoxy. The debate stopper is the unswervingly orthodox position. Orthodox, orthos, right, doxa, opinion. That is, the right way to see things, such that any other way is wrong. Now, combining that feature of early Christianity that was, in a principled way, anti-intellectual, with the ambitious political and institutional ambitions of the Christian Church, all this validated by the life of Christ, by the Bible, by the words of the prophets, the heroism of the martyrs, then at the end of the day it is faith alone that is all the good Christian needs and nothing more. Yes, faith in pursuit of reason, but at the end of the day it is not finally by our wits that we get into heaven, but by the grace of God. I say that if you put all of these elements together, a degree of fundamentalist conviction is achieved that is actually hostile to debate. It takes debate, if not as a heresy, then as an insult to the faithful and as an insult to the faith. Now, to the extent that the contemporary mullahs are satisfied that the last word is in on how the Quran should be understood and on the only form of life permitted by it, they are not only at variance with the teaching itself, but guaranteeing the demise of its authority as men and women seek enlightenment the hard way. What great religious teachers require of us is a kind of elastic hermeneutic agility. The teachings are inevitably in the form of similes and metaphors, analogies and parables. One will not find transcendent truths by pointing at things. One comes closer through stories, by way of symbols, by engaging in the dance, the chorus, the drama, and the dialogue. What Islam achieved, wittingly or otherwise, and I don't think I'd want to say that Islam set out to do this, what the challenge of Islam guaranteed was that the long debate would be revived, that there was more than one book to consult and more than one set of prophecies. More than one person enjoyed the direct inspiration of the divine. More than one language is used to express thanks to God, and more than one culture that might ground a spiritual life. I'm quite certain that Islam did not set out to establish this, and I'm quite certain that it was only a Western world already conditioned by the dialectical and philosophical orientation of the classical world that would accept this as a challenge. Now, in this oddly dubbed medieval age, the long debate, in fact, is resumed. The question again, whether the best route to truth is by reason, intuition, faith, naturalistic observation. So too with ethical and moral questions, these now enlarged by the demands of the faith. We again have planted the seeds of controversy, of heresy, indeed skepticism, the inevitable product of authentic and disinterested inquiry. Roman patrician families knew what they were doing when they exiled Greek philosophers during times of civil strife. This was not thuggish know-nothingism, but an understanding that too much philosophy indeed can weaken the faith. Well, we do have our own versions of this, don't we? We all have membership in a community that strives to be politically correct. We know there are certain unuterables, certain modes and gestures and idioms and vernaculars that come from an ugly and remote past, and the less said about it the better. There are things we don't question too aggressively. By historical standards, the pressures on us are fairly light. We might lose membership in a club or have a difficult time with a dean, but nobody's getting burned for this, at least not yet. The pressures against sustaining the long debate are always very great. And to the extent that there has been a successful institution that has made its way through a vexing world and found itself now securely in place, one way it stays in place is to make sure that its intellectual foundations are not challenged and that skeptics and heretics do not get a full hearing. Well, again and for the last time, let me say that quite apart from the tenets of Islamic religion, quite apart from the actual contents of the Quran, the scholarly life, The contemplative life that the Quran requires of the faithful is a life entirely compatible with the long debate. And were it not compatible with a critical inquiry that must ultimately lead to confusion and the progress that comes from confusion, the faithful would never get out from under the burdens of self-deception.
Lecture 20, Secular Knowledge, the Idea of University.
I would be disinclined to refer to any age in the West as dark after 800 AD, which is why in the previous lecture I was prepared to use that description for the period 650 to 800. And if I paused and stammered and stopped at 800, it's for a very good reason. Because at 800, Charlemagne takes center stage. It is regrettable that we don't spend more time in our teaching on Charlemagne and on precisely what he accomplished. The record here is spotty, and of course so much legend surrounds Charlemagne that sometimes it's quite difficult to tease out the fact from the epic. He's born in 742, his birthplace uncertain. Charlemagne would succeed Carloman in 771 as king of the Germanic Franks. He was a great and good Christian man. We're all taught that in school. I don't recall having been taught that all of his 5 wives were also good Christians. His administration focused on the needs of the poor and the protection of the church. His kingdom was divided into counties, each jurisdiction with its bishop and mayor, with emissaries from his court responding to him regularly on the state of security in each region. His capitulara missorum was a royal mandate that secured protections not seen again until Magna Carta 3 centuries later. Here's a document and here's a king guaranteeing certain protections for the people. We're getting very close to the idea of rights, perhaps not the American Bill of Rights, but again, not bad for 800. We know, too, that one of his edicts required that the problem of illiteracy be addressed and that schools, little abbey schools, undertake the task of teaching people, teaching them how to read and write, although there's some evidence to suggest that Charlemagne himself never mastered writing. He had some ability in Greek, more in Latin, but his own general literacy was, shall we say, below current SAT standards. He was an extraordinary military leader, personally leading more than 50 campaigns, and in the end, Christianizing nearly all of what today would be called the nations of Europe. He may never have had more than 5,000 men in arms at any given time, but his personal courage and leadership rendered them one of the most effective forces in the history of warfare. He made military service the prerequisite for property ownership, and otherwise made civic duty the foundation of daily life. In a manner of speaking, I'm inclined to think of Charlemagne as one who would have been very good as a Roman emperor. I have no expert knowledge of Charlemagne's military strategies and tactics, but his ruthlessness in combat finds few equals. He ordered the beheading of more than 4,000 pagan Saxons in a single day, this making clear to all what would be visited on those who destroyed Christian churches. And the effect of such measures can only be imagined. So if you wanted to be sure that your Christian church was kept in good repair, Charlemagne is probably the sort of fellow you would want controlling the realm. In the later years of his reign, there is little evidence of Charlemagne's rule being punctuated by military engagements. There were important military events and the like, but in fact he was able to stabilize the European continent and to a very considerable extent integrate these diverse peoples through skill, through some maneuvering, very capable emissaries, and a plan. A plan that he does not set down for us in explicit and scholarly prose, but a plan nonetheless. It was on November 28, in 800, that he knelt before the Pope and permitted his own temporal rule to be validated by the Church. In a matter of days and weeks, nothing less than a Holy Roman Empire now replaced what had been a mere assortment of principalities jealously and provincially governed for decades by tribal chieftains. In this same measure, Charlemagne established royal rule on a religious foundation. The rights of kings now understood to be, of all things, divine. So the answer to the Trivial Pursuit question, trace out the history of the idea of the divine right of kings, well, I think you've got a fair chance of being correct, saying it begins with Charlemagne. It was in 787 that a truly amazing order was issued under the heading Capitulara de Litteris Colandis, requiring the clergy to use their facilities to teach reading and writing to members of the community. These are the words that matter most in this Capitulara. Quote, "Take care to make no difference between the sons of serfs and freemen, so that they may come and sit on the same benches to study grammar, music, and arithmetic." Here then is Charlemagne. He rules by the authority of this great hegemonic Christian church that has begun to articulate its canonical teachings. Now militarily, politically, and economically, he needed no pope to establish himself as the unopposable leader in the part of the West he occupied, but in joining crown and cross, he achieved a certain spiritual and transcendental authenticity equal to anything that might be claimed by the sons of Islam. This is a momentous chapter in the history of Western civilization. I say that it is not taught with great vim and regularity is a disappointment. He will unite the West further by instruction, by generous laws, by the fuller participation of the Church in daily life. His own reforms include medical training, as well as measures to increase literacy. Recognizing that cohesion comes about in large measure as a result of a common language, or at least a language that allows different peoples to communicate with each other on fundamental matters, Latin will again be the official language for the business of court, for legal documents that might involve people separated by hundreds of miles, for transactions involving property and territorial boundaries, etc. Those who object to contemporary lawyerly documents that seem filled with Latin expressions, again, if you want to blame someone, this is long after Justinian. Charlemagne is the one who's putting all this on the map. For this, of course, teachers are needed, and Charlemagne will recruit them from England and Ireland, the latter really saving civilization by preserving the best of the classical sources. And he obtains a very good Latinist and a great man from Britain. Quote, "Alcuin was my name. Learning I loved. Those who would have mercy on me, pray for my immortal soul." Close quote. Good and largely forgotten Alcuin, born about 735, and with Charlemagne among the most influential figures in the restoration of scholarship in the Western world. Now, Alcuin had already distinguished himself as the founder of schools and a great library in York. On an official visit to Rome, he would meet Charlemagne in Parma and be enticed to leave Britain for the great projects that this great king envisaged. With Charlemagne's patronage and as head of the palace school, Alcuin was able to influence the educational initiatives that brought literacy to the European clergy and many in their flock. The palace school was at Aachen, which was Charlemagne's favorite court, and it wasn't long after Alcuin's arrival there in 782 that the king and his wife and sister sat as his students. Needless to say, the entire nobility of the realm got the message, and soon it was widely understood that learning itself was a source of status. By the time of his death, schools at every level and throughout this now vast Western Empire were staffed by Alcuin's former pupils. Thanks to the preservation of classical scholarship by the Irish of Iona and their kindred spirits in Britain, there were foundational subjects available to these teachers. The modest abbey schools now would benefit from instruction by informed minds and a carefully crafted curriculum. Shared learning is part of a shared culture. The ancient Greek sense of paideia is what pulls a people together. What it means to be a Hellene is to attach oneself to Hellenic paideia. Alcuin the Latinist and classicist realized that the way you pull diverse peoples together is under the blanket of a culture of learning. He determined the core liberal arts subjects that would prepare a teaching clergy, and they in turn would then bring a more limited set of subjects to bear on the task of elevating literacy throughout the realm. The basic subjects, the three comprising the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, would evolve and expand over the decades and centuries following the era of Charlemagne and his trusted educator. In time, some of these abbey schools became so popular that monasteries would form near them, occupied by the teaching orders. Now, this is a long, variegated, and wonderful story told all too briefly here. It is sufficient to say that in that course of time, still other subjects were added, such that by the 12th century there will be 7, the trivium and the quadrivium, the other 4 being arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy. And these come down to us as what? They come down as the 7 liberal arts, summarized in 1141 by Hugo of St. Victor. And the abbey schools are now appearing in a rather different manifestation. First at the great cathedral in Paris, where as a result of an application to Rome, the assembly of students is constituted as something called a universitas. Now I do want to pause at this point and say something about this word. We all refer to colleges and universities, the collegium and the universitas, and we generally think of deans and, at least in America, at least 25 vice presidents, etc., etc. The term universitas refers to what actually begins as a guild of students assembled for the purpose of, not only the purpose of deriving instruction from a good faculty, but being able to bring some pressure to bear to make sure that the education they get is a good one. So what we have now is the founding of the university, at least in the modern sense in which we would talk about universities. It is true that Bologna and Salerno earlier were teaching specialized subjects in law and medicine, but here at Paris we have what today's academic probably would recognize as a liberal arts university. Perhaps one who has labored in academe's weeded groves for many decades may be forgiven for doting on the founding of the university. I will try to control myself, but I should think that the character of the modern university provides about all the control I need. Let me go back to the founding of the earliest universities, which do seem to be perhaps a little bit better in the breed than these much later manifestations. These institutions were veritable engines of self-perfection. If you had to point to an institutional means by which to carry through the kind of contemplative life that Aristotle had in mind, that is, life on the Isle of the Blessed, where one devotes oneself to contemplation of first things, for the sake of keeping company with what is best and most worthy. I say, if you set out to do this in an institutional way, this is what a university is capable of supporting and sustaining and promoting and guiding. You might say, well, what about a religious institution? These are, no double entendre intended, of transcendental importance. But when we talk about a contemplative life, this must include the critical, rational resources of a rational being, those very critical resources inevitably taking a skeptical turn, even a cynical turn, turns in the direction of incredulity, mystification, confusion, ambiguity, irresolution. The process of self-perfection is not a cakewalk. It is a struggle, a daily struggle. By the time you've surrendered your wits to the truth of a revealed religion, that part of the struggle is pretty much over. Now the question is, can you live your life according to the teachings of that faith? Now, I don't want to suggest that the academic life is in any way superior to the religious life. I'd be inclined to think that it doesn't even measure up to it. I want to emphasize that it's a different life. I would submit here, perhaps disclosing my now encrusted academic nature, that the self-perfectionist institution, at the end of the day, is the university institution. It's why it's so absolutely deplorable when these places are turned into trade schools whose essential mission is to find some way of getting their students jobs when they're finished. There should be a series of lectures, I think, perhaps hosted by the teaching company, on the idea of a university, the subtitle perhaps being, "Will it ever be recovered?" But the original university also had its practical mission and its practical orientation. It was on earth, after all. It had to prepare people skilled in the law, skilled in rhetoric, able to handle documents, engage in transactions, and take a proper place as preachers and teachers and priests and emissaries. So I don't want to say that the medieval university begins off the ground and floating like Lapata. No, it has its practical functions. But I should contrast the University of Paris with the older institutions directly committed to such practical considerations as law and medicine. I've mentioned the schools at Bologna and Salerno in Italy, which were devoted to professional training. These do predate the university. So the world already had made provision for specialized technical training, such that graduates could go out and actually do things and engage in the practical affairs of late medieval life. The University of Paris and those modeled on it had a rather different set of objectives. The objectives were scholarly objectives, the weighing and sifting of arguments and evidence, the constant confrontation of one scholar before a group of students, all of them having read the sentences of Peter Lombard or some other worthy work, some philosophical work. Students were having to listen to disquisitions on this, ask just the right questions, submit themselves to examination, construct their own glosses on these works. This was done corporately and collectively. It was done communally, within a community of scholars, each of whom had equal moral standing to raise a question, ask for a clarification. You might be interested to know that during much of the early history of the university, chaps who were in my line of work were paid by the lecture. And indeed, in most places they were paid after the lecture, not before. This might have a quite salutary effect on higher education today. I'm thinking of any number of colleagues who might be cranked up to an almost room temperature if the evening meal would either be bought or not bought on the basis of how well that particular lecture went. The students, in a manner of speaking, unionized or formed a guild. This is the original acceptation of universitas. It was their way of dealing with town-gown tensions. The universities, and Paris itself, from the earliest time, also became rather bureaucratized. The university as a bureaucracy was not invented in the late 20th century. But I think it's to the credit of some of the great scholars of the University of Paris that when they saw these bureaucratic measures gaining a near hegemony, when they saw that government and local ordinances were militating against the free and full expression of an academic life, well, they packed up and left. Now, where did they go? Well, they wanted to find, I hope my tongue being in my cheek is visible, they wanted to find just the right place to have a university, if I may say so. Perhaps I do have prejudices in this regard. So they got on their boats and they crossed the channel and they trundled through Londinium, or one of these other weird Roman outposts that had been fought for with the Picts and Celts and Danes and Vikings and all that. And they picked one of the great patches on planet Earth. They picked that place where the Isis and the Thames merge, a busy market town called Oxenford, which came to host the University of Oxford. And great things would happen from a very early date, and I am inclined to say they still do. These developments signal the appearance of a genuinely academic class of philosophers, persons whose lives are devoted to a disciplined and systematic form of study, persons who bring under the protective cowl of the university young and impressionable students who, if shaped and inclined in the right way, will improve the world in virtue of intelligence and decency and good judgment, all this brought to bear on the affairs of a world otherwise crude and vulgar. So the answer to the question, how did all good things happen between 1200 and the 20th century in health, science, jurisprudence, moral philosophy, urban planning, how did all this come about, can't be answered in a single word. But there's only one single word that isn't a laugher when you attempt to answer a question that large. And that word is the university. It is the place that invents the method of invention, the place established specifically to criticize its own core precepts and claims. It is the exercise of a rational creature's refining himself, and refining himself in the kilns of debate and disagreement, rhetoric, inquiry, guidance, philosophical introspection. Well, if I have not satisfied my academic colleagues the world over with this little speech, nothing will. This is to say that on the whole, universities really are places worth having. But this is only one of the great achievements of that period rather derisively referred to as medieval. This derisively referred to period called medieval has created the university. Between 1150 and 1300, it will also create over 100 Gothic cathedrals in Europe and Great Britain. Now, Gothic cathedrals are not just big churches. They are technical marvels. They are extraordinary creations by any standard. They are engineering marvels. It's quite interesting that the architects of these churches are often unknown. There are exceptions to this. The cathedral at Cluny, for example, has a little motto, Ius Libertis Hoc Facit. That's to say, Gis Libitus made this. And what is referred to here are little emblematic angels ornamenting a massive facade. So Libertus here has this little plaque that says, if you like these little angels, I did these. But again, the view inspired by the Gothic cathedral is skyward, it's upward, it's toward heaven. And contrast this now, well, these are comparisons that are not meant to be at the cost of either, but contrast this with the paintings of Giotto early in the Quattrocento, the Kiss of Judas, for example, as Judas and Jesus face each other. Here what we have is the human dilemma, human character and personality presented in all of its earthly, even earthy complexity. Just look at the weight of the two figures in the Giotto painting. Look at the gravity that pulls man down to his earthly condition. The view inspired here is surely not skyward. But the medieval perspective is one of service to a higher end. The Renaissance perspective is not indifferent to this, but it begins with an understanding of oneself and one's place in the actual world that is different. The medieval world of knights and serfs expresses an idea of the person as a servant of the Lord, and the Lord can be the Lord of the manor. It is not, however, predicated on the serf as an inferior being. It's predicated on the assumption that each person has a part and a place to take in the great scheme of things. The animating idea of the medieval period is an idea of harmonious and cyclical occurrences and reoccurrences. In the divine order of things, everything does have its part to play. We have actual writings declaring that, "As I am the servant of the Lord of the manor, my Lord is the servant of the Lord." So the sense of a line of authority expresses a divine plan. God's will works its way through the life of every human being. One who is the Lord of the manor is there for the same, if inscrutable, reasons that another finds himself a serf on the same feudal estate. Serfs, it should be noted, had rights, including the right to bring his lordship to court for abuse, and at least occasionally serfs won these legal contests. The lord of the manor, in turn, had his special duties, as did clergy, the knights errant, the village communities arising on the periphery of great estates, and the message to all is that it is the faithful servant's task to preserve that good order and to promote what is most worthy within it for the greater glory of God. The 19th century aesthete who helped restore respect for the Gothic was John Ruskin. In The Stones of Venice, he writes about late Renaissance architecture with its line and angle precision, and he contrasts this with the Gothic, declaring it to be, he takes the high Renaissance compulsion to get every little jot and tittle right. He describes it as reminding him of, quote, the servile ornamentation of the Ninevite. Ruskin's point is that the high Renaissance takes an average person of mediocre ability, teaches him one thing to do, and has him do it over and over again, rosette after rosette after rosette, producing boring little figures that might just as well be put on a roll of wallpaper. The line and angle symmetry of the so-called high Renaissance buildings is, on Ruskin's account, at the expense of human freedom. The Gothic, on the other hand, with all of its ostensible imperfections, Gothic, after all, is a derisive term, with all of its seeming grossness and mythic absurdities, is a full expression of the free imagination in devotional commitment to the divine. The Gothic cathedral is a rhetorical statement. It's a statement that at once captures mystery, truth, power, scale, proportion, beauty, ambiguity. Does it make us feel small? Yes, but only in relation to the divine. And we can look up toward the divine, beyond those marvelous colored and pictured windows that again provide us with all the symbology we need to know the truth behind the symbol. Well, I think we surely would want to be respectful toward the institution of the university, and would hope to display good taste and say that even if the Gothic isn't one's cup of tea, these cathedrals do warrant admiration, and even the occasional visit. But you might draw the line at this third great institutional creation of the medieval period, chivalry. Now, the Roman de la Rose was an epic poem composed over a period of centuries, serving as the metaphor of an essentially romantic and, yes, sexual liaison that culminates in the rose being plucked. There is within it exquisite attention to detail, its place within the garden, and the flowers that surround it. Is this not a piece, you might ask, of that great frippery shop that just is medieval Europe? The knight-errant with his preposterous manners, his fine cape laid down across the muddy patch, lest his lady's shoe be soiled, not to mention those incredible jousting matches where men, otherwise intelligent men, mount horses and proceed to kill each other in the interest of gaining, if not love, then at least a lady's veil or handkerchief. Could such a King Arthur and Round Table really ever have existed? And what was the point of all this, and how did it bear on what we are pleased to call the problem of conduct? Well, first it's important to identify the chivalric knight as essentially a secular priest. He is the executive branch of a government at the top of which is the Church itself, the repository of that rational and divine template that should govern the work of the world. Right reason is the reason of the Church, because directly inspired by God. And the reason of God must now express itself through a willful, faithful, and iconic medium who is the knight-errant, one who does God's bidding, as this bidding is interpreted through the rational and pastoral resources of Holy Mother Church, and in behalf of the populace at once vulnerable and easily led astray. In this we have the arrangement of what Plato argued was the nature of human nature itself, a soul, a tripartite collection of elements, the rational, the passionate, the volitional, akin as well to the Holy Trinity, a unity within diversity. It features ritualized sacrifice as a form of nobility. The knight's politeness symbolizes his strength, for he is reserved and retreating by choice. He has complete control of his emotions, which is why he can serve any one of the causes of justice. The only insult is an insult to honor. Chivalry is one of the great civilizing influences in the history of Western civilization.
Lecture 21, The Reappearance of Experimental Science.
Students of intellectual history, if they're willing to use the term Renaissance at all, very often will refer to the Renaissance of the 13th century, or sometimes 12th and 13th century, which is a rather coy way of saying that the term Renaissance lends itself to a variety of interpretations. It is at once a way of calling attention to some of the great achievements of the 12th and 13th centuries. It's also a way of calling attention to the fact that the term Renaissance was a 19th century invention, chiefly by aesthetes, by scholars in the field of history of art and architecture, who would find in Florence of the Quattrocento a recovery of certain architectural and artistic forms quite common in the classical period, in the ancient period, hence the rebirth of that particular genre of art and architecture, sculpture, painting, etc. Now, I don't think there's much wrong with such terms as medieval, Renaissance, and the like, unless we allow them to control our judgment of actual events and persons. For example, when we use a term like Renaissance, we are led insensibly to the view that something has been actually reborn, having earlier died. So the relevant question, if we have in mind the Italian Renaissance, is just what it was that had died, only to be reborn in Florence in the 1400s. Now, to be sure, the Florentines thought that they knew, and that the aesthetes of the 19th century surely thought that they knew, what it was that had died and what it was that somehow got reborn. Whatever had died must have once lived, and so the question that naturally arises for us is, well, what is it that was once so alive that it was now worth reviving so many centuries later, in the interval it having somehow died? Textbook answers to this question are entirely unsatisfying. To be told that the Italian Renaissance recovered the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome is especially unhelpful in several ways. First, there were profound differences between Hellenic and Roman civilization themselves. Second, if what is meant by Hellenic and Hellenistic civilization is a self-perfectionist goal achieved through deep and disciplined philosophical inquiry, then the Italian Renaissance has very little in common with that. Third, in light of the rich and indeed committed philosophical undertakings of the later medieval period, there's no basis at all on which to suggest that this part of the classical achievement had in any sense died. It would be no exaggeration to say that if we wish to consider the rebirth of one of the defining features of the classical world, our attention actually should be focused on the Hellenic Islamic world of the commentators on Aristotle in the 11th century, and more so on the medieval universities of Britain and on the European continent in the 12th and 13th centuries. I say, these featured activities that would have been recognized by the great ancient philosophers as repeating and reviving and refining what the ancients had been up to all along. It is in these developments that we find a much more secure and settled West recovering its own traditions, these being classically established traditions. Consider Peter Abelard, whose life stretches from 1079 to 1142, and whose celebrated teaching earned him the title of, the title was actually Peripateticus Palatinus. A palatine here suggests a form of lordship, and the peripatetics, that was a term historically assigned to the school of Aristotle. So here you have a lordship in the domain of Aristotelian thought. Abelard's own teacher was the philosophically acute Anselm, whose instruction was a staple in Roman Catholic higher education less than 2 centuries after Alcuin had reformed education throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Now, I'm citing these facts to underscore the true and extraordinary rebirth of learning in the 12th century that not only predates the Italian Renaissance, but, I'm inclined to say, actually makes it possible. This great awakening faced very high hurdles. Even with the educational reforms begun in the age of Charlemagne, the teaching of the Church was dominated by the mystical visions of a Saint Bernard rather than the rational apparatus of an Aristotelian. It is not surprising that Abelard would be condemned by Bernard himself as one who, quote, deems himself able by human reason to comprehend God altogether, close quote. Now, nonetheless, by 1113, he had been awarded a chair in theology at the prestigious Cathedral School of Paris, soon becoming the most sought-after and celebrated teacher of his time. It was Abelard's sic et non, his yes and no, that allowed readers to see the contradictions and inconsistencies in the works of the early Church Fathers. His autobiography, which he titled An Account of My Misfortunes, Historia Calamatum, an account of my calamities, is a summary of the envy and resentment aroused by his formidable intelligence and philosophical powers, and especially by his tragic love affair with the brilliant Heloise. Both would end their days in the cloistered solitude of the religious orders. Abelard, turning to a monkish life, he says, more out of disgrace than a sense of vocation. Nonetheless, the latter grew in proportion as the former waned. The treatise Sic et Non employs a method of teaching not invented by Abelard, but developed by him to a greater extent than it had reached by his time. The overarching issues were those arising from Aristotle's logical treatises, for his naturalistic and ethical works were still awaiting migration from east to west. The method calls for the presentation of a major thesis or proposition, the arguments favoring it, the arguments opposing it, and then a conclusion judged to be warranted by the force of the argument on each side. The method, of course, is that used in a less formal way by Socrates, and in a developed way by the sophists of old. In Sic et Non, 158 such propositions are submitted to analysis, covering a range of problems in metaphysics, theology, and ethics. A burning issue at the time, and one that still warrants careful consideration, has to do with the ontological status of universals. Now let me take a breath here. When we say that Fido is a member of the universal class or set dog, how is the latter to be understood? Does such a universal really exist? Or is it merely the name we give to that inclusion set in which all actual individual dogs are found? Now, radical positions were defended in Abelard's time. A radical nominalism which insisted that universals are nothing but class names, and a radical realism according to which the universal must be real, or else there couldn't be individuals that possess the relevant attributes. It was Abelard who drew attention to the idleness of such controversies and to the limitations that are inherent in both radical positions. He dismissed the notion that there is some really existing thing that is a universal, but argued that the mind conceptualizes and organizes particulars into universal classes on the basis of really existing and defining attributes. Now, this sort of common sense can get one in trouble, even without the added burden of a condemned romance. The first half of the 13th century hosted yet another revival. I mentioned Abelard as reviving a central part of the philosophical program. This time, it's the revival of experimental science. But before I go into this, a few remarks are in order about experimental science in the ancient Greek world. Secondary sources routinely highlight the abstract nature of Hellenic and Hellenistic thought. And perhaps to accentuate the abstract philosophical dimensions of that achievement, they often underestimate the scientific achievements of the Hellenic and Hellenistic world. It would take a separate series of lectures even to begin to cover the extraordinary technical and basic science work that was accomplished in Hellenic and Hellenistic Greece. I've already devoted a lecture to the Hippocratics and to Greek medicine, and I have noted the great contributions that Aristotle made to the natural and biological sciences. But in physics and in astronomy, the shape of the Earth, the distance between the Earth and the Sun, navigational principles, general astronomical theories to account for celestial dynamics, mechanical principles of mechanical advantage. This was a world rich in insights into basic physics, and to some extent even into chemistry and the chemistry of the material world. In the 6th century BC, Theodorus of Samos developed a means by which to smelt and cast ore, and seems to have invented a turning lathe for carpentry. Alcmaeon, a member of the Pythagorean school of medicine, traced sensory anatomy to the brain and may well have dissected the optic nerve. Theophrastus, who succeeded Aristotle as master of the Lyceum, showed that certain precious stones become charged when subjected to heat. In a word, the ancient Greeks were no strangers to applied and theoretical science. Now, Aristotle is almost a twin pair in one body. He's a man for all intellectual seasons. Entire ages can be found that identify Aristotle as that great logic-chopping father of syllogistic reasoning and metaphysical treatises. Still, other centers of scholarship and scholarly thought seeing in Aristotle one of the premier natural scientists that the world will ever produce. And then, of course, we have yet other ages devoted to showing that he didn't really understand anything at all. Dear Aristotle. Now, in his third millennium, as a major unemployment service for the thinking classes, I should say, Aristotle is still the philosopher of choice if you want to write a PhD dissertation showing that you might be much cleverer than someone who died in 322 BC. Well, let me return to the 13th century, when again, thanks very much to Islamic commentaries on Hellenic texts, the West begins to recover Aristotle, the natural scientist, and sees in these Aristotelian works the possibility for genuinely progressive knowledge. Two figures of immense importance are found at the already thriving University of Oxford, both members of the Catholic clergy, and both among the most instructed minds of their century. In Robert Grosseteste, the Bishop of Lincoln, we find a scholar as much at home with optics as with theology. His dates are 1175 to 1253. His commentaries on Aristotle were authoritative well into the 16th century. Significantly, in addition to commentaries on the ethical treatises, he also studied and wrote on Aristotle's physics. And by the time of his death, he had created at Oxford an interest in science, in which his young student Roger Bacon would come to call experimental science. Now, Roger Bacon's great work, his Opus Maius, is one of the foundational works in the modern scientific movement. And I shall read some passages from that and some related texts in a few minutes. Scholasticism and its allegedly logic-chopping penchants was in fact an attempt to rationalize the teachings of the Church, to rationalize what is essentially a Christian doctrinal understanding of the universe, its purpose, its cause, its end. Doctrinal decrees in the 13th century left no doubt but that God had created the universe out of nothingness, and that as an expression of the divine mind, this same universe was ordered in a rational manner. Both of these doctrines were an invitation to forms of inquiry that would evolve into experimentation. The further understanding, reinforced by the works of Thomas Aquinas, is that Christian faith and the facts of science can't be in conflict because both reach truths about the same thing, the same creation. You might need some sort of algorithm or translation device to get from one to the other, but there's no fundamental tension between the perspective of the natural philosopher or the natural scientist and the perspective of the theological or religious person. Now, there is something else in Christian teaching, as celebrated by the scholastics, and here there is a debt, and an acknowledged debt, to Augustine and some of the early Christian fathers. We have an obligation to know God. It is a positive duty to acquaint ourselves with our Father, to understand the sense in which we have been created in His image and likeness. Now, you know the Maker by His works, and so scholastic scholarship recognizes the central place of what might be called a scientific inquiry, otherwise within a life of faith. The scientific inquiry becomes one of the modes by which we know God, one of the ways we come to know the otherwise unreachable, immaterial, insubstantial divinity. How is it? It's through the material manifestations of His plan. And the scientist then is engaged in what, understood in a certain way, an essentially theological undertaking. So let me rehearse that one more time. If it is an obligation on the Christian conscience to know God, and if to know God is to know God through His works, I say this is a veritable invitation to inquiry of a naturalistic and scientific nature. So again, there isn't a war between science and religion. It's one thing to say that the medieval period hadn't quite worked out experimental science as Galileo or Newton and so forth did in the 17th century. But it's quite another thing to describe that period as either hostile to or aloof to what we would take to be the teachings, the methods, the contributions of the scientific enterprise. Now, what else does experimental science engage us in? Well, we apply our senses to God's creation. And the evidence of sense then has to be integrated into a more rational framework. A more integrated and rational framework, after all, just is the broader scientific framework. Now, even if one is committed to rationalism, to an essentially rational or logical approach to truth, well, rationality and logic have to work on something. And what is it that they work on? They work on the available facts of the world. So all knowledge begins with certain core facts, accessible to the senses, and these facts then become collected and integrated into a systematic form now judged to be governed by universal laws. That recovered Aristotelian canon is going to be richly pursued by a cadre of scholars, chiefly at Oxford and later at the University of Paris. There's a passage in Bacon's Opus Maius that's worth more than 1,000 of my words. I give you this quote from Roger Bacon. Quote, "I now wish to unfold the principles of experimental science, since without experience nothing can be sufficiently known." Close quote. Well, how about that? Absent direct sensory commerce with the physical world, knowledge is jejune. It's empty. It would just be words. He goes on to say, "For there are two modes of acquiring knowledge, namely by reasoning and experience. Reasoning draws the conclusion and makes us grant the conclusion, but does not make the conclusion certain, nor does it remove doubt so that the mind may rest on the intuition of truth, unless the mind discovers it by the path of experience." Close quote. The logician instructs us in the science of logic, noting that if all men are mortal, and if Socrates is a man, well, then necessarily Socrates is mortal. But notice that this gets us nowhere except insofar as we know what is meant by men, and we know who Socrates is. And now we can relate this rationally certain, rationally conclusive argument to the facts of experience. No one ever died as a conclusion of a valid syllogism. Aristotle had taught that, quote, "proof is reasoning that causes us to know," close quote. And Bacon understood that this required as a proviso that the proof is accompanied by its appropriate experience, and is not to be understood as the bare proof of a syllogism. Thus he says, quote, "He, therefore, who wishes to rejoice without doubt in regard to the truth's underlying phenomenon, must know how to devote himself to experiment." Close quote. What an incredible statement of purpose. What a pedagogically rich, instructive, guiding precept. Who would have said such a thing in the 4th century A.D.? I'm not sure. I know many who would have said such a thing in 1400. Bacon understands that we are equipped with two modes of knowing, and that the problem of knowledge can be addressed via two paths. There is indeed a rational route. We are rational creatures. We're made in the image and likeness of God. This rationality is a reflection of the Maker in his works. This is the means by which we come to know God. It's the means by which we come to know ourselves and our place in the world. Ourselves and our place in the world, well, we are in the world. We come to know God by his works. And one cannot know anything merely by fashioning abstract, rational depictions of what it might be. No, knowledge is first about something, about what is gleaned by the senses, by the facts of experience. But it is not just the unorganized facts of experience. It calls for something deeper than looking and gaping or listening and sniffing. Experience must be disciplined and ordered, and this is what experimentation achieves. This is that form of systematic, disciplined observation under conditions in which you have more or less controlled things so that you can be fairly certain of just what it is you're looking at. Now, I do not present here Roger Bacon as an early Galileo or Newton or Robert Boyle. The actual experiments conducted by Roger Bacon and his colleagues are interesting. He does use an opal stone, for example, and with it he's able to divide sunlight into the colors of the spectrum, and therefore show that white light is made up of constituents. This, by the way, in other words, was not first done by Isaac Newton. And he does make functional spectacles, actual eyeglasses to make things more visible. Not bad. And there was much more. But far more important than the actual experiments were his comments on what he called, quote, the sin of ignorance, and the need for the clergy to be scientifically informed. In the matter of what we would call scientific findings, there's something much more important than the finding itself. And what's more important than the finding itself is the method of finding itself. Experimental science now, in the hands of Robert Grosseteste and Roger Bacon, becomes part of the ethics of Christian life. It becomes a duty, as it were. It's not a depreciation of the world to examine it at the sensory level, even though it would be a depreciation to leave it at the sensory level. The great medieval Christian philosopher Duns Scotus put the case in yet another way. Quote, "As for what is known by experience, I have this to say. Even though a person does not experience every single individual, but only a great many, nor does he experience them at all times, but only frequently, still he knows infallibly that it is always this way, and holds for all instances." Close quote. Now you know what he's getting at here, don't you? This is a forerunner of what is now called the frequentist probability approach, probabilistic knowledge, establishing an inductive inference as a permissible mode of knowledge. Once you've sampled a number of cases and you see that things work out, remember Aristotle's Hosepi to pouli, by and large, for the most part, in general, well, you don't have to wait for an infinite time to consult every single instance. By inference, by logical inference, by a plausible, rational mode of thought, you can lay claim to understanding how this will be under all circumstances, no matter how many times it's sampled. So, to continue with Duns Scotus, quote, "Even though a person does not experience every single individual, but only a great many instances, still he knows infallibly that it is always this way, and holds for all instances." Close quote. Moreover, he knows this in virtue of something, quote, "reposing in his soul." He knows it intuitively. This is the proposition that he knows intuitively. Put another way, in the words of Duns Scotus again, quote, "Whatever occurs in a great many instances, by a cause that is not free, is the natural effect of that cause. This proposition is known to the intellect, even if derived from erring senses." Close quote. You see what's going on here. There is an actual philosophy of science being developed in these texts. Here's a justification for experimental science itself, a justification if I ever saw one. What the proposition is this. You take a fairly large sample, you see what the general pattern of outcomes is. You have every right to conclude by inference that there is a general law controlling these things. You know that you can't observe every event for all time to come. Nonetheless, your knowledge is infallible when the pattern is so securely repeated a given number of times. Now, the Platonist might contend that from a limited number of observations, each one of them corrupted by the imperfections of sense, the inferences drawn are illicit. There's no way of knowing what the next outcome is going to be because there is imperfect knowledge on the part of only one. It is precisely to this criticism, however, that Duns Scotus offers the common sense rebuttal. Duns Scotus, Robert Grosseteste, Roger Bacon, they're defending a mode of thought in the scholastic period that is characteristic of that period, though also original and groundbreaking. There's something quite commonsensical about it all, even amidst the analytical rigor and the formal arguments. This comes about, in a very considerable measure, as a result of Christian teaching itself, the requirement that we know God through His creation, an inquiry into our own nature, because by way of imago Dei, to know oneself is to know something of God. So again, this is not an age hostile to the senses, indifferent to experimental modes of inquiry. There's nothing dark about this period at all. It's an age of great intellectual energy, which seems to some extent rather innocent and remote, because it really is restoring something briefly misplaced. If Greek philosophy has too long laid fallow, if scholars in the West have not yet recovered the habitual and sure-handed use of ancient intellectual resources, there is now at least the beginning of a full recovery. The labors of medieval scholarship, particularly within the context of the university, the corpus of scholastic teaching and scholastic thought, methodology, criticism and analysis, will revive the noblest traditions of the West. Every age is fairly confident that its perspective is the modern perspective. Modern here is not simply the most recent word, however. and it certainly isn't the last word. All of the witch hunters were using the best evidence. They were using refined legal procedures, refined rules of evidence, right kinds of tests, etc. They were hunting witches. So we're always quite confident in our science, quite confident in our religion and our philosophy, which is why I generally end a lecture of this sort by saying that when your confidence has reached a really high level in these regards, particularly everything that can be learned experimentally and by reason, by direct observation, by analyticity, by linguistic analysis, by a consultation with cultural historians and anthropologists, so that you're absolutely certain you've got the thing nailed down, then what I would urge as a therapy is to move in front of a mirror and say, I may be wrong. I may be gravely wrong. I may be hopelessly, irretrievably wrong. And in that, you may very well be right.
Lecture 22, Scholasticism and the Theory of Natural Law.
Thomas Aquinas, Tommaso d'Aquino, the famous and great doctor of the Church, the great 13th century Dominican figure whose scholastic philosophy continues to dominate thought within the overall religious philosophy of the Roman Catholic Church. He was a prolific writer. He was not, however, the most promising of students. At least legend has it that he was a large and rather lumbering chap, called by his classmates the dumb ox, and his celebrated teacher, Albertus Magnus, was persuaded that when that ox started making sounds, the entire world would quake. And in this, Albertus Magnus was correct, in this and in many other things. Thomas was a child of privilege. His father was the Count of Aquino, and his mother Theodora, Countess of Teano. His family was related by blood to the emperors Henry VI and Frederick II. His early promise as a child, schooled by the Benedictines, resulted in advanced study in liberal arts at Naples, and it was there that he committed himself to a religious vocation. By the age of 20, he is found a Dominican friar, a self-imposed poverty. And now a concerned family would keep him under a kind of house arrest for 2 years, doing all within and even beyond reason to shake this commitment. But their powers were not equal to the task. It was at Cologne, under the teaching of Albertus Magnus, that his full promise became more apparent. He earned a teaching position at Paris, where he would also earn a doctorate. And by the time of his early 30s, he was a veritable celebrity, attracting the best students and serving as an intellectual resource to the princes of the church. It was only through agility that he actually avoided becoming Archbishop of Naples. I think the history of ideas is greatly indebted to the fact that he never became an archbishop. Now, outside of Catholic philosophy, Thomas Aquinas is probably best known and most widely read for treatises on natural law. He was tutored in the law, and in the 13th century, the European world again was in possession of Roman law. At this same time, the Church needed and required a small legion of legally trained scholars. The daily wars on heresies of one sort and another, not to mention the complexities of the relationships between the secular and clerical world, provided work for an army of lawyers. For a mind of the quality of Thomas Aquinas', however, law was much more than a set of procedures for settling disputes. It was recognized as an expression of the rational order itself. And so when Thomas Aquinas undertakes a treatise on law, he certainly doesn't think that he's doing something removed from human psychology or from ethics, philosophy, politics, religion. We find his most systematic treatment of law in questions 90 to 108 of the Summa Theologiae, the questions 90 to 108 constituting his philosophy of law. So the place to begin actually is not there. It's in the first part of the Summa Theologiae, questions 75 to 89, which summarizes his position on human nature itself. Until you get the human nature part of the story in place, you can't really move to the philosophy of law. Now, the format is an established one, found, as I noted in the previous lecture, in Abelard's Sic et Non. We begin with a question: whether the soul is a body. That's an example of the sort of question. And then we confront arguments for and against. Thus, objection 1. It would seem that the soul is a body, for the soul is the moving principle of the body, nor does it move unless moved. Now, against such objections is placed the contrary position. Thus, on the contrary, Augustine says that the soul is simple in comparison with the body, inasmuch as it does not occupy space by its bulk. So you begin to see the Sic et Non version here now in Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologiae. And then Thomas offers his own answer, followed by statements designed to meet all of the objections enumerated at the outset. So his reply to objection 1, for example, is, quote, "As everything which is in motion must be moved by something else, a process which cannot be prolonged indefinitely, we must allow that not every mover is moved." Here then is the essential form of the discourse. On the question of human nature, following Aristotle, Thomas adopts the hylomorphic thesis. Man is a composite of body and soul. Hylo, material, and morphos, for form, where the soul is the form of the body. Just as the process of sensation is at once a power of the soul, but a process that requires material organs, so the whole man is an enmattered being whose psychic processes are realized through corporeal operations. Nothing antiquated about that view. Now, on the question of knowledge, Aquinas distinguishes the human from the divine intellect, the latter being in the very essence of God, whereas the human intellect is but a power or faculty of the soul. In this, it is included among several other powers, such as sensation, appetite, and the will. Though those are distinguishable as powers, the actual person functions as a person, and not as a set of distinct functions. Now, this is quite, I'm inclined to say, quite forward-looking. The inclination today in the psychological disciplines is to modularize the human psychology into memory banks, short-term and long-term memory, various cognitive powers, ideational and so forth. Thomas Aquinas wants to make clear that we do not function as a collection of parts, but as an integrated whole. It is by way of the rational power of the intellect that one is able to obtain or avoid that which the appetites crave. There is sufficient control of the will that it becomes possible to suppress the appetites by shifting one's attention, by considering other options. This is fairly good psychology. And the issue of free will is going to be central to the concept of law itself. For it is the law, both divine and temporal, that holds us responsible solely for what we are able to do or forbear from doing. And so in question 83 of his treatise on man, Thomas summarizes the objections to the theory of freedom of the will, the objections taken from Scripture itself. For example, Romans 7:19, quote, "For the good which I will, I do not, but the evil which I will not, that I do," close quote. Often the common-sense psychologist, Thomas replies that evidence for freedom of the will is provided by the fact that were the will not free, quote, "counsels, exhortations, commands, prohibitions, rewards and punishments would be in vain," close quote. That is, the very evidence some might take to support determinism, for example, the effects of reward and punishment in controlling behavior, Aquinas shows entail freedom. I mean, you might answer the contemporary, rather radical behaviorist who says all behavior is determined by reward and punishment, with a Thomistic reply that says, well, if it weren't possible to choose reward and to choose to avoid punishment, rewards and punishments wouldn't work at all. The animal kingdom includes the instinctual behavior of sheep in the presence of wolves. Here the sheep is guided by what Thomas calls a natural judgment, a judgment that is not free because it's governed by a natural instinct. Man, however, judges on the basis of reason, apprehending what should be done. And herein is the basis upon which law condemns and punishes. So now we can move to questions 90 through 108. We've got this general framework on the nature of human nature, which fits us out for the rule of law, and now we can consider law as such. Question 90 begins the treatise on law with a definition, a now quite famous definition. The proposition to be considered is whether law is something pertaining to reason. And the first objection to this is again based on Romans. Quote, I see another law in my members, etc., etc. In other words, we're ruled not by reason, but by something that reaches the sensitive and appetitive part of our nature. Now, Thomas Aquinas replies to these various objections, having asserted that law is a rule and measure of acts, whereby man is induced to act. Now, the rule and measure of human acts is reason, which is the first principle of human acts. Thomas Aquinas claimed that if our natures were different, our duties would be different. And so, to a first approximation, what he seems to be saying, and this, of course, would be entirely consistent with Aristotle's position, is that to engage in political and juridical questions, one must be clear as to the nature of those who would be ruled. But as Thomas doesn't see the task of understanding the nature of human nature as an essentially observational or inductive enterprise, the sort of thing you might find, for example, in experimental psychology, rather, we gauge the nature of human nature through the arts and sciences of reason. That is, we can assemble a coherent and defensible understanding of human nature, and then, given that understanding of human nature, we can ask ourselves what political and legal arrangements are right for a nature like that. That is, we have to put together first a rational picture of what a flourishing, healthy, wholesome human life looks like. And then, given that ideal, as it were, given that possible life, we then can see how law and various political arrangements conduce to lives lived according to that model. Now you might say, well, doesn't this seem to be rather backwards? I mean, shouldn't you first have a developed psychology, taking the facts of human nature where you find them, and then making the best of a bad situation by putting together laws and political institutions? Well, of course, if you wanted to do it that way, you'd begin with an essentially descriptive psychology, thereupon fashioning laws and governments in ways that match up with the data. But suppose, however, you were unlucky enough to find yourself in a place where everyone was insane, or felonious, or irremediably stupid. You certainly would not fashion a polis to accommodate and nurture lives of that sort. No, you must step back from the mere contingent characteristics of human beings, wherever you might find them, and ask, what is the essential nature of human life? And then, in light of that nature, what is the good life? Now, you see the difference here between a descriptive psychology that goes out and just samples people and says, well, given this sample, people are like that, now let's put together a world that can accommodate that, versus, no, let's have a developed theory of human nature as it is in its, not perfected, but in its flourishing mode, and what kind of world, what rule of law, what political organization is right for entities of that kind. Now, what is good for man can't simply be what a given person chooses or says is good. A drug addict will certainly choose drugs over not having drugs. The alcoholic will choose alcohol over being denied alcohol. The lazy person will choose rest over labor. The duplicitous person will choose deceit over truthfulness. So a descriptive psychology really is not up to the task. one must reach an understanding through the exercise of reason, just what the essential nature of human life is, and then on that basis determine what the basic goods are for a life of that kind. Now, Thomas Aquinas' deep and enduring respect for Aristotle has him invariably referring to Aristotle not by name, but simply as the philosopher. Aristotle as a philosophical guide, and often but not always a philosophical authority. Recall that Thomas Aquinas is going to become St. Thomas Aquinas. He's a Dominican priest. His mission in life is service to the Church. What he's attempting to get right is the spiritual dimension of human life, the obligations we have to God, conducting our lives in such a way as to be worthy of the salvation secured through the death of Jesus Christ. So this is not someone seeking tenure in a philosophy department, and he certainly isn't going to settle once and for all for the philosophical musings, no matter how deep and penetrating they might be, of a pagan philosopher who died in the 4th century B.C. To make the point briefly, then, I should say we don't want to read Thomistic philosophy as a gloss on Aristotelianism. The stakes are different, and the stakes, at least for Thomas Aquinas, are much higher. Aristotle does become important because Aristotle, as far as Thomas Aquinas is concerned, really was onto something. He understood this utterly integrated nature of those factors that participate in the realization or the stultification of our humanity, the political world in which we find ourselves, the disciplining influences of law, the importance of early instruction, the sources of self-corruption. But whatever we might want to say about Aristotle's philosophy, it is not subservient to any religious view, and thus can guide Thomas Aquinas only so far. Now this helps explain why it is that when Thomas Aquinas considers Aristotle's treatment of the virtues, he concludes that the account ignores the foundational theological virtues. If by episteme we refer to a complete explanatory scheme by which we comprehend nothing less than the affairs of the world, how is that to assist a Christian whose overriding obligation is to know God? But that's the means by which we comprehend the affairs of the world. Of what help is that going to be in that central Christian mission, that unique obligation the Christian has to know the divine essence? How can an intellectual virtue, episteme, get you to the divine essence? The divine essence is not something accessible to the senses as such. And when you go down Aristotle's theory of learning, the means by which we come to comprehend things, of course, at the empirical level, the exercise of the senses really is the last word. Now suppose we consult Aristotle on the moral virtues, on prudence and courage and the like. Well, again, Thomas Aquinas places a high value on these. But here's a concern Aristotle never had to deal with in his ethical writings, and that Thomas Aquinas had to deal with 7 days a week. Salvation. Salvation, conducting one's life in such a way as to secure the eternal reward of heaven. So Thomas understands that to the moral and intellectual virtues, something very basic has to be added, which Greek philosophers had no occasion to comprehend, let alone to develop. And that is the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. Well, what would Aristotle have made of something like charity? Now, Aristotle recognizes that magnanimity is not itself a unique virtue. It seems to underlie all the virtues. The megalopsukos, the great-souled person, the great-spirited person, the magnanimous person. Well, what's the characteristic of such a person generally? Suppose I were to say something of this sort. Aristotle teaches that we should attempt in every way to perfect our virtues, and one of the virtues is courage. Well, all right, I'll be courageous. Darn it! Now, there really is something missing here, or perhaps there are 2 words too many, the darn it, do you say? Even if I proceeded to behave in a courageous way, someone might say, look, he's behaving in a courageous way, but he does seem to be kicking and screaming all the way. Now, similarly, with any of the other virtues, suppose that although I'm behaving virtuously, my disposition to do so is really not very magnanimous. So Aristotle is inclined to make magnanimity a disposition required of all the virtues, such that the man of virtue not only behaves in a virtuous way, but behaves in a virtuous way with the full-spirited, positive desire to be virtuous. Now that's about as close as we're going to find Aristotle getting to the notion of charity, and it doesn't really quite reach the Christian sense of being sure that you never neglect the needs of others, that you do not place yourself first in the scheme of things, that you exercise restraint when it comes to taking a particular share of something, that you don't even take what perhaps legitimately is your share if in so doing you deny something to someone or to a person that might actually need more of it. Charity is closer to what the Stoic Epictetus had in mind when he said, "Never say of anything that I have lost it, only that I have given it back." The understanding that whatever one has is a gift, and that gift requires a thankfulness, an inclination to share. That as God has been so generous toward us, so too in our charity we must be generous toward others in the matter of forgiveness, in the matter of sharing, in the matter of sympathy. So here's a theological virtue, absent which you cannot know salvation. No matter how successfully you might live your earthly life, absent the theological virtue of charity, there will be something fundamentally missing in your moral makeup. So much for charity, then. Now, what about faith? I'm not quite sure what the right understanding of faith would be for Aristotle. As a Greek, he would use the word pistis, faith, having faith in something. But faith would probably be the sort of thing that, on a strict Aristotelian account, you might want to protect yourself from. If the word refers to a superstitious rejection of the evidence of sense and the counsels of reason, it surely would not count as an Aristotelian virtue. But that's not faith on the Thomistic account, because if we would know the divine essence, we must recognize that the evidence of sense is never going to be entirely successful. The record there is going to be an ambiguous one, and rational power will get us very far, but finally it can't get us all the way. It is one of the powers of reason to clarify what is received by faith and defend the discoveries of faith. The two stand in a harmonious relationship. Were reason absent, there would be nothing at all to faith that would distinguish it from mere delusion. So we do have to understand that there are certain mysteries surrounding the creation and surrounding our place within it. But it is through the grace of God that we can have faith, that there is a providential God in whose image we are made, and that providential God has provided us with the means of salvation. Now, this is a gift we have on a particular construal, and that particular construal is the Christian construal as represented by Augustine and, of course, by Thomas Aquinas. And similarly, with the hope that a future eternal life will find us properly positioned, that indeed we will redeem the great confidence that God has had in us, that we will have made the proper use of the great gifts that have been bestowed by a loving God, and that although we cannot see that eternal future, we can be hopeful about the prospect. All this comes under the gift of faith. Now, the problem of conduct for Thomas Aquinas is the problem of reconciling us to the eternal law. It's not simply a matter of making sure that our life is within a political community that's decent and that we're civilly and civically responsible, or that we choose good leaders and the like. The problem of conduct now is a very high-stakes problem. This is not simply a matter of accommodation. It's not simply a matter of developing our personal virtues and giving up the ghost in the manner of Cleobus and Biton. The problem of conduct now is inextricably bound up with notions of the holy life, the life of deep devotion, a life that is committed to know God and to love God and to become worthy of God's presence in the life to come. You don't hear Aristotle in any of these lines, do you see? Now, in this undertaking, and through this understanding, the rule of law does guide and serve. How is law to be defined, then? Thomas gives us a textbook definition if we're concerned with natural law theory. The law, he says, is an ordinance of reason promulgated by one who has responsibility for the good of the community. Law restrains and encourages. It appeals to the rational side of our nature. It assists in the control of the passions and the dispositions of the will. It is not simply some sort of mechanical constraint. Rather, it is a princely rule. You do hear Aristotle here. It speaks to our rational nature, which is our essential nature. The Thomistic theory of law is a natural law theory, much in the sense that Aristotle and Cicero and Roman law itself understood the relationship. Law is natural to creatures of a certain kind. The right and just law demands what a rational being would demand of himself, were there not competing influences. And of course, what's the culprit? The culprit is desire. When our guard is down, we find ourselves desiring things that are not good for us. Aristotle noting that all things that are desired are not desirable. The pleasures of the moment very often trump the dictates of reason. And the hedonistically oriented, self-interested person who would rather have gratification now at all costs is moving in the direction of a brain in a vat, so that all there is in the end is a pattern of stimulation, desire, satisfaction of the desire, then the rekindling of the desire, and then a behavior that will satisfy it again, an addiction to desire itself. Now, how do we get protection against ourselves in this regard? Well, apart from the gift of grace and the blessings of heaven, there are more immediately perceptible means of improvement and immunity, and chief among these is the well-ordered state, the realm of justice, which commands the assent of reason by its own reasonableness, and finds desire itself loyal to it, for it helps to gratify all the desires that are worth having. Now, this is an ideal conception, of course. Taking human nature to be an expression of divine love, Thomas Aquinas then finds the children of God placed here for a purpose, and that purpose is for what is best in us to flourish. And what is best in us is the capacity for an integrated, wholesome family life, for the responsibilities of parenthood, for responsibilities to the church, to conduct ourselves in a prudent and reasonable manner, to desire the good and to shun evil, to shun what cannot be in the interest of a rational being. We do have the potentiality for developing the moral and intellectual virtues, and this is by study and contemplation. And we also finally must deploy, as it were, the theological virtues, so that the form of life we live matches up in a proper way with the life that Jesus lived, a life that was abundant in charity, that was the very epitome of faith in divine providence, and that gave all hope for an eternal future that would cancel out the frustrations and disappointments of earthly life and reward us for the commitment and devotion that we had made during those years of earthly life. Well, never before or since will there be so complete a faith in an age hosting such extraordinary intellects. It is quite remarkable. I mean, if you step back and, in fact, step out of the context of religion itself and just consider the man, Thomas Aquinas. This is a towering intellect, the author of still to be translated hundreds of thousands of words of rich philosophy, logic, ethics, etc. An instructed mind, a mind fashioned by the best productions of the classical world, and a mind that, at the end of the day, turns itself away from scholarship, from writing, comes out of a chapel toward the end of his life, reflecting on everything he had put in print or put to paper, saying that it was pointless, it was just like sand, do you see? That as one who thinks so deeply and so persistently on the meaning of life, an examined life, and examined at such depth and with such sincerity and purpose and gratitude as to find words incapable of expressing truths that somehow and otherwise are known by the grace of God. This is a tradition put in place where the intellectual foundations of the faith are thick and firm, and I should say, even into the 21st century, durable. A great figure in a great age. Thomas Aquinas. Not a bad lawyer either.
Lecture 23. The Renaissance. Was there one?
Well, having attempted, however briefly and incompletely, to set the record straight on the medieval period, that much maligned age, it's time to return to the question, was there a Renaissance? Renaissance now being the Renaissance that we have in mind when the word is used. Was there a Renaissance that really should engage our attention and indeed attract our allegiance, as legions of admirers of the Renaissance for centuries would have us do? Was there that Renaissance? Perhaps we should begin with dates or time frames. What period are we talking about? The Renaissance begins in Florence in the Quattrocento, Florence in the 1400s. It is here that there's a clear record of city planning, with the Pope, the leading architects, leading city fathers working closely. The record leaves no doubt but that the civic dimensions of life are of utmost concern. The feudal world is now in the background. Urban life has begun in earnest, with all of its attractions, temptations, indeed problems. We've got a wonderful record of this period. We've got Alberti's treatise on architecture, De Architectura. Alberti, whose dates are 1404 to 1472. He's something of a latter-day Vitruvius, who flourished about 40 BC, and whose 10 books on architecture would look forward to a time when, thanks to his own writings, others would add, quote, to the refinement of learning. Now, Alberti's discussions of the sheer joy of his villa and his gardens find him citing Horace and Pliny here, one of the characteristics of Renaissance writers, their nearly personal identification with leading figures in the classical period. He sees in Rome just that heavenly combination of vernal beauty and cleansing atmosphere, a world in which no one need have, as he says, quote, fear of treachery, and one is not cheated by debtors or attorneys, close quote. But he also emphasizes how architectural principles will work towards such ends. The design of buildings, he says, must be based on, quote, main lines in strict proportion and regularity, lest the pleasing harmony of the whole should be lost in the attraction of individual parts, close quote. So, no Gothic cathedral in mind here. Rather, what is to be achieved is the bucolic backdrop of the world of Pliny, now transported over time to a revived classical world. Alberti's connection with Pope Nicholas V was nothing less than a meeting of kindred spirits, at least in what we take to be the aesthetic humanism of the Renaissance. Nicholas V was a scholar. He was a world traveler, a lover of books, a man who knew that power and principle had to manifest themselves visibly, even palpably. he surrounded himself with the leading scholars of the age. His notary was no less a giant of thought than Lorenzo Valla, and the chap he chose to execute some frescoes was Fra Angelico. He committed a small fortune for translations and for the labor of copyists working on such pagans as Homer, the net effect being that the papacy of Nicholas V was a magnet to an army of Greek scholars trundling to Rome with precious manuscripts in their baggage, in their luggage. How pleased the suspicious Roman clergy was with all this can be gauged from their unsuccessful attempt to unseat the Pope in 1452. And the following year would witness the fall of Constantinople, so this erudite and progressive man would find small comfort in his achievements. Well, countless visitors to Italy over the past half-millennium have compiled a much less mixed record of appreciation. And coincidentally, in the year that the failed conspiracy left Nicholas V in the shoes of the fishermen, Alberti's treatise on edifices appeared and would come to be the Bible for Renaissance architects for years and years to come. Dedicated to the Pope, it defended the classical, harmonious, essentially musical structure of art. I'm reminded of von Uexküll in the 19th century saying that all art aspires to be music, and this is something I think that Alberti had in mind also. Conformity with principles of harmony as abstractly revealed in mathematics. Alberti arrived in Florence in 1434, witnessing the architectural achievements of Brunelleschi, whose dates are 1377 to 1446, and whose cupola atop the Duomo remains one of the enduring attractions of Renaissance Florence. Brunelleschi's works confirmed Alberti in his theories as how buildings and their civic contexts are to be related. The harmony is expressed fully in the Palazzo Rucellai, built in Florence for Cosimo Rucellai. In his working with two popes and many patrons, Alberti led an aesthetic movement in which politics, finance, piety, and civics were integrated, and much to the benefit of all of these components. Concern throughout was with just what it is about a city that makes it the right kind of place to live. Should the children of servants be living in the same house as the families that are being served, so that even though they might be children of poverty, they become associated with children of affluence, with the children of the establishment? This is a very interesting question. We can ask that question today. Though the poor will always be with us, though there may be great, great differences in socioeconomic class, should it not be the case that there not be an isolation of one class from another, cemented by architectural divisions? So I say these were being considered in Florence in the Quattrocento. We can say that there is certainly one thing new about the Renaissance, not a rebirth, because the ancient city of Athens was not like Florence in the Quattrocento, no matter what the Florentines themselves might have thought. There's something new here now, and it's this understanding of the city as having very definite moral purposes. The city is a place in which we learn lessons and realize possibilities. The city is a place in which an essentially progressive being, an organic and progressive being, can make his way. Now let me pause here for a moment. There certainly was an ancient Greek expression, polis andra didaska, man is taught by the polis. But this had much more to do with the sort of formal relationship between the individual, the law courts, etc. In Florence, in the Quattrocento, there's a much livelier, more organic sense, a greater appreciation of the organicity of human life itself. I don't want to stretch the point. To be sure, the ancient polis was also understood as having centrally moral purposes, which is what polis andra didaska reaches, man being taught by the city. But Athens wasn't the place where you came to make your mark as I say, a progressive, organic being, defining yourself anew. concealing a lackluster past, parlaying your talents into sources of wealth and standing, etc. But with the Renaissance, we do very much have this idea of progress, that a life, no matter where it begins, can end in an entirely different place. This depends on initiative. If things aren't working out for you in Venice, go to Florence. If not there, go to Rome. If not there, go to France. One can move. One can make one's way. One can borrow money. One can engage in banking and trade. Find a patron. Now, this is a safer and more mobile world, and with that mobility, as we see in the 20th century and the early 21st century, with that mobility, complex social issues do arise. Let me briefly consider another Florentine by adoption, Leonardo Bruni, whose dates are 1369 to 1444. He was of humble birth but high station. He served as secretary to successive popes. He served briefly as Chancellor of Florence in 1410, returning there in 1415, where he remained for the rest of his life. It is Bruni who writes a history of Florence so well and so well received as to have Florentine citizenship conferred on him and his progeny. His richly ceremonial burial would find over the breast of his silk-draped body his History of the Florentine People. Bruni was the leader of that movement of thought and culture that revived the Greek classics through Latin translation. If Aristotle, Plato, Plutarch, and Demosthenes are returned to the Renaissance, it is by way of these efforts. With the same pen, so to speak, he provided biographies of Cicero and Aristotle, Dante and Petrarch. His History of Florence emphasizes the freedoms long enjoyed by Florentines, never under the foot of an imperial Rome, a city which from its very origins has been peopled by a free and creative population. Bruni's historical volumes, whether he's being a civic booster or not, tells Florentines what they will agree with, for by the time of their publication, Florence is the very center of Renaissance humanism. Petrarch and Dante? Bruni devotes the same attention to them as to Aristotle and Cicero. Both are geniuses of the 1300s, closer to the culture of the High Middle Ages than to that of the Renaissance in Florence, but this is a point worth some attention. Petrarch's dates are 1304 to 1374. Dante's 1265 to 1321. Now, the shifting political fortunes of leading Florentine families would find Dante's own fortunes oscillating over the course of his life. I will not pause to review the status of the black and the white parties, the Ghibellines and the Guelphs. Dante himself fought in the service of the Guelphs and in the cause of Florentine liberty. But again, this is not the Dante of interest. Rather, I draw attention to the Dante whose love of Beatrice begins when the poet is 9 years old and continues over the course of decades. In his first book, his Vita Nuova, he confesses this love and will then spend years seeking the idiom of perfected love with which to record what he judges her to deserve. He will write, he says, quote, "what has never before been written of any woman," close quote. Now, alas, where does he find the elusive idiom? He finds it in philosophy, and more particularly, he finds it in scholastic philosophy. In 1306, he is found writing his Banquet, his Convivio, which is a popularization of scholastic thought. And his teachers, as he prepares himself for this, may well have included among them Thomas Aquinas' students. And when he then undertakes his masterpiece, the Divine Comedy, his guide will be Virgil. But the journey out of hell is a journey from darkness to light, by way of the moral and intellectual virtues, under the light of natural reason. And who in this allegory represents divine philosophy? None other than Beatrice, who helps him then complete his journey to the true paradise, which is the sight of God. Now, might we not properly regard the Divine Comedy as the last great romance of the High Middle Ages? I will say less about Petrarch, so well known for his vast classical knowledge and glorious poetry. It's sufficient here to cite his Epistolae, which includes treatises bearing such titles as Concerning Contempt of the World, as well as dialogues between himself and St. Augustine, conducted before Truth. Now, to these might be added his famous Triumphi, where the triumphal procession is led by love, death, fame, time, chastity, and divinity, the last triumphing over all. Again, and this is the point I'm trying to stress, this seems very much not in the mode of modern progressive Renaissance. This is a medieval mode of expression, very much tied to the substantive concerns of the medieval world. Dante and Petrarch are not outside of the medieval culture. They are in many respects the culmination of it. And this is the merging of the High Middle Ages with the Renaissance itself. Now, the Florentines thought of themselves as recovering something that had been lost, recovering something of the classical worldview, the Athenian, and I think perhaps more so, the Roman Republican worldview. What they thought had been lost was a devotion to the humanizing and humanistic arts, to that centered perspective on human nature and what is right for it. They thought that what had been lost was all of the poetry, all of the music of life, the splendor of life, the great sculpture, the great orderliness, the great beauty, the beauty of the place for secular purposes, not just great churches and temples, but great houses, great paintings, great gardens. Certainly one of the great paintings is, by anyone's standards, Raphael's School of Athens, which offers further support for the point I've been making. Raphael's School of Athens conveys one of the characteristic themes of the Renaissance, the world of classical genius. But consider the layout of the subjects as depicted. It's quite the medieval university curriculum. The liberal arts surround mathematics, which is the queen of the sciences. Logic is central. Aristotle and Plato are there, with Plato pointing up toward considerations of a transcendent nature, and Aristotle with his hand sort of keeping himself and everything else at ground level, where one might discover just what the cuttlefish are up to. We even have an Arab scholar, maybe the prophet himself, illustrating the Hellenic-Islamic connection, so fruitful and so problematical throughout the High Middle Ages. So I'd say even in this splendid fresco by Raphael, what we're looking at are recurring themes in the medieval worldview. So was there a Renaissance, do you see? So one must be cautious. There is surely a renewed interest in the purely human and earthly dimensions of life, the human civic dimensions of life, and the part played in that life by art, architecture, poetry, song, drama. Those who are engaged in studies of this kind refer to themselves as umanisti. These are the humanists. Renaissance humanism here referring not to anything especially humanitarian as such. In fact, when Florence had as a proposal a scheme of taxation to be put together for the benefit and relief of the poor, there were threatened riots in the street. Indeed, I should think by ordinary Renaissance sensibilities, the idea that successful people should be taxed for their success in order to support those who lacked sufficient initiative and vigor to care for themselves, well, this must have looked very suspect indeed. So Renaissance humanism refers to humanistic studies being those that feature art, letters, architecture, etc. We don't want to confuse this with humanitarianism. Although these enterprises flourished in the classical period, it's less these than the power and originality of philosophy that finally characterizes the Hellenic and Hellenistic achievement. Now stay with this for a moment. If we take the defining feature of the Hellenic world, its philosophical creations, by that standard, the term Renaissance would seem especially misleading for the Renaissance. For the Renaissance we're talking about produced no philosophers of abiding significance. Many at the time translated and composed learned glosses on philosophical works, and established schools in which philosophy was studied. There were gifted teachers and exegetes, explaining what Plato and Aristotle said. I need only mention Lorenzo Valla and Pietro Pomponazzi, Pico della Mirandola. The list is a long one. Pomponazzi founded a school based on the works of Aristotle, opposing the influential Averroism of the Hellenic Islamic schools, and thereby helped to restore Aristotle's curricular supremacy. Lorenzo Valla, on the other hand, opposed Aristotelian thought in nearly all its forms, waging intellectual war on the scholastics as well. But there's little in this work that would attract modern philosophical interest. The point is made, I think. The Renaissance is remarkable in many ways, but not in its philosophical undertakings. It is unquestionably remarkable in the number of patrons arising at the time, not least of whom were wealthy merchants and bankers. Leading the list were the Medicis. Cosimo de' Medici supported not only the artists and writers of his age, but scholars as well. His doctor had an especially able son, the philosopher and philologist Marsilio Ficino, whom Cosimo supported to translate the works of Plato into Latin. Cosimo also supported the formation of a center in Florence, rather presumptuously called, get this, the Academy. One episode involving this academy, this non-Platonic academy, will tell us something important about the Renaissance. Cosimo de' Medici was a compulsive collector of manuscripts, and in 1460, Brother Leonardo of Pistoia delivered to him the Greek-language edition of a body of scientific writings, presumably inspired by the god Hermes. This was the Corpus Hermeticum, thought to contain a wisdom dating to a time before history. Now the task immediately falls to Ficino to provide a Latin translation, which he produces in 1463 under the title Pomander, in The Shepherd of Men. Published for general distribution in 1471, Pomander will go through 16 editions before the close of the 16th century. And we discover here something revealing about the science of the period. If the Renaissance is to be seen as the birth of the modern world, and if we identify modernity with scientific achievement, what do we make of the Pomander, with its nonsensical cures and theories, and with whole communities of Florentine savants accepting these as pure wisdom? It's better to see the Renaissance as a transitional period, not the birth of the modern world, but an intermediate period, a period that has liberated itself from feudal social organization, but has been merely strident in rejecting what it regards as the aimless analyticity of scholastic philosophy. It is an age that spends more time looking back to antiquity than forward to modernity. Or perhaps we might want to say that it's an age that's trying to look in both directions at the same time. Now, in some respects, the two sides of the Renaissance can be seen in two of the great thinkers of the age, and I refer here to Luther and Erasmus. Martin Luther would become one of the most powerful figures in the history of Western civilization. Though again, but I don't think, the most admiring of Lutherans would regard his principal contribution to be philosophical. Quite the contrary. He makes clear in his letters, if you really want to start anew and get things right, the preferred course of action is to begin burning everything Aristotle ever wrote. The book that counts most with Luther is the Bible, and it is he who was the first to translate it into a vernacular language. It's of some interest to note that the authoritative Greek text he used for the translation was that had been compiled by Erasmus. Well, Erasmus, born illegitimately, but thank goodness born, in 1466 at Rotterdam, and dying 70 years later in Switzerland. He was among the most shining intellects ever to cast light on the subjects that amuse and confuse a rational being. Both of his parents were dead by the time he was 15. His guardians sending him off to a monastery school. This is something he didn't like. And the clerical life that ensued was a source of regret and disappointment to him for the rest of his life. Nonetheless, it was a life that provided him with scholarly resources, which he used to such great effect that by the time of his Italian journeys in 1506, he was received as a celebrity in one Italian university town after another. His Praise of Folly, which appeared in 1509, went through 7 editions in less than 6 months. In Luther and Erasmus, we discover the most decisive voices of a Reformation, what was intended to be a Roman Catholic Reformation, based on the rejection of scholasticism and the restoration of evangelical Christianity. It is worth pausing here for a moment to say we sometimes, and I guess permissibly, refer to the Protestant Reformation. This is not what Luther set out to do. It was a Roman Catholic Reformation. It was an attempt to reform the Roman Catholic Church. Well, there couldn't be 2 people of more different temperament than Luther and Erasmus. They couldn't have differed more while preserving their own respective sanities. Erasmus in his writing is the soul of wit, the cutting edge of philosophical subtlety, the student of the classics. He wrote with jovial contempt against the Church's position on celibacy, divorce, the divine origin of the papacy, the veneration of relics. In place of what he regarded as scholastic hair-splitting, Erasmus would install the pure and perfect, quote, philosophy of Christ, as he put it. An ethical ideal readily guided by a wisdom reached through the humanizing influences of, for example, to use his expression, Saint Virgil. Erasmus regarded every enthusiasm as reason denying itself the pleasures of thought. His appeal was to the thinking parts of the world, and the appeal was at the utterly human level of good sense, geniality, refinement of expression, the instructed mind. In all, if one is committed to the use of Renaissance humanism, I should say Erasmus is the quintessential reference of the term. Neither Erasmus nor Luther aspired to be a philosopher. In this, too, there is a revealing aspect of the humanism of the period. Consider Petrarch on the same subject. Writing, quote, on his own ignorance and that of many others, close quote, Petrarch, regarded by many as the veritable founder of the Renaissance, says that as far as he's concerned, he can get as far as one would wish with the Bible, with Cicero and the folk wisdom of his fellow citizens, and he specifically eschews what he regards as the speculative confusions and ignorances of the ancient philosophers. This is Petrarch speaking. Again, the humanist as skeptical toward what the ancient world offers as perhaps its greatest achievement. So you see, once again, Renaissance, recovering the ancient perspective, not quite. And this gives us yet another side of Renaissance life that's quite different from what we found in that part of the classical world that gives the classical world its reputation. There is an unabashed practicality about the age, the Renaissance conception of virtue, which is really quite different, I should think, from what Plato and Aristotle had in mind, is much more a publicly observable sort of thing, more external than perhaps internal. The Medicis will show you their virtue by the patronage they give to artists and sculptors and architects. If you would know the sort of man I am, look at the buildings and paintings and statues brought about as a result of my patronage. There's something else going on in this period, and that is a gospel of success giving rise to excess and at the cost of piety. What the Reformation seeks to establish is the reaffirmation of the pious life. It seeks to put the brakes on Renaissance developments that are moving so progressively as actually to abandon the profound, deep religious moorings that are the ultimate moorings for the Christian life. Savonarola prevails upon his fellow citizens to bring their portable assets to the city square and to burn the vanities. He wants paintings and books brought to the square in Florence and burned, and not long after, Savonarola himself will be burned, not far from the same site, and Giordano Bruno will present himself as a progressive man of science defending the astronomy of Copernicus, and he too will be burned at the stake. And Luther? The soul, he says, can do without everything except the Word of God. And this is a passage from his treatise concerning Christian liberty, and it summarizes the entire project of the Reformation with a force and fierceness unmatched in the history of religious writing. Luther would condemn Rome, chide the Pope, reject his authority, and still have time to urge the suppression of revolting peasants. The revolt had been inspired by his own writings against arbitrary authority, but when he heard of it, he issued his pamphlet against the thievish and murderous hordes of peasants, encouraging the lords to, quote, knock down, strangle, and stab every insurgent. For Luther, all is finally found in the good book, which he translates into a German that is accessible to the man in the street. One begins with the Word of God, and no Greek pagan is needed to tell you how to live your life.
Lecture 24. Let us burn the witches to save them.
My lecture today addresses the 3 centuries of witch persecutions and prosecutions, running roughly from 1400 to 1700. As I do not regard 3 centuries of witch hunts and witch trials as one of the great ideas in philosophy, I probably should say just what it is about this spectacle that requires inclusion in a course of lectures of this kind. The witch hunts were not a willy-nilly affair. They were based on deeply thought-out considerations on the nature of sin, the nature of human nature, the nature of law, and the nature of crime and punishment. The witch hunt would feature centrally the known science of the period. It would feature medical specialists, if not medical specialists, well, specialists in certain fields of inquiry, which I am happy to say no longer feature specialists. We don't have people pricking bodies to find out where the devil's spot is, or floating women in pools to determine whether their souls weigh less or more. So certain specialties do come and go, and for some we can say good riddance. The witch hunts and the witch persecutions tell us something about the intellectual ethos, not just of an epoch, not just of, let's say, 1450 to 1500, but the broad intellectual ethos of a period that spans centuries, and most importantly, perhaps for present purposes, spans periods of time in which the modern world will be introduced to extraordinary, great scientific achievements. The witch hunts and witch persecutions are still going on when Descartes is alive, and Newton and Galileo. They are at a fever pitch in the age of Copernicus, and then Kepler and Tycho Brahe. So this isn't some activity in some backwater engaged in by superstitious people who really have no idea of what's happening. This is an official, systematic program of arrest, interrogation, trial procedure, the application of developed principles of Roman law, presided over by magistrates and figures with the right education. Some of the best people are engaged in this importantly. There are documents written and drafted and promulgated that alert officials as to how these trials are to be conducted, how the punishment must fit the crime, the conditions under which an admission of guilt will be acceptable to the court, and all along determining whether the alleged witch actually is a witch by using the best techniques, the best evidence, the best scientific and technical information and procedure available at the time. This is an important chapter. And it's also an illuminating chapter. Every age has its witches, and every age has a theory that confirms the fact that those targeted for particular abuse, or those suffering particular attention and scrutiny, are really the right ones. It's usually based on the view that someone's conduct or perspective, someone's theory, is so unorthodox as to constitute a threat to the received wisdom and the core values that otherwise keep the community together. Now, whether or not you call such a person a witch depends on the discursive practices of the time, but the idea behind it is very often the same idea. The history of law, I should note, includes ample evidence that witchcraft has been a common target of the law's concern. Western law made provision for witches from Roman times until the 19th century. Even the ancient Greeks had to deal with property damage brought about by witchcraft. The Homeric epics and tragedies offer such witches as Circe and Medea. But by the time of Horace and Lucan, the genre is closer to what one thinks of today. By the middle of the 19th century, this entire way of understanding offenses would be relegated to the dustbins of failed theory, as the rise of medical jurisprudence replaced the witch theory with, alas, the brain theory. But even in the middle of the 19th century, adjudication in cases of insanity were understood partly in terms of what? The phases of the moon. So old ideas do have great staying power when they play into our most cherished prejudices. The Romans understood witches, I suspect, the way anybody who believes in witches today would understand them, namely, as people who have or seem to have special powers, or think they do, but are beyond our own powers of explanation to figure out just how they came by them. The witch may not have formidable powers, but they seem to claim to have different powers beyond what is naturally achieved. There are, for example, herbalists in ancient Rome, women whose husbands perhaps have died. They have no visible means of support other than moving their little carts through the streets of Rome and taking out a specially grown bit of basil or parsley or oregano and mixing some sort of concoction to cure warts or insomnia, or even to instigate hallucinations. Now, there are people doing this. They're plying their trades of this kind, harmlessly, perhaps even sometimes laughably. So what we have here are the performances of that class of benevolent witches, which the Romans referred to as lamia, or the good witch, or the white witch, and in fact practicing what then was regarded as white magic. Roman law took no notice of this at all. People going around and doing things like this just went around doing things like this. A sophisticated and skeptical Roman would say that anybody who's credulous enough to pay for this sort of thing deserves everything he gets, but there really isn't any reason to clog the courts with matters of this kind. And by and large, the pre-Christian world deals with so-called white witchery, harmless witches, in just this way. However, Roman law did take particular notice of forms of witchcraft that were harmful or destructive. And it's interesting how ancient Roman law does deal with this. The witches who are judged to be responsible for the death of cattle or for barns burning, and now will face the penalties of law. But where these are determined, these very penalties are determined solely by the damage done. In other words, it's not because it was brought about by witchcraft. If in fact you are responsible for something happening, then the penalty is going to be brought down on you for having been responsible. If you did it by way of witchcraft, fine. If you did it by way of intentional design, or because you're a paid arsonist, the law doesn't particularly find itself deeply concerned with underlying patterns of motivation, or even the sources of the power that you had to do this. Rather, it is that you did it. The law's position in the ancient world is very much of the sort, what did you do, And in the circumstance, could you have done otherwise? We leave it to the playwrights to plumb the depths of human psychology. We leave it to the philosophers to tell us what the healthy mind and the insane mind might look like, but the law is concerned with the act and its consequences. So that's where the ancient Roman law stood on matters of this sort. Christianity, however, introduces a new set of problems as regards witchery. Now, I want to move carefully here to cover this complex matter within a very brief time. Central to Christian moral teaching is that our worthiness for praise and blame is logically tied to our moral freedom. You do not praise one for falling at a rate of 32 feet per second per second. The laws of physics guarantee that an object is going to fall with that acceleration. So we never say, "My, how fast you are." That's not a cause for praise. And if you're dropped out a window and you fall at 32 feet per second and land on someone causing bodily harm, we do not charge you with a moral offense, let alone a crime. We say, for goodness sake, this poor person was thrown out the window and landed on someone. The damage was done, in effect, the damage was done by a physical object falling from a height. And it just happens to be the case that the physical object was, let's say, Bill. So praise and blame are reserved for those actions over which we do have moral control. Those things that come about as a result of our intentions. In the law, this is referred to as mens rea. One must have the power to frame the evil intent in the mind. The mind itself has to be corrupted. Mens rea. Now this, of course, is coextensive with juridical reasoning since a time out of memory. The law punishes what the actor does when the actor in the circumstance could have done otherwise. And there have always been, throughout the history of law, the mitigating circumstances of coercion or sickness, insanity, conditions of that sort. But I say the emphasis that Christian teaching will place on moral freedom is a new and more significant emphasis, because the stakes now have to do with nothing less than eternal salvation. Now, part of this teaching is that the powers of Satan cannot be deployed in such a way as to rob us of our moral freedom, because if that were the case, there then would be no basis upon which to judge us at all. How could you ever tease out the difference between someone acting in a malign way by intention and someone whose intentions had been corrupted by the devil, that in fact the person was merely an instrument of satanic purposes? So there's a very strong presumption then of moral autonomy. Now, on this understanding, how do you account for any supernatural event? Well, take the words literally. Supernatural, something that is above and beyond what is naturally produced. These come in a variety of forms. The most popular, of course, are miracles, miraculous events. David Hume, perhaps somewhat playfully, would come to describe a miracle as the suspension of a law of nature. Well, this really is the ordinary sense of the miraculous. That is, what all of the forces of nature routinely bring about now is not being brought about. Indeed, something is being brought about that you almost would never see happen in the natural course of events. Well, suppose now a person had such supernatural powers, someone who can bring about something that no one else can, or that very few ever have. What do you say about such a person? You might say that they're performing miracles and should be understood as saints. Some people in this period were performing what were regarded as miraculous cures, and indeed they were understood to be saints. But the actions of the witch fall outside the pattern and the possibilities of nature, and not in a saintly way. Now, a power that is above nature can have only two sources: Almighty God, who has all the powers that go beyond the powers of the natural, and the devil, who also has formidable, unnatural powers. Now, if the witch has supernatural power, And if the witch's supernatural power is by way of the devil, what difference would it make whether what she does is useful or harmful? Obviously, she must have in some way, if only implicitly, accepted the devil's help here, what in the period of the witch hunts will be called her entering into a pactum implicitum. There's an implicit pact. Otherwise, the devil could willy-nilly take control of one's autonomy, make us instruments of his malign purposes, etc. So there must either be an explicit or an implicit pact that is formed, a kind of Faustian pact. I'll give you my soul, so to speak, if you grant me these powers. Well now, this puts an entirely different face on the act of witchery, for it now becomes the crime of heresy. And as such, it becomes a matter of small consequence whether the witchery is for good or for evil, whether its principal effect is negligible or indeed colossal. The witch, if acknowledging herself to be a witch, has entered into a pact, if only an implicit one, and that pact itself constitutes the life of the heretic. Acts of heresy are punishable, and indeed punishable by death. So the witch theory, coming out of a more fundamental theological theory, a theological-scientific theory regarding the order of nature, and the grounds on which anything can escape the order of nature, offers a radically different explanation of witchcraft, and lays the foundation for trials now taken to be of the utmost importance. Now, by this time, formal trial procedures had already been rediscovered, replacing medieval tests of trial and ordeal. The 13th century European courts, both secular and ecclesiastical, were in full possession of Roman legal procedure. One of the benefits of the recovery and dissemination of Roman law was the replacement, or at least the augmentation, of the accusatorial scheme with an inquisitorial procedure. But this proved to be a mixed blessing. Beginning with Alexander IV's papal bull of 1258, which gave impetus to inquisition into all forms of heresy, and extending to Innocent VIII's treatise on the same subject, his papal bull on the same subject, the fate of witches proved to be sealed. Now let me pursue here briefly and note the differences between the two schemes for bringing charges against anyone. Before the recovery and the reapplication of developed Roman law, complaints between parties were generally in the form of accusations. Smith accuses Jones of doing something. Now Smith and Jones bring their cases before the relevant tribunal. Smith, as the accuser, must make his case, and if he fails, he faces multiple penalties, including a counteraction brought against him. I'm referring here now to the accusatorial procedure. Well, this puts some sort of a ceiling on the kinds of accusations that will be brought against people, discouraging those that would otherwise have merely petty and frivolous accusations to make. In the medieval period, the way some of the more serious charges were judged was through trial, ordeal, and compurgation. A defendant could choose between trial by jury or by God. Now, in the latter case, and under the supervision of a coroner, the defendant would pass barefoot over burning coals, or would carry white-hot metal by hand, tested in scalding water for burns. It's a credit to the Church that it was instrumental in putting such practices to an end. Indeed, the practice survived in many Scandinavian provinces until the 18th century. Referring here to these ordeals now. Compurgation was based on a different principle. Here, the defendant was required to summon a fixed number of persons willing to swear before God that they believe the defendant's oath of innocence. Now, the outcome of this sort of procedure depended as much on the faithful performance of the required procedures as on the credibility of the compurgators. You had to have persons of some standing to serve as your compurgators. Now, this, too, was a mode of trial abandoned as Roman law was more fully absorbed by the now more studious and classically committed West. In 1164, for example, the constitutions of Clarendon in Britain eliminated compurgation from procedures involving felonies. Ecclesiastical courts, however, retained this system until well into the 17th century, but even this would be of no avail to those charged with witchcraft. For them, there were not to be witnesses for the defense. On the whole, the inquisitorial procedure was an advance in adjudication. Through it, the authorities did not have to wait for a complaint, but could actually bring an action, engage in an inquisition, compile the evidence, take testimony from parties to the dispute, and then the court itself could order appropriate remedies. When properly applied, the inquisitorial procedure functioned much like what today would be a grand jury procedure in our system of law. But it worked very much to the disadvantage of those tried for witchcraft, because now the accuser did not have to face the accused. The inquisitor could bring the charge, ask all sorts of questions, and never divulge the names of those who made the accusation or the complaint. Unique to the witch prosecutions, defendants did not have an opportunity to face accusers, and the explanation for this was that the very powers of witchcraft could be brought down on such accusers who, knowing that, would not give faithful testimony. You see the catch-22 here. Torture was permitted, but no confession made in the torture chamber could count as evidence against the witch. Rather, a period of time had to elapse, 2 or 3 days, and then the same admission would have to be made in open court. Torture typically was not needed, however, because many charged with witchcraft actually admitted to the charge. You do get the picture here. What we have are eccentric, often rather troubled people, 80 to 90% of whom were women, generally older women, often unattached, not at a very high level in society, not at a very high level of education. Now, statistics here are hard to come by, but this pattern was the general pattern. The number of executions cited in the literature ranges from hundreds of thousands to 1 million and upwards. The extreme values, I think, are less than credible. But clearly, the victims must have been various in personality, age, overall condition of mental and physical health. That women were utterly, disproportionately suspected and targeted, there is no doubt. Father Nicholas Remy, for example, who had been appointed to the inquisitorial tribunal in Alsace in 1570, wrote a treatise on demonolatry and concluded on the issue of witches that, quote, here's Father Remy, "It is not unreasonable that this scum of humanity should be drawn chiefly from the feminine sex," close quote. Interestingly, with few exceptions, the insanity defense was not a plea in these cases. And in fact, given the nature of the witch theory, it couldn't have mattered much in any case. Witches had very little by way of self-defense in these actions, and their execution could have the necessary chilling effect that was sought by both ecclesiastical and secular courts. Putting a better face on it, the church authorities knew that it was far more important to save the soul than to preserve the body of the witch. And if burning the witch is a means to salvation, then in the flames one will find redemption. Again, the picture, I think, is a fairly clear one. Now, what of evidence? These courts were serious places. The magistrates, we have reason to believe, were honorable men. What kind of evidence is relevant in a trial for witchcraft? The offenses themselves cannot be enough, for such outcomes could arise from accident or from uncomplicated criminal motives. So the evidence needed to pertain to the basis upon which the defendant stands as a witch. It would not be sufficient that someone had accused another of witchery. Rather, substantial and incriminating evidence would be required. Well, how do you do this? First, the courts require a document or text or rational plan for dealing with cases of this kind. Needed here is a special kind of expertise, the right kind of learning, to lay out the salient characteristics of the witch and how these are uncovered through the right kind of examination. In a word, you need a book that tells you what the right punishment is. You need a book that sets forth the theory of the witch, the basis upon which one comes to be a witch, etc. Now, once this is in place, trial procedures and evidence, and indeed sentencing, can be applied in an even-handed way. Well, alas, there was a book. The book is the infamous Malleus Maleficarum. The authors were two Dominicans, and the Pope had put his seal of approval on this book, as did kings and princes throughout Europe. So this was a book in place, reaching a prominent position comparable to that of the Bible itself over the course of its numerous printings. It was authoritative. It had the Pope's seal, the king's seal, the seal of princes, the Malleus Maleficarum. Now, what we discover in the book is this. First, there is to be no doubt as to the existence of witches. Against those who have expressed skepticism toward the very concept of witchcraft, the Malleus presents a less than gentle threat, and I quote, "Whether the belief that there are such beings as witches is so essential a part of the Catholic faith that obstinacy to maintain the opposite opinion manifestly savors of heresy." Aha! This is a theory that you must accept. Now, this is the proposition that opens the work and provides the occasion for a sic et non discussion, which concludes with the firm judgment. You see, they will weigh alternative views, but end with this judgment: "Whosoever thinks otherwise concerning these matters is a heretic." So, this is a sort of shut up, I explained kind of explanation. Now, trials are to proceed, says the Malleus, in the simplest and most straightforward manner, quote, "without legal quibbles and contentions which are introduced in other cases," close quote. In other words, get on with it. And moreover, although the witch is to have the benefit of an advocate, try this now, quote, "the judge must admonish him," the advocate, "not to incur the charge of defending heresy, which would make him liable to excommunication," close quote. The witch hasn't got a chance. Now, on the matter of evidence, it is sufficient to note that the witch has entered into a pact with the devil, and thus has lost the capacity for remorse. What that means, then, is that what a God-fearing and good Christian person would find so melancholy and woeful as to weep over, the witch will not weep over. And so if you approach the witch with an official text to be recited seriously and somberly, regarding the love that Mary had for her dying son, whose blood was spilled for our salvation. I say, if you go down the list, reminding this person of the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice of Jesus, God made man for her and her salvation, and after you've given this full account, you point to her and say, "Now do you cry?" and no tear forms. This at least is strongly suggestive evidence that you are dealing with a witch. It's the tear test. When James I of England wrote his little treatise on demonology, it's something he backed away from a little later in life, but when he first considered the matter and discussed the tear test, he not only summarizes the tear test, but then he warns us this way. He says, quote, "Beware lest you be gulled by the tears of the crocodilia," the tears of the crocodile, or as we say, crocodile tears. So even if you form tears, you may not be quite exonerated if there is some reason to believe that these are not authentic tears. And by the way, in case you're wondering, yes, one of the characteristics of aging is dry eye. We have whole clinics set up to deal with dry eye, and it would not at all be uncommon for postmenopausal women, particularly with not an especially wholesome regimen, to be incapable of normal lacrimation. Well, they didn't know about dry eye, but in any case they would have had a different theory to account for it. Now let me turn to the flotation test. This was another part of the forensics of the period, administered in different ways. In some instances, the woman was suspended by shafts over a pool of blessed water. Now, if the water accepts her, as proved by her sinking in it, she is innocent. But if she floats, well, now this is evidence of being rejected by the baptismal medium, and it's a sign of guilt. Osteoporosis, by the way, is something that is going to be commented on in the 16th century by Johannes Weyer, stridently anti-Catholic, nonetheless a physician ahead of his time in many ways, still one who accepts that there are witches. But Weyer debunks these trial procedures and notes that older women float chiefly because of the lightness of their brittle bones, and insists that many of the defendants in the witch trials are simply of unsound mind. Now this is Weyer, whose dates are 1515 to 1588. It should be noted he was born in Holland. He had been greatly influenced by the writings of, yes, Erasmus, and had studied medicine in Paris as a contemporary of Vesalius. His classic treatise on demonology put the witch theory on notice, and was, of course, condemned by both the Protestant and the Catholic faculties at all of the major universities. If he is, as some contend, the father of modern psychiatry, he's also one fully steeped in the alchemical and even demonological theories of his time. But his attack on the witch trials was laudable nonetheless. Now, the most degrading test of all was the test administered by the witch pricker, pricking parts of a now naked body in all the private recesses of that body to find out where the devil left his mark. You begin to see the degradation suffered by those charged with the heresy of witchcraft, and you also begin to see how easily a wrong-headed theory, gaining support from an undeveloped science, can wreak nothing but misery and shame on the victims of an age steeped in strident ignorance, at least on this central point. We must be careful with our theories, mustn't we?
These lectures are part of the Great Courses series. They are produced by the Teaching Company. These lectures are titled The Great Ideas of Philosophy, Part 3. Lecture 25, Francis Bacon and the Authority of Experience.
As something of a prelude to today's lecture, I want to say a few words about experimentation and experiments. Actually, an experiment is not just a form of play. It's not a kind of idle activity to be engaged in by people who have no good ideas at all, but somehow want to keep their hands busy. It's very, very difficult today to find a college or university where all sorts of experiments are being performed, sometimes very much to the detriment of innocent and non-consenting animals. All sorts of undergraduate hours are being consumed by rummaging around dark rooms and answering questions and conducting polls. And there's a tendency to think that because this somehow follows a kind of template or model that is also used in the higher reaches of experimental science, what's going on is good training in science. So I do want to, as a preface to today's lecture, emphasize that all the good thinking is supposed to take place actually before one goes into the laboratory, and then the laboratory becomes the place in which you finally settle on one of a large number of alternatives, all of them seeming to be equally plausible before the research, and now you want to see what the findings actually favor. Experimental science is not a form of mucking about, and I would say, well, this is an estimate, maybe about 95% of what goes on today under the heading of experimental science, would bear the very, very heavy burden of proving that it is not merely mucking about. Well, in any case, let me get into the details of the lecture itself. When the writers of the 18th century Enlightenment reflected on the century preceding their own, and judged it to be the dawn of the new and great age of science, the great age of Isaac Newton, Newton being a veritable icon in the mind of 18th century Enlightenment philosophers, it was quite customary for Newton's name to be joined to the name of Francis Bacon. In fact, we hear repeatedly in 18th century treatises of the methods of, quote, Bacon and Newton, of the science of Bacon and Newton. And by many lights, Francis Bacon was the prophet, so to speak, whose prophecies would be redeemed in the extraordinary achievements of Isaac Newton. With Francis Bacon, right at the beginning of the 17th century, the world of thought is introduced to what Bacon himself will come to call a great instauration, a novum organum, a new method. And you can just feel in the very prose itself the thought of a man who understands that the antique world is being seen now in the rearview mirror, that progress is in front of us, and that all we have to do is get the method right. We have to disabuse ourselves of the reassuring ignorances of the antique past and get ourselves ready for a new and prosperous voyage, whose maps will be set by the senses themselves, and by reason pulling together the facts of sense, the data of science, in ever more coherent wholes and ever more general propositions. As he says in his preface to the Novum Organum, a quote from Bacon, quote, "Those who have taken upon them to lay down the law of nature as a thing already searched out and understood, have therein done philosophy and the sciences great injury. For as they have been successful in inducing belief, so they have effectively quenched and stopped inquiry, and have done more harm by spoiling and putting an end to other men's efforts than good by their own." Now let me pause here for a moment and point out what Bacon is opposing here is the heavy weight of mere traditional thought. It's not a rejection of all forms of authority. It's a rejection of the proposition that because an idea has been around a long time, it somehow has proved itself. Bacon is one of the wonderfully accomplished and complex figures of the Elizabethan age. His dates are 1561 to 1626. He will hold various positions, the most influential being as Lord Chancellor of the realm. His Elements of the Common Laws of England, which appeared in 1630, stand as great literature and stand also as informing jurisprudence. We would surely applaud this sentence from that work: "Laws are made to guard the rights of the people, not to feed lawyers," close quote. His uncle, Lord Burleigh, was the Queen's treasurer and powerfully influential at court. Francis Bacon never succeeded in repeated attempts to exploit the influence his uncle had, but he did try. He was a man of great ambition, but with talents that give ambition a good name. He was also in something of a lifelong intellectual and personal struggle with Sir Edward Coke, one of the great fathers of the British common law tradition. Not only did Coke win appointments that Bacon had sought for himself, but he also had won the hand in marriage of the woman that Bacon had hoped to marry himself. So you see, it looks like Lord Coke had Bacon coming and going in these matters. Bacon, alas, had to resign from the bench on the basis of a charge perhaps correct. I don't want to get into that, though it scarcely would have focused on Bacon in any singular way. The charge was that he had accepted a bribe. He was in this the victim of a political plot, for at the time there were those who had their own reasons for undermining the authority of Francis Bacon. Again, I'm in no position to broker the actual facts of the case. Bribery within Elizabethan courts was not a rare phenomenon. It's also worth noting that Bacon is one of the great stylists in the English language. There is more than one Shakespeare scholar still convinced that it was the Earl of Oxford who wrote all of the plays of Shakespeare. And I should say, when I was a boy, the controversial theory then was that Shakespeare's plays were written by Francis Bacon. Now, he does, of course, have a magnificent style. He's the very soul of wit. He can turn a phrase like no one else, except Shakespeare. But Bacon would not have had to write any of Shakespeare's plays to go down in history as one of the great essayists, one of the great moral and juridical essayists ever to write in the English language. If I might pause for a moment to answer the question, to the extent that it's a burning question, as to who it was who wrote the plays of William Shakespeare, the correct answer is William Shakespeare. Now, all this is apart from Bacon's pivotal role in the emergence of the modern scientific worldview. And just a word about the first Queen Elizabeth and the age that bears her name. This Elizabethan period is an expansionist, prospering period. The Queen is an expert Latinist who can do a man's job better than any man, a person of invincible resolve, a patroness of art and letters, of explorers and scientists. She wants her reign to produce something special and singular in the world. She is judged by the poets of the time as the fairy queen. She is Astrea. There's something quite magical about her. As a result of her reign, things will be done that have never been done before. This is the general framework, the ethos, in which an intelligence such as Bacon's will set itself to the task of contributing to the new, enlarging the possibilities yet even further, and most importantly of all, dragging the human imagination, kicking and screaming, away from the secure moorings of the old Greek, the old Latin, and even the allegedly new Renaissance. Well, if the Renaissance is an age of transition, the age of Elizabeth is an age that understands itself, and it sees itself largely in futuristic and evolutionary terms. This is an age looking toward tomorrow, and not being distracted by the celebrated achievements of the past. As Bacon will declare, quote, "It is an unsound fancy, and self-contradictory, to think that things that have never been done will be done, except by a method that has never been tried." Close quote. Now, many have attributed this spirit of innovation to the Reformation itself, but there is too much evidence weighing against so easy an explanation for so complex a development. Recall that one of the principal outcomes of the Reformation was a counter-Reformation, which itself could claim a share in this new energy, this spirit of progress. Moreover, whole sects of those now calling themselves Protestants were inclined to turn away from modernity in all its forms, seeking instead to recover the simple faith thought to have guided the early Christians. If a successful war had been waged on the past during the half-century commencing with Luther's 39 Articles, it was a war on the authority of the past. And if there was to be a clear victor in this war, it would come to be the authority of experience. Now, what is this method of Bacon's that has never been tried before? Bacon here wants to set down nothing less than the methods of invention, the methods of discovery, the means by which secure and certain knowledge can be gained. The problem of knowledge is going to be answered in a word. If you wish a guide in the search for knowledge, let that guide be experience. Choose the light of experience, not the authority of texts. I might pause here to say, again, reflecting on the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, One of the constructive consequences of this war of words, and sometimes of more than words, each side charging the other with a commitment, a penchant for superstition, attacks on the good old church for its attachment to the mystical and the mysterious, the good old church responding to the protesters with a kind of rationalism that was hyper-rationalism. I say out of this came something of a modesty on both sides, a kind of haltingness with respect to claims. Out of this came a renewed commitment to get things right. And the Baconian achievement, I think, should be seen as something of a consequence of that movement of thought, that movement of perspective. Now, what about Aristotle? Aristotle was a genius, and he needs no defense. But think of Aristotle's achievements as a kind of water level. This is Bacon's point. If all you do is stay with the wisdom of Aristotle, knowledge will never rise higher than where it was when he left off. So Bacon is not setting out to disparage, but to move on from Aristotle and the ancient world, or what he takes to be the ancient world. His position is progress. There's an impatience about it, and an elegance about it. The Novum Organum, the new method, proclaims the epistemological authority of experimental science. That's what's new about it. Notwithstanding Roger Bacon and the Oxford experimental movement, Francis Bacon really does have a more modern conception of the nature and promise of a developed experimental science. What it requires is a set of disciplined and systematic observations, all of these compiled and stored in what Bacon calls the table of discovery. Now, the initial experiments, Bacon tells us, are of two types. One, he says, in the form of experimenta lucifera. These are the light-shedding experiments. They shed light in that they uncover what is actually in the world. These experiments are just systematic studies of the influence of A on B, the routine, mechanical, causal relationships that one observes between events in the external world. These are entered into the table of discovery. Now, he says the nice thing about this kind of experimental work, which some of you might regard as a kind of busy work, the nice thing about this kind of experimental work is it never fails. If all we set out to do is determine the influence of A on B, and we set up the conditions properly, we will know the effects of A on B, without any need of philosophical subtlety or metaphysical speculation. What is accomplished this way never gets undone. Facts are facts. Now, whenever we learn of the causal connections in the natural world, we have made progress. We should look for those connections everywhere and without prior censorship. So Bacon says this, quote, "And as for things that are mean and sordid, whatever deserves to exist deserves to be known," close quote. And I pause again here. No realm of potential inquiry is ruled out a priori. No such thing as we have no business looking into that. And as for things that are mean and sordid, he says, whatever deserves to exist deserves to be studied, deserves to be understood. So Bacon here urges a hands-off policy when an honest laborer sets out on a voyage of discovery. If an entire new world has been found by a kind of inadvertence, who can say when and where serendipity might again yield gold? You see, Columbus has already made this voyage. There are then no taboos. Take off your gloves, roll up your sleeves, get down into that swampy complexity of reality, and create order where initially you found only a mess. And you do this by turning on the lights and finding out what's there to be dealt with. The what there is what the experimenta lucifera are all about. Now here we have what latter-day critics would come to dismiss as, and this is a phrase you can find in books today, contemporary works, mere Baconian fact-gathering. And indeed, if experimental lucifera were the only sorts of experiments that Bacon proposed, We would say that he was as tedious and dull as any number of contemporary scientists I referred to at the beginning of lecture, who seem to be engaged in nothing but a kind of Baconian fact-gathering. In psychology, if I might repeat myself, this has reached epidemic proportions, and not only lately. One of the great 20th century psychologists, I'm thinking of Donald Hebb, now deceased. He used to have a phrase, I think I've got this right. One of his students told me that he used to speak often of what he called, quote, porcupine research. Now, what did Hebb mean by porcupine research? Well, he meant this. Well, we've done this study, and we found this relationship in the rat, and in the cat, and in the dog, and in the pigeon, and we found it in the goldfish, and the rhesus monkey. And now we're going to undertake a series of studies to see if we can find it in the porcupine. So you get the picture, and that's what one would mean by the most arid form of Baconian fact-gathering. But Bacon knew better, and proposed as much in the form of what he called the experimenta fructifera, the experiments that bear fruit. Well, unfortunately, Bacon's efforts here are uninspired for the most part. His own candidates as fruit-bearing experiments are unconvincing and indeed somewhat prosaic. His reputation would only have suffered had it rested on the profit to be gleaned from the sorts of studies he recommends under the heading, the rather grand heading, Experimenta Fructifera. In these respects, we can agree that in important respects, Bacon may have been Newton's prophet, but he assuredly was not Newton, nor Galileo. Bacon's part in the history of modern science is as one laying out the field, the boundary conditions, the architectonics, the compelling defense of experimental inquiry. And if he failed himself as an originator of specific light and fruit-bearing research, he surely succeeded preeminently in instilling confidence that such was possible. In his concept of experimenta fructifera, he was indeed prophetic. Now, before leaving this part of the Novum Organum, a word more is in order about Bacon's sense of the experimenta fructifera, which anticipates important developments in philosophy of science. There are, he claims, certain experiments that actually allow a choice between competing theoretical possibilities. These are experiments which, conducted in certain ways, actually lead to the falsification of one of two alternative possibilities. And in this, Bacon offers a hint of what in the 20th century will be Karl Popper's famous falsificationist criterion with which to assess scientific theories. It was Popper who made clear that if what we take to be a scientific understanding is the possession of a universal law, then no number of confirmations will ever confirm a universal law, because a universal law refers to an infinite number of possible outcomes. And, life being short, we will never be able to confirm all of them. So instead of verification as an essential feature in the logic of science, falsification is proposed instead. No number of positive instances will ever confirm a universal law, but one or a few instances of falsification should be enough to defeat it. Now, the spirit, but not the letter of this Popperian understanding is conveyed by Bacon's characterization of the experimenta fructifera. There is something else we find in the Novum Organum. Of course, he says, and as for things that are mean and sordid, whatever deserves to exist deserves to be known. But there are other things that are not only mean and sordid, they're absolutely sublime. The human understanding is a case in point. Science has no reason to stop short of an examination of the mental life of the scientist himself. In fact, mental life in general. What we need is a special science. Bacon calls it the philosophy of humanity, so to speak, and what today we might be inclined to call psychology, though I think Bacon's aspirations for this are rather greater than what we find today. Now, what we want is a science that is brought to bear on the actual operations of the mind. And this science, like science in general, will have these two experimental components, the experimenta lucifera, where we set about to establish the factual operations of the mind. Now, we're going to see much of this being picked up and carried forward by John Locke. And the experimenta fructifera, which are, alas, not clearly spelled out in this part of Bacon's program. But he does understand that there are observations that will tell for or against a particular theory regarding human nature itself. I want to pause again to underscore the fact that Bacon here is at once ahead of his time and also ahead of himself. It would be wrong to think that what Bacon is considering is what will surface in the first experimental psychology laboratories in Leipzig or the work of Wundt or Fechner, etc., etc. This is a conceptual framework he's advancing. He's saying we are in a position to inquire in ways that have not been practiced before, and I promise good things will come out of this. He's not a prophet as to just what will come out of it. And as for the methods themselves, nobody could go into an experimental physics laboratory today with no more than Bacon's Novum Organum and know how to proceed. But perspective counts for much. It is one of the great ideas in philosophy, after all, that he is developing. Now, in connection with his advocacy of a science of humanity, Bacon recognizes the biological aspect of human beings as biological entities and the obvious connection between the operations of the mind and the operations of the body. So one branch of the science of humanity on his account is to be patterned on the model of the Hippocratic physicians. That is to say, Bacon already is recognizing in the first half of the 17th century that a systematic and scientific psychology is to some extent going to be a physiological or medical psychology. It's going to be indeed a medical psychology. But man manifests himself not merely as a biological or medical entity, an entity best characterized as healthy or diseased. Man manifests himself and his humanity most fully in society, in his political and civic life, in his interpersonal relations. Now, this is a central figure in the Elizabethan age speaking. Man in all of his various forms and activities of life gives you a creature that can never be bottled up in terms of his internal biology, but can only be understood under the light of history, civics, politics, law. This is Elizabethan England and one of its greatest figures speaking. Well, who's the model here? The model here is not Hippocrates. The model here, and so much for the notion that Bacon spends most of his time dismissing Aristotle, the model here is Aristotle. What Bacon finds in Aristotle is a studious appreciation of the fact that a developed psychology is at once politics, ethics, moral thought, biology, early child development, law. So we have this two-branched philosophy of humanity, one in the Hippocratic tradition that is entirely naturalistic, biological, clinical, and medical, and one in the naturalistic political tradition of Aristotle, man in society understood as a participant and indeed as a recipient in a series of interpersonal influences of a social and moral nature. So that there must be the study of man in the particular and the study of man in the aggregate. Now, man in the aggregate is the subject of a future science that Bacon never names. But clearly what he has in mind is what will emerge as sociology. Bacon contends in this regard that man in the aggregate, like man in the particulate, is very much a product of experience. The primary mode of knowing is sensory and perceptual and observational. And on the basis of what we know, we come to be the kinds of beings that we are. Therefore, it is entirely likely that the nature of humanity is going to reflect local conditions in which it has been shaped, and the social kilns in which it has been forged. This point, Bacon may appear to be a garden variety behaviorist here, but he is far from indifferent to hereditary factors. He doesn't dilate on these, but it's quite clear that he is not a radical environmentalist. He knows enough about animal husbandry to know that the environment can do much, but it can't do all. So built into his rather progressive, optimistic Novum Organum is a realistic understanding of the limits on even what science can explain and bring about. Now, lest we place too great a stress on the Novum Organum, we must recall that science was going on apace in the ancient Greek world. Certainly the Hippocratics were aware of, they had systematic observations, and these were favorably referred to by Bacon himself. By the 2nd century A.D., Galen provided ample evidence of a deep, sophisticated scientific understanding of how an experiment is supposed to be conducted. Galen's record of surgical studies is a prolific one, if grimly unkind to the creatures that he did study. His biological discoveries rendered him an authority in medicine for centuries, well into the Renaissance. People are still referring to Galen. So it's just a reminder that when Francis Bacon talks about a Novum Organum, a new method, he's not referring to something new to the world. He's referring to something new now to be given as a tradition to be relied on throughout the years to come. As we see in the scholastic period and in the natural magic of the Renaissance, there was not this confidence in the right kind of method, or even a clarity as to what the right kind of method would be. Bacon is sharpening the focus. We should hear Bacon as saying something like this. Look, Aristotle had the right idea, but we've got to get further than Aristotle. And when he urges the development of a science of humanity, it should be no surprise that he reaches back to Hippocrates and Aristotle. So the complaint is not with the ancient world. The complaint is what has interceded between the good start that the ancient world made and then what Western intellectual history did with it, which was pretty much replace it with a collection of orthodoxies, ultra-rationalistic, scholastic, logic-chopping analytical devices that found us falling in love with words. He says in one of the famous passages that this is like falling in love with a picture. Words are simply representative of things in the external world. For goodness sake, if you're interested in the external world, go into that world. Don't sit around talking about it the way a lover falls in love with a picture. So progress requires the right kind of method. The right kind of method was known to antiquity. The intervening centuries have allowed us to impose a kind of official blindness on ourselves, an ignorance on ourselves by way of orthodoxies. What we now have to do is come to grips with the secular dimensions of knowledge and the secular dimensions of progress. That all this would spawn yet other orthodoxies seems not to have worried Bacon as much as it might have.
Lecture 26, Descartes and the Authority of Reason.
There's a joke going around. It has probably gone around too often now about Descartes going into a bar and having a drink. And when the bartender asks if he'd like another one, Descartes says, "I think not," and disappears. And this is a joke that's designed to convey the, if not philosophical subtlety, then the philosophical frivolity of Descartes doubting his own existence until he could come up with a good reason for it, namely, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Well, actually, there isn't very much that's frivolous in Descartes, and his philosophical power is a matter of record. In fact, on some accounts, it is with Descartes, 1596 to 1650, that the modern period of philosophy is said to begin. Descartes was among the most fertile, Descartes' imagination was among the most fertile in the scholar's pantheon. He's the recognized founder of analytical geometry. He made important contributions to optics and physiology. His mother had died within a year of his birth. The grandmother who then took responsibility for him would pass on when Descartes was 10 or 11, whereupon he was enrolled in the new Jesuit school at La Flèche, placed there for 9 years, and paced through a rigorous Jesuit curriculum. He then earned a law degree at Poitiers, wrote a brief manual on fencing, and at 22 he fought as a mercenary in the Dutch Army's War of Independence against Spain. This service introduced him to a prominent Dutch mathematician, Isaac Beeckman, who encouraged the young genius to compose a mathematically based treatise on music. The next year, 1619, still fired by the spirit of adventure, Descartes appears as a mercenary in the army of the Duke of Bavaria, and it was at this time that Descartes had 3 vivid dreams, which he took to be a summons to him personally to create an original and daring path to knowledge, a mirabilis scientiae fundamenta. Well, from the years in the Jesuit boarding school when his physical condition caused him to be assigned a room of his own and long morning hours to regain his strength, to his many years of healthy and active life, Descartes was a morning dreamer. He would remain in bed, meditating on things Cartesian, often to the alarm and the frustration of housekeepers. His celebrity caused him to change residences often, just so he could work in splendid solitude. But he was also in regular correspondence with the leading lights of the European intellectual and scientific world, and was seen by them as a force to be reckoned with. I say his dates are 1596 to 1650. So he is alive in 1600 when Giordano Bruno is burned at the stake. He's already a productive and busy scholar and scientist in 1633, when Galileo will be called before the Inquisition. Thus does Descartes live in intellectually and politically dynamic times, and he's very much at once the product and one of the sources of a momentous period in intellectual history. Now, what about this cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am? Not a morning person, Descartes was, we can assume, on his back in bed, staring at the ceiling, conjuring all sorts of philosophical and mathematical possibilities, in a word, thinking. Now, as we learn from his Rules for the Direction of the Mind, not published till more than 30 years after his death, quote, "Only those objects should engage our attention, to the sure and indubitable knowledge of which our mental powers seem to be adequate," close quote. So here is a scholar, desperate to avoid the Scylla and Charybdis through which he must navigate that philosophical skiff that will be his life's work, the Scylla and Charybdis of mere opinion, of all that is transitory or merely customary, of all that is but rank mysticism, superstition, prejudice. What he finds in the scholastic lessons of his early Jesuit schooling is a logical rigor, but one that has no power of discovery. What he finds in Renaissance science is marred by magic and witchcraft and hocus pocus, dogma posing as knowledge. But to avoid this may well find the scholar insensibly falling prey to skepticism. So Descartes, like Francis Bacon, is looking for a method. How does one find the right method that will spare one from self-deception and superstition, but also from the melancholy state of the total skeptic? How Descartes set about to accomplish this is summarized in 2 monumentally influential works published 4 years apart: his Discourse on Method, which appeared in 1637, and his Meditations on First Philosophy, published in 1641. The Discourse on Method was written in French. He explains his rationale. By writing in French, he says, quote, "the language of my country," he is able to address an audience not already committed to the wisdom of the ancients, as are Descartes' teachers. In French, the discourse was indeed accessible to a wide audience, and one that could only have been attracted immediately on reading these opening lines, quote, "Good sense is of all things in the world the most equally distributed, for everybody thinks himself so abundantly provided with it that even those most difficult to please do not commonly desire more than they already possess. The power of forming a good judgment and of distinguishing the true from the false is by nature equal in all men. But to be possessed of good mental powers is not sufficient. The principal matter is to apply them well." Close quote. The diversity of opinions and the constant tendency toward error arise not from unequal or insufficient rational power, but from faulty methods of inquiry and discovery. It is the purpose of the discourse on method to reveal how Descartes himself has fashioned a mode of inquiry designed to save himself from such errors. As he says, he's not proposing something that all must follow. Rather, as something of an intellectual autobiography, he will share with readers what has worked for one man, who just happens to be René Descartes. Well, this would be as if Albert Einstein wrote a treatise on how to think about problems in physics, and then noted that it's, just my way of doing it. There are, to be sure, any number of candidate methods available, and Descartes summarizes them. He's a student of the history of ideas. He knows what's been tried before. His most illustrious contemporaries are products of intellectual history, and largely so faithful to the ancients as to be addicted to ancient conclusions. The problem with history, as a guide, is that a man who spends too much time in a distant land becomes a stranger in his own country, says Descartes. The problem with the study of history is that it simply removes one from the very context in which the insistent demands for knowledge are indeed most insistent. History is a guide, but it's not an answer. No two historical events are ever precisely the same anyway, such that all that one could glean from that kind of inquiry would be generalities subject to interpretation and indeed endless disagreement. Well, what about vaunted philosophy? Could there be a better method than the philosophical method? But of course, philosophy doesn't have a single method, and in any case, if you consult the great philosophers of history, the salient fact that emerges is that they scarcely agree with each other on any major point. So indeed, if philosophy were a reliable guide to the truth, the long debate would have been concluded a long time ago. Now, what about mathematics, the queen of the sciences? Now, at least, and Descartes, is a great mathematician, well, at least that when a problem is solved mathematically, you know it. Unfortunately, those problems are at a level of abstraction so removed from the facts of the physical world and our place in it that it's not entirely clear you really can match them up with reality at all. There isn't anything wrong with mathematics, but in a certain sense there also isn't anything really right about it as a method of inquiry. It's majestic as a method of analysis, an abstract method of representation, but alas, not as a method of discovery. For Descartes, these limitations lead to a different approach. For him, the right method begins with an utterly skeptical disposition. The right method should begin with a profession of ignorance. Not only don't I know anything, but I'm positioned in such a way that what I think I know is probably laden with error, misapprehension, and confusion. So it's with this orientation that one committed to accepting nothing unless it can prevail on me as an idea of such power and clarity and indubitability that I'm simply powerless to doubt it, this is how Descartes wants to proceed. Descartes adopts the highest standard that must be met by anything presented as an object of knowledge. Anything that fails to satisfy that standard, he says, he's prepared to reject. Now, the standard essentially rules out all the objects of perception, for all such objects might well be products of delusion or hallucination. Here we confront what might be called Descartes' worst-case scenario, and I quote from Descartes' first and second meditations here, quote, "I shall then suppose some evil genius has employed his whole energies in deceiving me. I shall consider that the heavens, the earth, colors, figures, sound, and all other external things are naught but the illusions and dreams of which the genius has availed himself in order to lay traps for my credulity. I shall consider myself as having no hands, no eyes, no flesh, no blood. Was I not then likewise persuaded that I did not exist? Not at all. But there is some deceiver or other, whoever employs his ingenuity in deceiving me, then without doubt I exist also if he deceives me." Close quote. That is, if there really is an evil demon or malignant being setting out to deceive Descartes, well, now, things that I've talked about in relation to my own body, nutrition, walking, hearing voices, all the things Descartes could be saying, seeing colors, hearing sounds, Is there anything in any of the attributes of that sort, the attributes of materiality, material things, things accessible to the senses, anything there that belongs to the nature of body that couldn't come into the purview of an evil demon setting out to deceive me? Clearly not. I could always be deceived, says Descartes, about all things like that. I might be dreaming that I'm walking instead of actually walking. I might be hallucinating, the victim of post-hypnotic suggestion, in a stupor that has me imagining things I'm not engaged in. All such things are just the province of a malignant demon setting out to deceive me. Perceptions and feelings aside, there is, however, another activity in the soul, that is thinking. And here is Descartes again, quote, "Thinking is another attribute of the soul, and here I discover what properly belongs to myself. This alone is inseparable from me. I am, therefore, precisely speaking, only a thinking thing, that is, mind or reason." Close quote. Let us rehearse this. Properly speaking, I am a thinking thing. I am a res cogitans. I cannot say with comparable epistemic authority that I am an extended thing, a res extensa, because when it comes to things like I walk, I'm tall, my eyes are blue, well, these are things that clearly could be subject to self-deception, or deception imposed by a malignant demon setting out to deceive me. So it turns out then that the one thing I can count on as being so inseparably bound up with the reality of my being is thought. Cogito, I think. In this, however, I cannot be deceived, for only insofar as I am a thinking thing, only insofar as I think, only to that extent am I subject to deception. One might not ever be able to distinguish between reality and a dreamed reality. All empirical modes of verification are, after all, vulnerable to demonic deception. Nothing external to the mind can count against this demon theory. But to deceive logically entails some sort of cognitive agent, a thinking thing, a res cogitans. Now this is the point of the cogito ergo sum. The cogito ergo sum is not a device Descartes needs in order to deduce his existence. It's not as if he disbelieves his own existence and must find some evidence for it. The cogito, in a word, is not designed to solve an ontological problem, but an epistemological problem, the problem of finding a means, a method, by which to be sure one is not deceived. What Descartes searches for is the necessary precondition even for total skepticism. And this turns out to be thought itself, or more generally, the reality of the mental, which is affirmed even in the act of doubting it. Thus, it is an act of mind that constitutes the root ontological reality, providing just that clear, undeniable, inseparable aspect of being that must defeat all and every form of skepticism. There cannot be a complete skepticism regarding knowledge, because the one thing I can know is that I am a thinking thing. Now, something very interesting comes out of this, other than the argument itself. Descartes did not discover his method by having the prescription of his glasses changed, or by way of Baconian experimental lucifera. He arrived at his discovery through a form of rational analysis, a kind of axiomatic method, not unlike what one finds in mathematics and analytical geometry. So here we find Descartes, the analytical geometer, the student of Euclid, putting together a rational argument, or if I may say, a distinctly, yes, Jesuitical argument, one leading to a conclusion capable of sustaining a particular position and defeating another one. Does this method remind us of something else? A method that begins with a thesis, followed by good reasons for doubting its validity, followed by rational replies to these very objections, and then resting the conclusion on what the argument presents with clear and compelling force? Does it not echo the sic et non of medieval philosophy? You know, Descartes is widely regarded as the father of modern philosophy. I should say that this may be so, but I also suggest that he is the last of the great scholastic philosophers. Now, consider the method again, the discourse on method. It's a veritable avenue into the world of modern philosophy. There are four main points set forth in the work. First, accept nothing is true. except what presents itself with a clarity and vividness that is irresistible. Secondly, divide each problem into as many smaller steps as possible. That is, when you address the problem of knowledge, what is it I know? What can be known? How do I go about knowing? Try to partition that into as many small steps as you can. Third, work from the solution of the smallest step up to the ever larger and larger aspects of the problem so that finally you reach the general solution. You reach the general solution by working through solutions to the more rudimentary and elementary dimensions of the problem. Finally, test the general solution with persistence. Go after it hammer and tong, assuring yourself that it suffers no exceptions. As with Bacon on the fruit-bearing kind of experiment, Descartes, too, anticipates a falsificationist criterion in the search for knowledge. We must test the general solution with persistence, assuring ourselves that it suffers no exceptions. So what we're really looking for is the exception to the general rule. Any number of empirical confirmations won't be enough. Rather, search for a test that would really show the weakness of the general solution that you've found. Now, fortified with the method of inquiry, Descartes would then turn his attention productively to what comes down to us as philosophy of mind. After all, if it is the mind, if it is mental activity that stands at the root ontological fact, the root ontological fact that cannot be denied, then we must know something about mind and its operations, mind in relation to body, the nature of the relationship between a res cogitans and a res extensa. This, of course, is a vexing question. Some have argued that Descartes was the first to recognize its full import, that the ancients had no idea that there really was a mind-body problem as such. Aristotle and Plato were well aware of the difference between mind and body. Indeed, I think Aristotle was deeply aware of the problem of just how the two become related. He does say that there's something about our rational power that doesn't seem to have one of the properties of matter, namely movement. What makes a thing a material thing is that, at least in principle, it's changeable or movable. So when Aristotle says in his treatise on the soul that epistemonikon ukine tai, that the rational faculty doesn't move, he does seem to be at least creating the grounds for an argument according to which there is an immaterial aspect to the mental. Now, this doesn't, of course, solve the mind-body problem, but it surely offers evidence that at least one ancient Greek was aware that there was a problem. Nonetheless, in Descartes, the mind-body problem really is pivotal. The question is how an unextended thing can make an extended thing move. If you take Descartes as insisting that the mind is not an extended thing, but a thinking thing, that essentially what we are thinking things, which is to say that the mind is not an extended material object, well, it's not at all clear how a mental event can produce or bring about or cause a physical event. How, for example, my decision to raise my arm is followed by my arm going up. Now, volitionally, I can bring about the movement of my arm, which is to say there's some sort of mental event followed by a physical event, which means something mental, in some sense, is making something physical happen. Well, Descartes doesn't really know any way around this. He's fairly confident that the soul, élan, soul, mind, is able to make the body move. But he certainly is not prepared to grant that something about the body can cause the mind to think. It's clear and indubitable as an idea that I have the intention to raise my arm. There's nothing doubtful about the first-person account of a desire. There is then nothing doubtful, at least to me, about my arm going up because I willed it. So there's nothing odd in the claim that the mental causally brought about the physical, that mind caused body to move. However, it would be at once odd, surely doubtful, to claim that the movement of the arm caused one to think. It would be comparably odd to think that matter as such could causally influence the mental as such. Well, Descartes' solution to the mind-body problem is a limited interactionist solution. He does see how the psychic dimension or the mental dimension of life can bring about physical effects, but he does not grant that the mere physics of body can bring about genuinely mental events. He knows, of course, that physical injuries can cause psychological experiences of pain, that an empty stomach creates pangs of hunger, that light results in visual sensations. But such effects are not the purely mental events that Descartes takes to be the authentic marks of the mental. Rather, only abstract rational thought. What one finds in mathematics and logic, for example, would qualify as mental in the stricter, I would say, Cartesian sense. In fact, I think the best way of illustrating what Descartes does have in mind in declaring that a res extensa cannot determine a res cogitans is this. He raises the specific question about a conceivable machine. Now, he has formidable engineering skills himself, and was also one of the many to be amused in the royal gardens by the dancing statues that were activated by stepping on some concealed plate in the ground. He regarded these as very good models of sensory and motor functions. The same principles might well account for how we and the entire animal economy respond to impinging stimuli. The external world stimulates sense organs, thus setting up patterns of activity. The patterns of activity are carried by some kind of spiritus medium through what he called the nervous tubules. When the nervous tubules in the arm fill up, the arm is pulled one way or another way, depending upon which muscles are thus stretched, etc. So Descartes was satisfied that most of the sensory, motor, emotional, appetitive dimensions of life could be explained according to such hydraulic or physical or mechanical principles. Indeed, in these respects, he really is one of the founders in the modern sense of a rigorously biological psychology. But now, let's get back to his thought experiment about a marvelous machine. Descartes asks whether we could make something that so closely approximates our behavior that we really couldn't tell it from an actual person. He's raising a question that today would be called the question of artificial intelligence. And Descartes says, he answers the question, no. Such a device would always fail, and it would fail in the following ways. First, it would never attain the idea of God. Second, it would not be able to frame abstract concepts. And it could not creatively use language. Now, this is just another way of saying that the mark of our rationality, the mark of a thinking thing, is to be found in the rational, creative, and discursive powers, not at the level of perception, feeling, or behavior. It's to be found in the rational power of abstract thought, particularly as this manifests itself in mathematics. And indeed, it is to be found in that ultimate degree of abstract thought in which we contemplate the created universe as the outcome of transcendent powers beyond the reach even of reason, let alone sense. So Descartes famously solves the mind-body problem by granting that the mind has an independent standing. Descartes is routinely also credited, or charged, however you like it, with holding something called a theory of innate ideas. Now, actually, he went so far as to publish a document declaring that he had never proposed such a theory. But ideology has a way of generating lies and libels in every arena of life, and Descartes has been the victim of some fairly odd attributions. Now, in a manner of speaking, Descartes did have a theory according to which some things that are obviously and universally known, and that could not possibly be known as a result of sensory experience, can only be accounted for on the basis of there being some innate or intuitive or, as it were, a priori mental power. He makes the point in several ways. Let's consider one especially vivid example of what, in a very qualified sense, might count as a Cartesian innate idea. Suppose we assume that all knowledge of the external world is by way of the activity of the sense organs. Every empiricist would like that. The old scholastic bromide, nihil est in intellectu, quod non fuerit prius in sensu. Nothing is in the mind which wasn't first in the senses. That expresses the point well. So anything that possibly can constitute an item of thought begins as a sensory experience. Surely Descartes' sternest critics would take that position. So all we could possibly know then are our own experiences, flashes, shapes, forms, sounds, tastes, touches, odors, various combinations of all these. But notice, if that's all that could possibly occupy the mind, namely the sensory experiences, there would be absolutely no basis whatever to assume that there is an external material world that is causally bringing these sensations about. It would be unthinkable for creatures thus equipped to reach the conclusion that in addition to sights, sounds, smells, touches, etc., there's also some separate external material reality causally antecedent to all these experiences. Nonetheless, everyone in fact does know that sensations and perceptions are consequences of an external material world impinging on the organs of sense. Nobody's doubtful about an external material world, known as a material world. Put all this together. Everyone knows there's an external material world. No one could arrive at the idea of matter as such from the phenomenology of experience, for thoughts and sensations have no material or physical attributes. How then, from the facts of experience, do we reach the understanding or possess the certain knowledge that the experiences are of something which in fact is a material something? Now, since matter, qua matter, is not something delivered by the senses, the only thing delivered by the senses are these psychic experiences, and since everyone knows that there is an external material world causally effective in bringing these perceptions about, well, the idea of matter must be something immanent in thought itself. It isn't served up by experience, so it must be one of the intuitively provided facts of mental life. Now, I don't wish to defend Descartes' conclusions here. I simply want to show that this new method begins as skepticism. It uses reason and rational argument in a systematic way, and it presents as the right approach to solving the problem of knowledge an axiomatic, analytical approach characteristic of developments in mathematics and now being brought to bear more generally on the affairs of life and mind. The modern age is upon us. It is replete with new and different interests in the subtle operations of the mind itself. And we've come a long way toward the recognition and the appreciation that in the interstices of a rich cognitive life, much of what we take to be facts of the external world really turn out to be echoes and reflections, models of a possible world shaped and conditioned by the peculiarities, the eccentricities, and the formal properties of cognition, of a cognizing being, as a res cogitans. Cartesianism is held up to scorn, ridicule, and analysis 7 days a week in good philosophy departments and any number of PhD dissertations. At the end of the day, there is a very, very strong Cartesian element in what we are pleased to call our cognitive neuroscience and our philosophies of mind. Descartes is with us, even as his methods look a bit antiquated in comparison with the functional MRI. We are Cartesian, even when we are so kicking and screaming.
Lecture 27, Newton, the Saint of Science.
The 17th century is not just the age of science, that's a truism, of course. It's the age of Isaac Newton, who, by the lights of the 18th century, was a veritable icon, a veritable saint of science. The Newtonian achievement was at once a source of inspiration and confidence. And given his accomplishments and the methods that generated them, well, the sky's the limit. And the first thing that the 18th century was prepared to defend in coming to that conclusion is that Newton's methods were utterly secular, forward-looking, analytically rigorous, true of the true scientist, one not in the thrall of ancient wisdom, not caught up in scholastic niceties. Conveniently overlooked in the propaganda wars of the Enlightenment is the fact that the utterly idolized Newton was rather more interested in Scripture and the teachings of the Christian Church than in the laws of gravity. Let me just pause for a moment and underscore this point. To hear the 18th century tell it, Newton is this utterly secularized intelligence, utterly disabusing himself of all antique notions, not to mention the hocus-pocus and mumbo-jumbo of religious orthodoxy. That's good Enlightenment propaganda. The actual real Newton, who lived and worked on planet Earth, was profoundly interested in Scripture all the days of his life. The prophetic promises of Francis Bacon did seem to be fully redeemed by Newton and his experimental undertakings. Newton conducted many experiments, some so significant as to ground the very laws of the universe. He advanced incredibly original theories. He developed novel instruments and created whole methods of mathematical analysis that astounded his age. Beyond the contributions to science, however, Newton, in virtue of his very life and character, served as a model for succeeding generations of scientists. He was born in 1642 in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, and he died in London in 1727, remarkably productive over most of those 84 years, including some of the earliest. His father had died months before his own birth. A prosperous but illiterate farmer, that's what his farmer did. When he was 2 years old, his mother remarried and sent him to live with his grandmother, a biographical fact quite similar to Descartes', by the way. I'm not suggesting this is a mode of child-rearing, but it is at least a coincidence. He had no use for his stepfather, and apparently the feeling was fully reciprocated. At 19, Newton confessed that had he had his way, his mother and her husband's house would have been set ablaze, and in fact they would have been as well. So this was a fellow quite bitter at 19. And at school he made no positive impression whatever. He was described by his teachers in a way that today would match up with an attention deficit syndrome. I can see Newton today on Ritalin. Fortunately for the history of science, Isaac was spotted by his uncle William Ayscough as a candidate for further study. His influence succeeded in having Newton finish preparatory studies in Grantham at 18, and then, of all things, with coaching and with a sudden thirst for learning itself, actually getting himself admitted to Cambridge and to Uncle William's own college, Trinity College, Cambridge, June 5th, 1661. To this point, however, he seemed gifted at all only in his tinkering with machinery. He was a bit of a, well, I think the term today might be a geek. You know, he had these sort of geekish tendencies, but certainly nothing predictive of what would culminate as Isaac Newton. Now, staples in the curriculum at Cambridge then were Plato and Aristotle, various books in law and theology. We know he read Descartes and Hobbes, Kepler and Galileo. A book or diary he composed at this time was called Certain Philosophical Questions, beginning the work with a boyishly innocent passage. Quote, "Plato is my friend, Aristotle is my friend, but my best friend is truth." Close quote. There is evidence to suggest that his interest in mathematics actually began by way of, ready for this, astrology, a subject he retained an interest in throughout his life. Notwithstanding his lackluster preparation, he is soon able to absorb the subtlest precepts in mathematics as if he had discovered them himself. Now, I want to stop here for a second to say, this prodigious mind in the history of mathematics, Isaac Newton, how does he get interested in mathematics? He finds some things going on in astrology that require a comprehension of mathematics. So he sets his mind to mathematics. Had he not had an interest in astrology, the fellow might have spent all of his life making clocks or something. Now, in some instances, Newton, having mastered a proof, would proceed to invent another and better one, and do this at the ripe old age of 21. An outbreak of plague in 1665 caused the suspension of studies at Cambridge, Newton returning home and miraculously proceeding to produce some of the most original scientific and mathematical discoveries in the history of science. Always reluctant to publish, Newton would have many of his achievements well known to intimate friends years and even decades before he gave any publicity to them whatever. But when he returned to Cambridge in 1667, and his discoveries came to the attention of the leading mathematics don there, I refer to Isaac Barrow, it was Barrow who proceeded to make these works of genius known in all the right places. In fact, in order to secure Newton the position and the perks needed for so great a mind, this wonderful don, Barrow, resigned his own Lucasian chair in mathematics so that Newton, at 27 years of age, could sit as Lucasian professor of mathematics. Don't ever underestimate the great teacher. He wrote down in his Regulae Philosophandi these rules for conducting philosophy, the rules for philosophizing, just the way one should go about doing scientific work. These hold up very well. They're still exemplary. Scientists to this day, particularly in the developed branches of science, if they don't cite Newton, certainly mimic or at least follow in the tradition established in these writings and in Newton's great Principia, the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica. This was published in 1687, Newton now 45 years old, honored, revered, and with the publication of this work, recognized as the scientist of the age. Now let me cite a few of the contributions that he sets forth in this great work. Newton formulates the law of universal gravitation. Now that would be enough to earn a lasting reputation. He provides mathematical solutions to problems involving the motion of bodies. He shows how to quantify the density of the Earth, the trajectory of comets, the mass of the sun. He explains the motion of the tides. He develops and names the concepts of centripetal force, by which an object could in principle be made to do what? Orbit the Earth. There's always the temptation, especially in examining the lives of scientists, to see in such achievements a continuation of traditions already long in place. And it is sometimes written, even by admirers of Newton, that after all, he had the discoveries of Kepler and Galileo and Copernicus. Didn't Newton himself say that, quote, "If I have seen further than other men, it's only because I have stood on the shoulders of giants"? Indeed. But Newton ushered in a revolutionary perspective in science, and that revolution can't be explained merely as his continuing work in progress. The term revolution is overused. We're told we've had a Freudian revolution, and Kant introduced a Copernican revolution in philosophy. We're now in the midst of a genetic revolution. But you see, Newton really did usher in a revolutionary change in method, in the understanding of science, and in the very attitude we have about ourselves as knowledge-gathering, theory-testing entities capable of placing the physical world almost where we want it, controlling it, having it do our bidding. Newton is the first not only to develop a new method in mathematics, he shares with Leibniz the discovery of calculus. But I say he not only invents and discovers the calculus of fluxions, but does so for the express purpose of solving problems in physics. That is, he is the one who mathematizes the agenda of the physical sciences. Mathematics now, as an applied, not just an abstract undertaking, but an applied method for dealing with problems in astronomy and dynamics. This is a revolutionary application of mathematics, not found in the work of Kepler or Copernicus. I want to stress this point. This now is mathematics as a mode of discovery. Descartes was an original thinker in mathematics, but unlike Newton, his works in natural philosophy, with just a few negligible exceptions, are absolutely devoid of mathematics. So here you've got someone like Kepler himself, very, very skillful in mathematics, and more than Kepler, entirely imaginative and creative in mathematics, but still not seeing the relationship we now know to obtain between mathematics and physics, mathematics and the physical sciences. This all seems quite obvious now. It is obvious, and it's obvious because of Newton. It was not obvious in 1600. It certainly wasn't obvious to Francis Bacon. It certainly wasn't obvious to Descartes 50 years later. And it's Newton who makes it obvious. That's the habit of genius. It makes obvious what had never been thought of before. When we consult Kepler on the laws of motion, we find Kepler insisting that motion will cease when force is no longer applied. Now this is the theory precisely replaced and defeated by Newton's laws of motion. Again, Newton's achievement is different from building on a past. It is correcting the past in such a way as to alter the future course of entire realms of inquiry. Central to Newton's laws of motion are propositions that were explicitly denied by Kepler in his own major scientific works. I can't dilate on these, but I can, as it were, rush through them a bit. Consider Kepler's laws of planetary motion to see how Newton's mind operates. Kepler's laws are precise laws, and the observational data of Tycho Brahe fit into the laws nicely. Newton seeks to understand all this. Now, what is his approach? Test this carefully. First, he reduces the problem. He renders the problem in utterly abstract terms. He reduces the problem to the problem of an ideal mass, a point revolving around a center of force. No need to look at planets or peer through telescopes. Rather, one can sit with a pencil and a piece of paper, in this case, let's say a quill and a piece of paper, and determine the behavior of an ideal mass making revolutions around a center of force. Now this becomes an idealized model of an imaginable world, a possible world. When he reduces the problem that way, he then solves the equations and shows that although Kepler's laws actually don't work at the level of observation, and they do work at the level of the ideal representation of the problem. Now, the reason I do want to dilate on this reduction of the Keplerian problem to that of an ideal mass going around a center of force is to note that this actually becomes a model of representing complex problems at large. An idealized model of an imaginable world can be used to frame and test conjectures regarding the facts of the actual world. Newton is important in introducing into the methodology of science the role of the model, the idealized model, and that approach now guides virtually every branch of systematic knowledge. Here is Newton, 4 centuries ago, concretely idealizing a complex problem in astronomy, solving at the level of this idealized abstraction, and returning now to the database and seeing the extent to which the ideal solution and the observational data match up with each other. This, I say, is paradigmatic of theoretical and applied science, hand in glove, at their best. Now, only in the ideal world of mathematics do Kepler's laws hold up. In the world of actual physical things, there are always discrepancies. So Newton now must distinguish between truth and approximations. You now have an ideal standard by which you can gauge the adequacy of the empirical data, the adequacy of theories constructed at the level of observation. This relationship between the ideal model as a test of theories and progress in science, this connection, this fundamental Newtonian connection, becomes a central feature in the progress of science to this day. So if I might repeat myself, Newton in all these respects is not simply building on some earlier tradition. This is the novel, creative power of a mind of genius, and recognized as such. A final point here. Galileo, of course, is a much better candidate for the honor of establishing the 2 new sciences which might be seen as anticipating Newton's own methods. I say if you wanted to say Newton was building on anybody's work, it would be Galileo's. But Galileo, whose pioneering research in mechanics is legendary, and indeed foundational for the science that would follow, still leaves no possibility, for example, for the tides to be influenced by the moon. Now, this may sound like a small omission, but it is in fact integral to the correct universal law of gravitation. At least here, Galileo is not a forerunner of Newton's. Now, more accessible than his great Principia, Newton's treatise in optics was published in English in 1704, and it concludes with a collection of the most intriguing scientific questions imaginable at the time, or at any time. Einstein, by the way, would have an interest in this one. Now, we're talking about something appearing in a treatise on optics. Quote, "Do not bodies act upon light at a distance, and by their action bend its rays?" Close quote. We remain very interested in this one. Quote, "What is there in places empty of matter? Whence is it that the sun and planets gravitate toward one another without dense matter between them?" Close quote. Indeed, what about this action at a distance with nothing in between? It's doubtful that Newton had more than a casual interest in astrology, but he did have more than a casual interest in alchemy. He is not shunning some of the natural magic, natural science dimensions of late Renaissance scientific thought, including Hermeticism. His unpublished work includes hundreds of pages devoted to alchemical theory and to alchemical research. In one recent biography, it bears the suggestive title, Newton, the Last Sorcerer, a fine book by Michael White. The Last Sorcerer. Well, a man of great complexity, Newton never lost faith in the central proposition that the harmony and lawfulness discovered as a result of his own genius and the genius of science was a reflection of God's plan for the universe. I want to make clear that the Newton we're talking about is a God-fearing Christian man, a lifelong student of the Bible, keenly interested in the prophets of the Old Testament, committing perhaps as many lines to these subjects as to science itself. And I say, it is worth noting at this point that although this is distinctive in Newton, it's not unique in Newton. There isn't some fundamental rift now between a God-fearing Christian person, etc., university don, engaged in research, higher mathematics, so forth, at the same time being profoundly interested in the Bible and seeing in these activities a certain mutual compatibility and complementarity. Back to Newton the person. He had several periods of very deep depression in life, the worst being in 1693, occasioned perhaps by the end of a valued relationship with a young Swiss mathematician named Fatio. It was at the same time that Newton's religious sensibilities were undergoing some upheaval, and also a time when he may have reacted to toxins produced by his alchemical research. For a time he turned on his friends. He was rarely seen leaving his rooms. Mathematics problems may well have lifted the clouds. Newton is an icon, but he's also the representative of an age. He is a figure in the 17th century. The 17th century is a time of great foment, in which one king will lose his head. It's the century of Cromwell and the Roundheads, and leveling, and a kind of puritanical conservatism. It's also a century that will see the restoration of the monarchy. With Charles II, there's a certain upbeat, forward-looking, positivistic, progressive attitude. Science is an important part of life in this world. This is a world on the move, with expansion of trade routes, colonies growing in the New World, and a host of practical problems to be solved. The need for technical and scientific minds to solve such problems results in the happy marriage of the monarchy and the inquisitive. And thus in 1660 there is formed under royal charter the Royal Society of London, and its motto, nullius in verba, on the authority of no one's words. What counts here is not the revealed truth of Scripture, or what the king says, or the productions of the wise man. The Royal Society of London, devoted to the discovery of useful knowledge, using the methods of science. Newton, as it happens, will be one of its presidents, succeeding Robert Hooke, and adding luster to a congress of inquiring minds that will come to include the greatest figures in the modern history of science. Let me say a few words about the Royal Society, about what it symbolizes, less about what it actually accomplished. Within a few years of its founding, the Royal Society begins to compile letters and manuscripts from all over the world. We will find in the unpublished papers of the Royal Society requests by the Crown to inquire into a claim that a woman has given birth to a sheep. Now, mind you, no one at court would give credence to such a claim, but that isn't the point I want to make now. The point is that 30 years earlier, a claim like that would have resulted in a detachment of clergymen. Now, however, before the 17th century has ended, it is science that is to settle such matters. The authority of science is now already and widely accepted. Not just thanks to Newton. This is the age of Newton, but it's the age of Galileo, and yes, Robert Hooke, and Robert Boyle, and Christian Huygens, and Christopher Wren. The list is a very long one. The smarter heads at this point are betting on science. When confronting some epistemological conundrum, some great technical difficulty, when you have to determine the draft of a ship, or longitude at sea, or the best trade route, or whether a woman has given birth to a sheep, or how to prevent scurvy, or what to do about the stone. I say, when these questions of life and limb and commerce and economy and politics and society surface, it's now increasingly common to look to the community of scientists and say either softly or loudly, as a command or a supplication, help. The age of Newton had launched the age of science itself. Well, are we the children of that age? You can answer that question by asking yourself a few questions. What do we do when we come up with a fundamental problem in economics? Child rearing, marital relations, nutrition, problems of aging, insurance settlements, mentally unstable people, international tensions, war and peace. What do we do? Well, we turn on the telly, and we wait to hear the latest from the denizens of think tanks with PhDs and master's degrees and the like. That is to say, we round up the usual suspects, all trailing advanced degrees, all having specialized in arcane and elusive subjects. Now you might ask, when did all this begin? Of course, the temptation is to say, well, the great achievements of science being what they are, we now have developed highly specialized knowledge that was mastered by people educated and trained in those subjects and prepared to address these problems, indeed all problems. The plain fact, however, is that no truly consequential social, moral, or political problem, let alone those at the interpersonal level, has ever been solved within specialties that grant PhDs. But an ethos has arisen, according to which no problem is a real problem unless it admits of a solution reached by some specialized mode of attack. This is an extraordinary perspective. The idea that if a problem is a bona fide problem, it is solvable by some sort of formulaic method or measurement. In fact, one expression of this, which comes long after Newton, one expression of this takes the following form. If a thing exists, it exists in some degree. If it exists in some degree, it is measurable. But the whole point being that what resists measurement or falls beyond the ambit of measurement isn't even real. Well, it's the age of Newton. It's the scientific worldview that has shaped and guided this perspective and fostered an optimism that is bound to be frustrated. It was a new idea in the world, this notion of breaking complex problems down into manageable elements and dealing with the pieces. This notion that all reality can be reduced to a model, an ideal model. It's an idea that continues to shape thought in the present world. We don't look for miracles anymore. We look for models. We look for simplifications. We look for quantified expressions of life's challenges. After all, if the universe itself can be understood in mechanical terms, why should puny little societies be any different? I think at this point I might want to remind myself, as I do often in lectures on this subject, of a line from Voltaire. It would be very odd that all of the planets would conform to fixed and eternal laws, and that there should be a little creature 5 feet tall acting solely according to his own caprice. Here's Voltaire, one of the greatest of Newton's admirers. Do you see that here we have these cosmic laws fixing the behavior of the planets? Do you think we're exempt from the same sort of thing? Well, perhaps as a corrective here, one might consider a rather ancient Greek understanding of matters of this sort. What makes a problem a significant human problem and social problem is precisely what does not allow it to be broken down into smaller parts, because a problem is not a collection of parts. It's something that begins beyond the reach and the ken of man, something tied up with fate and accident and what was never planned. What one has to learn then, what one has to learn to do, is recognize that life becomes possible only within a range of possibilities limited by problems and under the weight of problems. And anything done by way of breaking things down into smaller pieces or reducing it is likely to render it less accessible even to the limited means available to us. The point here is that by lights so apparent to the ancient Greek thinkers, some problems are simply intrinsic to the very life and nature of humanity itself. And so the right task is not to look for a solution or an expert, but to look around for an accommodation. This is a possibility sometimes obscured by the success of science, which in distracting us moves the accommodation even further from our reach. Science is a great gift, and like all great gifts, like all boxes of good candy, too much actually can result in untoward consequences.
Lecture 28, Hobbes and the Social Machine.
The age of René Descartes and Isaac Newton, Robert Hooke, Galileo, Robert Boyle, is also the age of Thomas Hobbes. The implications of developed science would not be lost on Hobbes, who was persuaded that if all the universe could be reduced to systematic laws, it would be very strange indeed if society itself could not be embraced by the same rational, experimental approach to problem solving. His colossal classic, Leviathan, is an expression of that judgment. It is a work in social engineering, designed as the plans for a world in which one minimizes warfare. I'm tempted to say reduces friction and civil strife. His long life spans the period 1588 to 1679, a period in which momentous political, intellectual, and scientific events took place in England and in Europe. He had a highly variegated career in his own right. He was classically educated. In fact, one of his important contributions is a quite authoritative translation of Thucydides, which went through a number of editions. For 5 years, he served as personal secretary to, yes, Francis Bacon. In fact, I've noted over a course of years that the job of a secretary can be utterly fulfilling, just in case one's boss happens to be Francis Bacon. rarely happens. And indeed, given the scientific outlook that Hobbes would come to promote and come to adopt, we do see a Baconian influence, though Hobbes himself would be more directly influenced by his exposure to the science of Galileo. At 15, Hobbes entered Magdalen College, Oxford, and was quickly immersed in scholastic philosophy, graduating with no taste for it and then taking the post of tutor. His continental journeys of 1610 further weakened his respect for the old philosophy. His growing interest in the dangerous politics of his time leads to his translation of Thucydides, published in 1628, whose own account of War and Peace makes out a good case against extreme forms of democracy. I want to pause for a moment to say that Thucydides on war is not just a subject Hobbes happened to, well, why not translate that one? Thucydides is making a point Hobbes wants to make too. Hobbes returned to the continent again in the period 1636-1637 and became associated with a circle of leading intellectuals through Father Mersenne in France. It was this association that forged a friendship with Pierre Gassendi, at the time the chief expositor of a thoroughly materialistic philosophy and materialistic psychology. Even more important in his intellectual life, Hobbes also meets Galileo in Italy and is won over completely to the new science of mechanics and begins to consider its application to the social and political world. Now this, as I mentioned in the previous lecture, is also the epoch in which England will behead one king. It will have a protector. It will then have a restored monarchy. Hobbes is there for all this. He sees revolution in England, civil strife, regicide. He exiles himself in France in 1640 after publishing his Elements of Law, a work that lays the foundation for the absolute power of the monarch. It's during this exile in France that he spends time as tutor to another Englishman, the future Charles II, who 16 years later is the one who grants the Royal Charter to the Royal Society. So Hobbes's fortune, we see, was shifting, to say the least. Now back in England, he publishes Leviathan in 1651 and undertakes a number of significant disputes in print on the issue of free will, determinism, and the nature of human nature. Let's begin with Leviathan, this treatise in social and civic engineering. Hobbes's introduction leaves no doubt as to the perspective that will govern the entire work. Here's a quote. Nature, the art whereby God hath made and governs the world, is by the art of man, as in many other things, so in this also, imitated, that it can make an artificial animal. For seeing life is but a motion of limbs, in the beginning whereof is in some principal part within. Why may we not say that all automata, engines that move themselves by springs and wheels, as doth a watch, have an artificial life? But what is the heart but a spring, and the nerves but so many strings? Art goes yet further, imitating that rational and most excellent work of nature, man. For by art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth or state, which is but an artificial man, close quote. Now, this is rather awkward prose, not in its time, but right now. Look what's being said here. God has made nature, and we find out that the God-made nature conforms to the laws of mechanics, etc. Well, why should anything that's natural be different? Society, after all, is part of the natural world. We've used our reason and our observation to solve other kinds of problems that crop up in the natural world. Political society surely isn't to be excluded from this. It is a fit subject for it. But of course, to get the show on the road, you must disabuse yourself of certain habits of mind that have prevented progress in this area in the past. So as we approach Leviathan, we discover that the first item on the agenda is to leave behind us certain absurd modes of thought, eliminating absurdity from our thinking. You see, again, this is going to be Oh, sort of Bacon-like, the ancients were the ancients, we've got to look ahead and do things in a more developed way. The approach Hobbes takes is not unlike Galileo's compositive, resolutive approach in physics, breaking down complex phenomena into parts, then building up again through systematic observation. Thus does Leviathan begin with an examination of the senses and the means by which we have knowledge of the external world, moving then to imagination, which reaches possibilities that go beyond immediate experience, then to that train of associations that lead thought into new and different directions. So his reduction of the mental realm is really quite radical. Another quote: "There is no other act of man's mind that I can remember, naturally planted in him, so as to need no other thing to the exercise of it, but to be born a man and live with the use of his 5 senses. Those other faculties, which seem proper to man only, are acquired and increased by study and industry, and proceed all from the invention of words and speech." Close quote. The natural tendency of imagination is toward discovery and invention. This is what distinguishes man from other animals. And on this last point, we find a revealing example offered by Hobbes, the staunch royalist. Referring to the recent Civil War, he recalls someone asking the value of a Roman penny. In Chapter 3, Hobbes traces the associations that arise from this question. Listen to this, quote, "For the thought of the war introduced the thought of delivering up the king to his enemies. The thought of that brought in the thought of delivering up Christ, and that again the thought of the 30 pence, which was the price of that treason. And all this in a moment of time, for thought is quick." Now here is the use of an associationist psychology to make a royalist point. The comparability of Judas betraying Jesus Christ and the king being turned over to his executioners. Hobbes gives central importance to speech, convinced that the perpetuation of absurdities is a kind of casualness and lack of discipline in establishing the meaning of the very terms we use to establish what makes a problem problematical. His account of the appearance of speech from the time of Adam is a pragmatic one, beginning with naming animals and objects. But the punishment inflicted on those building the Tower of Babel finds the world now divided into different linguistic enclaves. Speech does confer power, it aids memory, but it lends itself to abuses, of which Hobbes cites 4. There is first the inconstant use of terms in the process of registering our thoughts, such that we deceive ourselves into having concepts of things that are not actually experienced. Second, by metaphorical devices, we deceive others. Third, by dissimulation, as when we lie about our intentions. Fourth, when language is used as an instrument to inflict harm and grief on others. But it is the first 2 of these that will misguide our understanding of ourselves and our social world. We have a tendency to conflate spirituous things, imaginary things, objects of superstition, mysticism, legend, and lore, with ontologically real material things. Loose talk is, in the current vernacular, the way we would describe the absurdity that Hobbes is warning us against. We engage in loose talk. We fail to distinguish, he says, between real bodies and spiritus, immaterial things. You know, in some respects, Hobbes is anticipating much that will come to be regarded as analytical philosophy, the idea being that there aren't any actual philosophical problems as such. There are confusions, and these are essentially grammatical and linguistic. Much more of this toward the end of this series of lectures. Well, we speak, for example, about seeking to infuse faith in someone. Now, of course, this is a metaphorical figure of speech. I don't think we have to be chastened if we understand this as a figure of speech. The problem is, on Hobbes's account, when you adopt this kind of talk habitually, you begin to think of faith as some thing that can be infused as such into a material body. And before you know it, you're under the weight of your own linguistic confusions, and you're beginning to treat non-things as things, and vice versa. This is a habit that must be relinquished if there really is going to be a scientific understanding of how society should be structured and maintained. Now, it's one thing to develop what Newton develops as a mathematical model. It's another thing to begin to think that reality is just the model. Hobbes argues that this was something that the scholastics were particularly guilty of, this metaphorical mode of thinking. That's not part of the Hobbesian realist approach to social problems and to civics. For Hobbes, reason itself is a product, a mode of speech. And this expresses itself in the form of, quote, reckoning. This is Hobbes now. Reckoning, that is, adding and subtracting of the consequences of general names agreed upon for marking and signifying our thoughts. You see, he wants to reduce reason itself to a kind of linguistic process that itself is reducible to the process of addition and subtraction. To comprehend reality in a rational manner, then, is to reckon correctly. It's to add and subtract correctly in the management of those general terms that express our thoughts. What is reality, then? Reality for Hobbes is physical reality, and Hobbes makes no mistake about it. If we're to have a scientific understanding of man, therefore, then man must be accepted as a material entity. Man is a material object in a material world, subject to the laws of gravitation. He has mass, moving parts, internal anatomy, all of this subject to the laws of nature. Gassendi couldn't have said it any better. Now, what is society? It's a collection of such entities. So society, properly understood, is a congeries of material objects. You see, what we're doing is we're adding them. Now, this doesn't dehumanize. The proper understanding of humanity is just the proper understanding of the realistically material dimensions of human beings that can be observed and explained. Society is a collection of persons, and therefore it can be understood as a complex system made up of matter in motion, for that's what we are. Now, there are two kinds of motion we can observe in ourselves. There is the involuntary, or vital motion, the sort of motion that takes place when digestive organs work on food, or when a hot object finds the hand being reflexively removed. There's that kind of involuntary motion. But there's also, says Hobbes, intentional motion, not the vital motion that is instinctual or reflexive, but intentional movement. Why do we ever move intentionally? We move intentionally because we have motives and desires. Now, if we are material things, what will be the root motive and root desire? Well, the root motives and desires are those that will be grounded in pleasure and pain. So, Hobbes's foundational psychology is hedonistic, and it's developed in chapter 6 of Leviathan under the heading, quote, this is a long heading now, of the interior beginnings of voluntary motions, commonly called the passions, and the speeches by which they are expressed, close quote. What do we learn? Well, the reason Smith moves from here to there is because this location has something Smith wants, which couldn't be got in that location. Movement, then, is to be understood as a particular complex effect of preceding causes based on a state or condition of the body. Though one does not sense or feel the antecedent motions, they are there, for every effect has a preceding cause. The interior motions, or in Hobbes's terms, the endeavors, constitute desire when it impels motion toward an object, and aversion when it impels behavior away from an object. Now, what's the ultimate motive? Well, the ultimate motive is survival. Not the ancient Greek eudaimonia, not eternal salvation, except in the sense of eternal salvation as ultimate survival. On the earthly plane, it's corporeal survival. freedom from pain and suffering. What approximates or typically leads to survival is that which promotes good feelings. And what puts a distance between life and its survival is anything that causes pain and injury. You're surely getting the picture here. So all the high-blown moral language bequeathed by the ancients and celebrated by the scholastics, the stock in trade of all deeply religious people, finally refers to impulses to survive. That is what morality is finally about on Hobbes's account. We are told to approach the good and shun evil. We're supposed to conduct our lives in a way that's morally sound and fitting. We are to seek to promote virtue within ourselves. What is this all about? It's about seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. Hobbes is not a man lacking in commendable human characteristics, and he is not skeptical about morality. Rather, he wants to know what the reference of moral terms is. Are these just words devoid of meaning? No, they're not devoid of meaning. Words like good and bad, or good and evil, have meaning. It's the meaning associated with survival, with pleasure and pain. What is good is that which conduces to pleasurable states of affairs, and what is bad is that which has destructive or painful consequences attached to it. Now, constancy is not to be expected in such matters. Some desires are innate. Hunger and thirst naturally result in desire for food and drink. But many others are acquired, and furthermore, and here's a quote from Hobbes now, quote, "Because the constitution of a man's body is in continual mutation, it is impossible that all the same things should always cause in him the same appetites and aversions, much less can all men consent in the desire of almost any one and the same object," close quote. So variation is to be expected here. Now, once you put these ingredients together, you begin to see the basis upon which we do enter into civil society. Why do we enter? Man is by nature a social animal, as Aristotle said? No. Hobbes, I think, would put it rather differently. Man is by nature a self-defending animal, a self-interested, and indeed selfish animal, seeking to survive in a perilous world. Therefore, man enters into civil society in the interest of survival in a self-interested way. And what is it he's trying to avert in forming these social compacts or social affiliations? Well, what he's seeking to avert is suffering and death. Indeed, it is the fear of a violent death that commits one to compacts with others, who, through a combination of their individual powers, come to have the means of defense on which each member of the community can rely. Quote, "The greatest of human powers is that which is compounded of the powers of most men, united by consent in one person, natural or civil, that has the use of all their powers depending on his will. Such is the power of a commonwealth." Close quote. So, the strongest individual among us can be undone by the weakest among us. All it takes is a lethal instrument, a poison, a knife in the back. The smartest among us can be undone and subverted in our plans even by dull people. We can be ganged up on. People can enter into confederacies against us. So potentially everyone is an enemy of the other, in that one's own interests might require aggressive actions against another. Now, this is a possibility contained in the very nature of things. We enter into civil society to gain protection against these very possibilities. And at the bottom of it all, what we're trying to do is avoid a violent death. The ultimate purpose for entering into civil society is self-defense. It is to forestall or prevent or render less likely death by violent means. But there's nothing in entering into a collective association that guarantees safety. One might join a nice crowd, all of them turning out to be homicidal maniacs. So it's not just by collectivizing that we gain security. Rather, when we enter into such associations, it's for the express purpose of conferring on someone some group, some person, sufficient power, sufficient legislative autonomy and authority to be able to protect what we take to be our own greatest interests, to protect us against members of the same community that we've entered into in this civic association. So this is not simply a club of like-minded people. It's a group of independent entities who are fearful of each other, needing the protection that comes from numbers, but needing the added protection that comes from having those numbers controlled and regulated. And they are controlled and regulated by a monarchical power, Leviathan, by the state. And the allegiance that we have to Leviathan lasts as long as, and no longer than, the state is capable of protecting us, our interests, and our lives. Dear me, this is a long way from Aristotle and polis undra didasca. Now, how then do we reduce the likelihood of the civil strife that so surrounded Hobbes's own lifetime? Well, we have to do it by giving the political power to the sovereign, to a sovereign authority who operates in the interest of the commonwealth. The individuals within such a commonwealth are not equal, for they do not have equal powers. It is the power of a man that determines his civic worth. Hobbes puts this quite bluntly, quote, "The value or worth of a man is, as of all other things, his price." That is to say, so much as would be given for the use of his power, and therefore is not absolute, but a thing dependent on the need and judgment of another, close quote. So what are we getting at this point, if I might pause here for a second? You want to know the worth of an individual? Well, the worth of an individual is its market value, what you'd be prepared to pay to have the power of that individual made available to you. And this can be a matter of quite shifting fortunes. The word expressive of this value within a civic realm, it's a good word chosen by Hobbes to express value within a civic realm, is honor, and its lack is dishonor. As it is determined exclusively by the power possessed, the greatest honor attaches to the sovereign, who wields the greatest power. So, all honor to the king, for example. Now, Hobbes's entire thesis is based on a hedonistic psychology, and Hobbes is not at all sheepish about stating as much. Consider the passage in Leviathan on reward and punishment. This could have been written by B.F. Skinner. Quote, "Reward and punishment, by which fastened to the seat of the sovereignty every joint and member is moved to perform his duty, are the nerves that do the same in the body natural." Close quote. Freedom and liberty in this connection must be understood not in metaphysical, but in mechanical terms. And so another quote from Hobbes. "When the words free and liberty are applied to anything but bodies, they are abused. For that which is not subject to motion is not subject to impediment. From the use of the words free will, no liberty can be inferred of the will, desire, or inclination, but the liberty of the man which consisteth in this, that he finds no stop in doing what he has the will, desire, or inclination to do." So what he means by liberty is essentially the absence of some sort of mechanical obstacle to motion. Now let's parse these passages. Reward and punishment, by which fastened to the seat of the sovereignty every joint and member is moved to perform his duty. Well, what does that mean? The sovereign has the instruments of reward and punishment. It goes with the scepter. The sovereign can punish, reward, praise, blame, and it is in virtue of that power that we are moved. Every joint and appendage can be moved and put into operation by the proper application of rewards and punishments. Now, unless stopped by some impediment, we will move toward reward and away from punishment, toward honor and away from shame. Make no mistake about it. That's what chivalry and honor and duty and courage are all about. It is the sovereign with sufficient resources to make it too heavy a price to pay to enjoy the pleasures of disobedience. In fact, reward and punishment in the hands of the sovereign effect our actions in just the way that nerves affect the movement of the body. This, after all, is a material, physical kind of influence. It's not something transcendental. It's something quite immediate. Concord in the civil state is health. It's exactly what health refers to. The civic manifestation of a healthy body politic is concord. Sedition is sickness. Sickness is what eats away at the body until it finally kills it. That's what sedition, treason, and disloyalty accomplish. Ultimately, then, sedition leads to civil war, the death of the Commonwealth, and the dissolution of that very power in which one's own security was invested. Descartes asked Father Mersenne to get a good, close, critical reading of his own work and to pull together people who were really up to the task. 4 of them engaged in this critical review. One of them was Father Mersenne himself. Another was Pierre Gassendi, now known chiefly as the 17th century writer who revived Epicurean philosophy. But the third member of the group, who earns our attention here, was Hobbes. Hobbes's critique of Descartes is still good reading, and Descartes' extended reply to Hobbes's critique is not entirely convincing. Hobbes insists in his criticism that Descartes has failed to come to grips with the fact that the only thing we can know with certainty are physical, material processes that will submit to direct observation and to the kind of systematic scientific study already made famous by Galileo. He leaves no room whatever for anything beyond this. Hobbes offers us a human nature in all of its manifestations as a part of nature itself, and the tools developed to study and discover the laws and principles of nature are the same tools to be applied when it comes to human nature. When you take into account everything in the universe that is material, there isn't anything left over. The ultimate ontology is an ontology of matter, and we will understand ourselves best and most fully if we understand ourselves in terms of the laws that govern the material creation. Well, this is really an anticipation of something that Voltaire, I mentioned in an earlier lecture, in his sprightly and impish way, puts together in a most trenchant form, that all the heavens should obey fixed and immutable laws, that a little creature 5 feet tall should do as it chooses, solely according to its own caprice. Hobbes says, nope, the little creature can't do anything according to its own caprice. The little creature, like all creatures, is a mechanical creature, subject to the laws of nature, and subject to study in just the way that we scientifically study anything else with real existence. That's a great idea in philosophy. Pernicious, but a great idea.
Lecture 29, Locke's Newtonian Science of the Mind.
I should think it's entirely fitting, if not inevitable, that the age of Newton would also host the first Newtonian philosophy of mind, the first, as it were, Newtonian psychology. And credit for that, I think quite properly, goes to John Locke, whose dates are 1632 to 1704, a younger contemporary of Newton's, and one who would become his friend in 1689, the year in which his An Essay Concerning Human Understanding was published. Now, John Locke is one of the most influential philosophers in modern history. His father fought for the parliamentarians in the Civil War, giving Locke a pedigree different from that of Hobbes. It would be a pedigree not without negative consequences in Locke's lifetime. Well, we find him at Oxford in 1652, remaining there 15 years from that point until he became a personal physician and friend to Ashley Cooper, the first Earl of Shaftesbury. Locke joins the Earl's household in 1667, but retains his Oxford studentship until it would be revoked by royal decree in 1684. You've got to be careful with your politics in the 17th century. There's a fine portrait of Locke hanging in the Great Hall of Christ Church. It was at Oxford, but apparently not until 1660, that he met and befriended Robert Boyle, the celebrated chemist, whose experimental work would bring fame to him and to Oxford. Now, during this same time in Oxford, in 1665, Locke discovers the recent work of the now deceased Descartes and recognizes its clear superiority over the scholastic philosophy that had been a staple in his own education. Locke was trained as a physician. He was one of the few people during the early decades of the Royal Society to be elected a regular fellow of the Society, chiefly on the basis of contributions of a philosophical rather than an experimental or scientific nature. His election is in the same year that he correctly diagnosed a grave condition suffered by Ashley Cooper and presided over the dangerous but finally successful operation that removed a cyst on the liver of Ashley Cooper. So I do want to say that although Locke was not an experimental scientist, he was recognized as an extremely capable physician and, of course, as a great student of science. Locke was committed to a scientific approach to the mind and society. His essay concerning the human understanding makes it quite clear that progress here must be slow and deliberate. He says that in an age that includes the great Newton and Huygens and Christopher Wren, it would be sufficient for someone like himself to work, he says, as an under-laborer, to make a clearing so that others might be able to make further progress. Nonetheless, it's a quite thick treatise that he offers. Such progress, however, can be made only when we adopt methods and perspectives characteristic of Newtonian science. So Locke becomes a central figure in that part of the history of philosophy sometimes dubbed British empiricism. We can say that it begins with Francis Bacon's Novum Organum, and it will feature centrally John Locke and George Berkeley, David Hume, John Stuart Mill, and other now lesser-known but quite influential philosophers. Now, to say that Locke had committed himself to a Newtonian approach to the issue of mind and the issue of human understanding requires us to rehearse for a moment what that approach is all about. First, of course, Newton famously idealizes complex phenomena. That is, he develops a simple model in which only one or two variables are operating to see how the phenomenon comes about in the ideal case, and then he can try to approximate ever more closely to the actual physical situation through observation and experiment. Now, the other feature of Newtonian science is its ontology. That is to say, Newton begins with the assumption that the ultimate constituents of reality are obviously not the visible, palpable form presented to the senses, but some more elementary and indeed some ultimately atomic form, that the ultimate constituents of reality, the point I want to make is, are not visible things. They're small. And to use the Newtonian terms, they are corpuscular. Light itself is a phenomenon made up of invisibly small corpuscles. And matter, in any form that it might take, is ultimately, at least in principle now, reducible to some more fundamental atomic or corpuscular ontology. So, this ontology is not unlike what has been defended by Pierre Gassendi, the Francis Bacon of France, in his revival of the atomism of Democritus. It's a common feature of 17th century scientific thought, whether in Galileo or in Newton or in Gassendi, namely that complex phenomena are to be reduced, which is to say resolved into parts, at least in theory, to more elementary components. And at the elementary level, you see how things are going, and then you pull these together in order to recreate, here's the compositive process, to recreate, to build things up to reality as it is seen. The scientific understanding just is the resolution into parts and their recomposition as functioning wholes, either in fact or in theory, either actually or ideally. Now, Locke's approach is very much along these lines, patterned after the science of Newton, the science of Newton and Bacon. Well, what are the most elementary ingredients of the human understanding, asks Locke. In fact, the central question that the essay begins with is how the mind comes to be furnished at all. How do we have anything in our mind at all? And what is it that's there? Now let's understand what he's not going to accept. He's not going to accept innate ideas, understood as ideas that, quote, the soul receives in its very first being and brings into the world with it, close quote. He doesn't mention Descartes by name when he rejects the theory of innate ideas. He probably knew of Descartes' explicit repudiation of a form of the theory of innate ideas captured by the quotation I just read. A group of philosophers at Cambridge, however, called the Cambridge Platonists, had already begun to restore respectability to these intuitive, Platonic forms of knowledge, forms of knowing based on reason as such that do not require the exercise of the senses, in any case that couldn't be verified or vindicated by any possible experience. You see, the Cambridge Platonists. Thus it is against teachings of that kind, represented in the works of people like Glanville and Ralph Cudworth, Henry Moore, that Locke's critique of innate ideas is most sharply directed. However, Locke is prepared to accept that there are what he calls certain original acts of the mind. That is, there are some things we obviously do not need experience for, and indeed would have to be present for there to be any kind of rational or mental life at all. Now, an example of this is the law of contradiction. A thing cannot simultaneously be and not be. So there is some basic logical feature of all thought, and Locke is not at pains to establish that this comes about. He's not going to try to prove that you could come to these reckonings by learning. There are some things we know immediately and certainly on first examination, and this indicates a mental power that we generally call intuitive. Locke is prepared to accept that. In other words, he's not the most radical of empiricists. Now, there are other things that can be known to be true, and certainly true in all contexts and in all circumstances. For example, the proofs of geometry. Now, the difference between geometry and intuitive knowledge, like the law of contradiction, is that geometric proofs indeed have to be proven through a series of formal arguments. When we reach a conclusion in the science of geometry or in abstract mathematics, we recognize that the truth of the conclusion is necessary. It's certainly true in all cases, but nonetheless it does require an argument. So here's an instance not of what Locke calls intuitive knowledge, but of what, following the tradition, Locke calls demonstrative knowledge. You know such truths by demonstration, in the older Aristotelian sense of demonstration, a form of argument that successfully leads to a certain conclusion. So here we have two modes of knowing, the intuitive and the demonstrative. But when it comes to the facts of the external world, the matter is entirely different. All ideas come from sensation or reflection. Let us then suppose, says Locke, the mind to be, as we say, white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? Whence comes it by that vast store which the busy and boundless fancy of man has painted on it with an almost endless variety? To this I answer in one word, from experience. But of course, if we examine for a moment what we do know generally is of a very complicated sort. Just think of a demonstration in mathematics itself. Think of the knowledge of a lectern, or a camera, or lenses. Think of a knowledge of the state, politics, law. Now, how does one approach the vastness and complexity and incredible interconnectedness and subtlety that is the human understanding? This doesn't sound at all like atoms or corpuscles. Well, obviously, it doesn't begin that way de novo. We don't begin by knowing about cameras and politics. This isn't something an infant comes into the world knowing. So what we take to be the complex understandings we have must be accumulated over a course of a lifetime. So where does it all begin? Now, true to his empiricistic commitments, Locke has the process begin with sensation, the most elementary act, predating anything that's going to constitute the complex contents of the human understanding. At the fundamental level, it is the sensory act. The most elementary contents of the mind are sensations. What enters the mind first enters there by way of the senses. All of the facts of the external world present themselves to and through those sensory channels, uniquely equipped to pick up information in the external world. In his essay, he rehearses the famous Molyneux problem. The Irish philosopher and scientist Molyneux had raised the question. He and Locke were correspondents. He had raised the question whether a man born blind, and subsequently as a result of surgery given sight, would be able to recognize visually what he had long learned how to recognize tactually. Now, the discussion of the question is in Book 2, Chapter 9 of Locke's essay. That is, a blind person who can feel around the edges of a rectangle or any other regular object such that he would always be able to recognize it as a square or a rectangle or a circle. Now he has the cataracts removed that had been present at birth. So the question is, would he be able to look at the objects in the external world that he so readily could identify tactually and identify which ones were squares, triangles, blue, etc., visually? Locke answers the Molyneux problem as you might expect. On gaining sight, the person could have no appreciation of the visible shape of objects, let alone their colors. That a person born blind and at a later time in life coming to have sight for the first time would be a babe in the woods. There wouldn't be anything he could know by way of some other sense that would give him direct knowledge now about the elements of a visible world which he has just come to. Elementary sensations must be combined and held together in some fashion. Do you see? Here's the problem. You start off with elementary sensations. But when we talk about cameras and lecterns, etc., we're not talking about particles now. We're talking about integrated wholes. So what has to happen is there has to be a means by which these elementary corpuscles, as it were, these corpuscular elements of mind can be pulled together. Any perceived object has many properties that go beyond elementary sensations. So in the particular case of a lectern on which today's notes might rest, first, it has a nearly square shape or a rectangular shape. It's a bit rounded at the top. It has a certain color to it. If I feel it, it even has a temperature. It's a little bit cooler than room temperature. It has solidity and mass. It can be made to stimulate my auditory system. I can do this. I can make a sound on it. It does stimulate my visual system. It provides information that is tangible. And I suppose at some level it probably would have a recognizable odor. And if I started chewing on the edge of it, I would say it probably has some sort of taste, even a recognizable sort of taste. Now, these quite complex features are not themselves elementary sensations. So how do they come together? How does all of this going on finally constitute the experience of a lectern? Locke takes up the question in several places, but most directly in Book 2, Chapter 33 of the essay, the chapter he titles, Of the Association of Ideas. Now here he cites any number of ways thinking is led astray by custom and habit, and argues that it's important for children to be watched closely lest they begin to form the wrong sorts of association. A fair bit of his discussion considers forms of madness as best explained in terms of radically faulty associations. This is Locke the doctor speaking now. In general, Locke explains the process as the result of regularly associated experiences and what might be called their reasonable connections. The elementary sensations are joined together much as the corpuscular elements of the physical world are held together by gravity to form more complex structures. The elementary sensations comprise something of a Newtonian mental realm. Now the corpuscular components of external reality we know are held together by gravitational forces. So, the corpuscular mental elements can be held together by a kind of associational process, maybe we can say functioning in gravitational fashion. Now, Locke does not examine the mechanisms in any detail, and he makes clear that he's content not to speculate at that level, at the level of brain physiology, etc. Throughout the essay, there are references to the corpuscular nature of the physical world and the biological structures of the body. So it is clear that his understanding of the microstructure of experience is Newtonian. He is also well aware of such truisms as practice makes perfect. And as with all of us, he knows that we do learn by association. Aristotle went so far as to theorize on the subject. Now, only later in the work of David Hume, and then again in John Stuart Mill's psychology, do we find a systematic account of what we come to call the laws of association. But Locke is satisfied that the principle of association is the binding principle by which elementary sensations can be forged into more complex ideas. Sensations are held together by an essentially associative process. Those events which we experience together frequently come to be associated together. It's a virtual characteristic of mental dynamics or mental life that where two events are joined together in our experiences, each of them comes to be associated with the other. So out of these elementary sensations, we're able to form, by an associative process, what Locke refers to as simple ideas. And of course, out of a congeries of simple ideas, we are able to form ever more complex ideas. Again, it is by way of such processes or binding forces in the understanding that the understanding comes to be furnished with ever more complex ideas. The question, then, is the extent to which the ideas that we have faithfully mirror what in fact is in the external world. That is, Locke has to deal with skeptical challenges. This, of course, has been a fundamental aspect of the problem of knowledge since the pre-Socratics. Can we trust the senses? How good are they at recording and reporting and faithfully representing the facts of the external world? Now, on this matter, Locke's approach to the problem of knowledge finds him adopting what might be called a dualistic epistemology. He is a realist when it comes to certain attributes we perceive in the external world, and the faithfulness with which we recover and have a realistic representation of these things. But he is also what might be called a phenomenalist when it comes to other properties in the external world, and I want to make this clear. Let me use the lectern again as an illustration. We accept that physically the lectern is made up of matter whose corpuscular structure is sufficiently dense to give the lectern hardness. I'm going to hit the lectern again. It's a way of illustrating its hardness. Now, I can actually feel that hardness. The sensation I have by way of touch actually reports the physical property that corresponds to the sensation itself. I feel it as hard, and indeed it is hard, which is to say, whatever it is in the physics that's creating hardness is also reported by the relevant sensory system. I am able to detect, report, record, and know what Locke refers to here as the primary quality of the thing, the primary quality, in this case, hardness. One of the primary qualities is hardness. It's what is there actually. Now, another of the primary qualities of an object in the external world is extension. I feel the lectern to be very nearly square or square-like, and in fact it is. So I have a direct knowledge, so to speak, of the primary qualities of things when it comes to extension and hardness. Now, what about the color of the thing? Suppose I say this. Well, the lectern looks to me to be a sort of tannish, grayish, maybe dark oak. Are we to assume that at the corpuscular or atomic, or today we might say at the quantum level, we're dealing with little quanta that have gray or oak colorations, or that if I see a blue dress or a blue suit, that the ultimate constituents, the ultimate atomic or subatomic or quantum structure of that dress or that jacket is invisibly tiny things that are themselves blue? Obviously not. Rather, something in the physics of the object is interacting with something unique to my physiology in order to create the experience of color. It's not that the color itself is in the ultimate physical constituents of the thing, but something is in the ultimate physical constituents of the thing capable of exciting the experience of color in percipients biologically constituted in a certain way. Oh my. Well, color, then, stands in Locke's theory of the understanding as what he calls a secondary quality, taking that term from Boyle. Now note, it's not chimerical, it's not a hallucination. There really is a bona fide physiological relationship between a specific property in the material world and the sensation that it reliably excites in all normal visual systems of a certain kind. So the difference between a primary and a secondary quality is that the primary quality is not only in the object, but it is in the experience itself, whereas the secondary quality, though produced by something in the object itself, is not in that in the form that we have it by way of experience. Now, in the same vein, Locke distinguishes sharply between two senses of essence when we claim to know what something is essentially. Now, this is a very complex subject, this subject of essentialism. What does it mean to say a thing is essentially a kind of thing? To say, for example, that man is essentially a rational animal, or that apples are essentially fruit. The distinction Locke offers is at the fundamental ontological level. In point of fact, everything is reducible to an elementary corpuscular materiality, of which we never have direct immediate knowledge whatever. We do not know the real essence of anything, for we have no perceptual power able, even equal to the task. The real essence of material objects is what stimulates and brings about experience. And on the basis of these experiences, we do come to classify things according to their properties. But the classifications are in the form of names we give to things: animals, fruits, furniture, wagons. Now, such designations are what Locke calls the nominal essence, which is based on convention and pragmatic considerations. So remember now what we're dealing with. We're making a distinction between something's real essence, and that's going to be at a corpuscular, subatomic level. We have no access to that, no experiential access to that at all, and the nominal essence. As these subatomic events give rise to experiences in us, we assign names to cover the experiences, and that's the nominal essence of a thing. That's the sense in which the nominal essence of an apple includes such things as sweet, round, reddish, grown on trees, etc. Now, all this leaves room for a certain skepticism about the knowledge claims we might be prepared to make. It's an invitation to the view that there are features of the external world which, because they are mediated by organs of perception and sensation, can never be known as in fact they really are. They can be only known in this sort of mediated psychological way. At first blush, one might be inclined to challenge all this on the grounds that there's at least one entity not known nominally, but immediately, really, and without any reliance on convention or on the facts of the external world. Well, one knows oneself essentially, for one is essentially one's personal identity. So how will Locke deal with this? What's the basis upon which I come to know myself as the entity I am? How do I have this continuing personal identity anyway? After all, at every moment in time, that corpuscular material structure of mine, well, that's in constant flux. That's changing all the time. Every cell is undergoing modification. And most of these cells are doomed to die in short order and be replaced by others anyhow. But through it all, one remains who one is. Is this not evidence of that very substantialism, that very theory of essential substances for which the scholastics were to be held in such contempt? Now, I'll be too brief here. This is a vast, vexing, and wonderful subject of great intrigue, no small amount of amusement in it. It has ancient foundations. Plutarch, in his Life of Theseus, tells us that ancient philosophers argued over the matter. After all, after Theseus escaped the labyrinth, he makes his way back to Athens by ship, returning as a hero. Then legend has it that the ship of Theseus survives, but over the course of years the old wood is replaced with new planks. Year after year, more new planks, the old stuff goes away. Now, here's the philosophical question. At what point is it no longer the ship of Theseus? It has some sort of continuing identity, but none of the original parts remains. Similarly with the human body. The thing is changing all the time, constant alterations, cells being replaced all the time. How do we get out of all this some essential self, distinguishable from matter? Well, Locke regarded personal identity as the gift of experience. He's an empiricist, so self just is an accumulation of experiences, memories, present in consciousness, held together within the understanding by that very process of association that's been discussed. Well, when Locke puts together a theory of this kind, that personal identity is no more than a history of experiences held together by associative principles, great wits come together and say, we've had enough of this philosophy. The group that attacks philosophical pretensions come to call themselves scriblarians, after a character in Arbuthnot called Dr. Scriblerus. Jonathan Swift is a scriblarian, and Alexander Pope is a scriblarian. And the scriblarians have a wonderful time with Locke on personal identity. So that if in fact my personal identity is just my history of experience, whatever I have in memory, Locke says if you put the memories of a cobbler into the consciousness of a prince and vice versa, on the next day, Locke says, the two would wake up. They'd be the same man, but not the same person. Because a farmer or a cobbler who now has all of the experiences of a prince would awaken with the personal identity of a prince, and the prince would just be a cobbler or a peasant. And the scriblarians look at this and say, this is philosophy run amok. After all, Jack kills Bill. As Bill falls to the ground, he's having different experiences. He must be a different person by the time he hits the ground from the person he was just before the time that he was attacked by his assailant. That you couldn't even have a court trial on this account. The idea that your personal identity merely is a collection of things that you remember is an absurdity. Well, philosophers very often come up with theories that seem to have absurd implications, and sometimes the philosophers who do this are very great philosophers. John Locke was a very great philosopher, and I think his theory of personal identity is hopelessly defective. We shall return to this from time to time in the course of lectures. Anyway, that's what one of the fathers of modern empiricism serves up as a robust philosophy of mind, compatible with what he took to be the best science of the age, the science of Newton.
Lecture 30, No Matter, the Challenge of Materialism.
No mind, no matter. No matter, never mind. Now, in those trenchant, brief utterances, we find a number of positions in philosophy of mind, a number of positions on the mind-body problem. No matter, never mind, is the classic materialist position. Absent material organization, material entities, there could not be mental life. No mind, never matter. This suggesting that the material world, to have any kind of existence at all, presupposes a thinking entity, or the realm of idea in which the material world might inhere, might derive its very being. Now, during the period after John Locke's influential essay, any number of scholars saw in it both skeptical and materialistic tendencies, and also found its empiricistic orientation all too radical. It seemed to underestimate the activity and complexity and creative power of mind as such. It seemed to be the old blank slate tabula rasa, tabula nuda theory that just didn't match up in any way with the influential philosophers and their understanding of the facts of mental life. It also seemed to conduce to a kind of Gassendi materialism that certainly would be an insult to patrons of the faith, and indeed to philosophers who, notwithstanding to the contrary one or another religious difference of opinion, thought that human mental life was simply more complex than any materialistic theory could account for. Now, Leibniz is one of the great figures in the history of philosophy. He was also a statesman. He was an inventor of the calculus, along with Newton, in that scandalous debate across the Channel as to questions of priority and even plagiary and all that. By the way, Newton's calculus and Leibniz's are different enough, so we know they weren't plagiarizing. Leibniz was a profoundly insightful man. His was a profoundly insightful mathematical mind, logical mind, and many of his writings would be foundational for probability theory. Indeed, he issued a veritable invitation to the development of probability theory when raising the question, as a good rationalist, raising the question, suppose you find yourself in a juridical or adjudicative context that's going to be settled on the basis of evidence. Well, of course, evidence is never decisive. Evidence never settles things once and for all. There could be no question about it. Now, what's the basis upon which a reasonable person will take a firm position, given the fact that there is not absolute certainty in the circumstance? So you see, when you use weight of evidence in determining guilt or innocence, what is it you're doing? And I say some of the early developers of probability theory were responding directly or indirectly to questions of that sort that had been raised by Leibniz. Well, I say enough on that particular point. Now, Locke's famous essay, an essay on the human understanding, is seen by some as radically empiricistic. Leibniz's reply to it was in the form of what Leibniz called new essays on the understanding. And it was the death of Locke that had Leibniz withholding publication for a time. He was a man of scrupulous good taste and good manners. Well, the new essays are very interesting, and they do raise fundamental questions that are with us to this day. They constitute a formidable challenge to any radically empiricistic philosophy of mind. Leibniz takes Locke to be asserting, and I should point out, you don't actually find this sentence anywhere in Locke's essay, but Leibniz takes Locke to be asserting something that we can find in medieval philosophy. We can find it in the writings of Duns Scotus. He takes Locke to be saying that nothing is in the mind at all except what was first in the senses. The old medieval scholastic version I've quoted in a previous lecture, nihil est in intellectu, quod prius non fuerit in sensu. Nothing is in the mind, nothing is in the intellect, except what was first in the senses. It all begins there. There isn't any mind at all until supplied by the senses. Now I say, Locke did not say that, but Leibniz takes Locke's position to be advocating something like that. And you might then see in the traditional rationalist reply to empiricism, well, all you actually have to see to get the traditional rationalist reply would be three Latin words, and they are words used by Leibniz in his new essays on the understanding. If you say nihil est in intellectu, nothing is in the intellect which was not first in the senses, etc., then Leibniz's reply is nisi intellectus ipsa, except the intellect itself. That is, unless there is already in place an organizing, integrating mind, aware of itself, a self-reflecting or apperceptive power, well then, experience would count as nothing. After all, the world of experience, so to speak, the world of potential experience, is just a barrage of incessant stimulation, having neither rhyme nor reason. We don't just associate things willy-nilly. The function of mind is to take the welter of potential experiences, select from that welter just those things that bear in some significant way on life and mind, and then integrate the information in the external world in such a way as to render the world and ourselves intelligible. Now, on Leibniz's account, Locke simply underestimates what really is constitutive of knowledge. It's not just a collection of sensations pulled together to form elementary ideas, then pulled together to form complex ideas. In his new essays on the understanding, Leibniz has his Theophilus putting the point this way, quote, "This tabula rasa is, in my opinion, only a fiction, which nature does not admit. Uniform things, and those which contain no variety, are never anything but abstractions," close quote. So Leibniz here is distinguishing between the sort of nullity that might be a useful concept in mathematics, and what indeed is properly said about the mind. There can't be a mind that's empty. There can't be a mind that's ever simply a blank. Mind is an integrative, active, creative set of powers and potentialities. Leibniz wants to argue that the very concept of experience itself presupposes such activity, such self-reflection, such awareness. Perception itself is grounded in apperception. We not only see things and feel things and touch things, but we know that we're doing this. We have a self-reflective activity, which cannot be the gift of experience, but is the necessary condition for there to be experience, for me to know that it's my experience. Perception, Leibniz argues further, is inexplicable on mechanical or material grounds. Now, his ideas on this point constitute a great force in the history of thought. Suppose we want to argue that elementary sensations constitute the basis of all mental life, and that these elementary sensations are pulled together by associative processes such as to form ever more complex ensembles of thought. Now, presumably, this is taking place because we're constituted the way we are, and because the nerves, the brain, and the like are able to do this kind of work. This seems to be implicit in Locke's essay, Dr. Locke's essay. There's nothing in Locke to suggest that this is being done in some other way. He's very much the biologically oriented philosopher. He's made this clear in the essay, that he will not try to solve what came to be called the mind-body problem, or whether the soul ultimately is a kind of matter, but there is little in his philosophy that would conduce directly against a materialist philosophy of mind. All right. Well, says Leibniz, this isn't going to work. We don't have to ask whether our biology is important, for this isn't a technical problem. It's a conceptual problem. Even the model builder, Leibniz suggests a thought experiment, and indeed, we can use it as a thought experiment. Make a device that functions the way we do. Make something like us, except make it huge. Make it so large that you can actually walk around inside it. You can walk around inside the head of the thing as if it were a kind of granary, Leibniz says, a mill. Now, what do you see? Well, you might see threshing machines, all sorts of gearing devices with mechanical advantage, making sounds and all that. But, says Leibniz, nowhere within this place will you ever see anything qualifying as a perception or an idea. All of the contents that we understand to be contents of the understanding, all of the perceptual experiences are, to use the technical term, qualia. Qualia, the actual feel of things, all of the properties of idea. None of this is going to be found anywhere within that machine shop. Let me stay for a moment with the idea of qualia. We say something has a sweet taste. Its sweetness is not there because there are sweet atoms or molecules. We say that something is a rich blue. There are not blue quanta. So the sweetness, the blueness, the high pitch, these qualia, these are ineliminably mental perceptual features, not reducible to or translatable into the language of matter in motion. Now, although Leibniz was not in any way skeptical about the world of physical objects, his most fundamental ontology leaves little room for corpuscles or atoms in the conventional sense. His theory here is extremely complex, but it's revealed with unusual directness in a letter that he wrote to a correspondent, Bucherdewolde. Quote, he says this: "Considering matters accurately, it must be said that there is nothing in things except simple substances, and in them nothing but perception and appetite. Moreover, matter and motion are not so much substances or things as they are phenomena of percipient beings, the reality of which is located in the harmony of each percipient with itself and with other percipients." Rather heavy, as they say today. Reality is not reducible to crude matter, nor is the ultimate explanation, even of physical events, to be rendered in terms aloof to perception or some mental kind of process. Leibniz's position here is going to survive any degree of complexity. However complicated the brain is, his critique remains the same. We can make the nerve endings as large as a house, but never see a perception or an idea. Leibniz's is the rationalist rebuttal of empiricism, according to which mind is active. Perception is grounded in a kind of apperception or self-reflecting power. A materialist reductionist strategy isn't going to work, because when you finally get down to the level of corpuscles, you've lost all the attributes and qualities that are constitutive of mental life itself. It would simply be a non-starter. There is another and quite famous critique of materialism in all of its forms, not just as it might be implied by Locke, but as explicitly defended by Gassendi and by materialistic psychologists and philosophers ever since. This other critique is one advanced by George Berkeley early in the 18th century, and one that we will find resonating with what Leibniz attempted to convey in his letter to de Volder. Now, I once dared myself to get through a lecture on George Berkeley, whose dates are 1685 to 1753, without ever raising the question, if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? As you see, I've failed again. Well, first a few words about Berkeley. Native to Ireland and an honoured graduate of Trinity College Dublin, Berkeley entered the clergy and very late in life was honoured by appointment as Bishop of Cloyne. He was also recognized by his contemporaries as preeminently qualified in his knowledge of science and mathematics, and especially the field of optics. He was among the first to set down the basic principles of monocular and binocular depth perception. He was also an expert on the subject of perspective. It was, as I've noted, late in life that he'd become Bishop of Cloyne. Too often this fact is presented as a way of explaining his philosophy, which I think is always mistaken. There is no doubt about the sincerity of Berkeley's Christian convictions, nor does he conceal them in his writing. But as regards his philosophical and scientific writings, they stand on their own, no more or less worthy, whatever aims Berkeley might have had in mind in composing them. Enough said on that. That is to say, put another way, David Hume is quite famous as an agnostic, an atheist. The philosophical work of Hume stands and falls on its own without questioning what his private motives might have been vis-a-vis religion. Now, a systematic account of Berkeley's philosophy appears relatively early in his scholarly life, in 1710. He's about 25 at the time, and the work is titled A Treatise Concerning the Principles of Knowledge, and it's dedicated to the Earl of Pembroke by, quote, an obscure person who has not the honour to be known to your lordship, close quote. Berkeley here is seeking Pembroke as a patron, and promises his lordship and his readers that his treatise will answer the growing skeptical and materialistic philosophies of the time, so threatening to good sense and to the faith. The metaphysical culprit in all this surely is materialism, and if it is defeated at all, it becomes a mere figment of the philosopher's incautious imagination. That is, to put an end to radical materialism is to show what it was all the time, namely a figment in the overly exercised imagination of philosophers. Berkeley's treatise, then, is to establish that materialism is simply untenable as a metaphysics. It's untenable as an ontology. Alas, not only is materialism not the best explanation, it's fatally flawed as an explanation, even of the allegedly material world, which, as Berkeley will be at pains to argue, does not have an independent existence of its own. So, here the party is going to get amusing and a little rough. This is where we're going to worry about maybe trees falling in forests, no one there to hear them, and so forth. We want to be careful in developing this. Now, if you're going to pace students through an argument, the culmination or conclusion of which is a certain skepticism about the reality of the external world, I think the first thing you have to do is sort of nail them down to their chairs and tell them that you're going to present this in a very sober way, while arresting the very strong tendency, on their part anyway, to start giggling, and hoping that they can arrest their own strong tendencies to perhaps get up and leave the room. Now, because according to Berkeley, there seems to be at first blush no material world, we want to be sure that we're getting the argument right. Well, to begin, this is not what Berkeley said. His treatise begins with a common-sense account of what we can plausibly claim to know about anything. So let's summarize the argument. First, it should be evident to anyone who takes a survey of the objects of human knowledge that they are either ideas actually imprinted on the senses, or else such as are perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or lastly, ideas formed by help of memory and imagination, either compounding, dividing, or barely representing those originally perceived in the aforesaid ways. So, hold on now. Main point being this. If you pay any attention to what's taking place in the mind as we canvass the facts of the external world, you see that what these things are about are recollections we have of experiences or current experiences. This much seems indubitable. Added to the great variety and number of ideas fashioned out of these perceptions and feelings must be, as Berkeley goes on to say, quote, something which knows or perceives them, and exercises diverse operations, as willing, imagining, remembering about them. This perceiving active being is what I call mind, spirit, soul, or myself, by which words I do not denote any one of my ideas, but a thing entirely distinct from them. Close quote. Now this, too, seems to be unexceptionable at the level of common sense, and surely no cause for alarm about the existence of a material world. That is, at this point, if I can pause, just to say Berkeley's making a distinction between the contents of my mental life and myself. That is, I know these to be in my mind, and I am distinguishable from the things I happen to be thinking about. Every idea is somebody's idea, and my ideas are mine. There are no depersonalized ideas. Every idea is in some mind or spirit, some self. All Berkeley, or anyone else can mean, therefore, in referring or writing on a table or smelling a rose, is that experiences of a particular kind are occurring, and are inhering in the mind of the person having them. Well, this then leads Berkeley to his famous position on the theory that there is an independently existing material world, and he puts it this way, quote, "It is indeed an opinion strangely prevailing amongst men, that houses, mountains, rivers, and in a word, all sensible objects, have an existence, natural or real, distinct from their being perceived by the understanding. But with how great an assurance and acquiescence soever this principle may be entertained in the world, yet whoever shall find in his heart to call it in question may, if I mistake not, perceive it to involve a manifest contradiction. For what are the forementioned objects but the things we perceive by sense? And what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations? And is it not plainly repugnant that any one of these, or any combination of them, should exist unperceived? Close quote. Well, there it is, Berkeley's celebrated immaterialism. And he concludes triumphantly, quote, "Some truths there are so near and obvious to the mind that a man need only open his eyes to see them. Such I take this important one to be, namely, that all the choir of heaven and furniture of the earth, in a word, all those bodies which compose the mighty frame of the world, have not any subsistence without a mind, that their being is to be perceived or known, that consequently, so long as they are not actually perceived by me, or do not exist in my mind, or that of any other created spirit, they must either have no existence at all, or else subsist in the mind of some eternal spirit." Close quote. Well, against Locke's now seemingly odd division of qualities, Berkeley contends that the distinction is empty. The so-called primary qualities of extension, figure, motion, rest, solidity, or impenetrability, and number, no less than the secondary qualities of color, sound, and taste, well, these are all ideas, and as an idea can be like nothing but another idea, the distinction between primary and secondary qualities just collapses. Moreover, even if in some way there could be independently existing material bodies needing no mind as a condition of their existence, how, asks Berkeley, quote, "is it possible for us to know this? Either we must know it by sense or by reason. As for our senses, by them we have knowledge only of our sensations, ideas, or those things that are immediately perceived by sense. It remains, therefore, that if we have any knowledge at all of external things, it must be by reason, inferring their existence from what is immediately perceived by sense. But what reason can induce us to believe the existence of bodies outside the mind, without the mind?" Berkeley leaves no doubt but that once his thesis is accepted, the world remains as it has always been. It's not a fiction or a figment. It's filled with all the properties and qualities that have been seen and experienced from the first. The ideas we have include those of our own manufacture, such as daydreams, or mere and fleeting notions. These, however, are weaker and more faint and unsteady, Berkeley says, than those arising from perception. Thus, our perceptions of the external world, I shall quote from Berkeley again, quote, "are not fictions of the mind. The sun that I see by day is the real sun, and that which I imagine by night is the idea of the former." Close quote. Against his critics, especially those who see in his metaphysics a challenge to Newtonian physics, Berkeley is reassuring. He's even a bit of a scold. His thesis does not, he says, quote, "destroy the whole corpuscular philosophy and undermine those mechanical principles which have been applied with so much success to account for the phenomena," close quote. These phenomena remain utterly unchanged on the Berkeleyan account. All we mean by explaining a phenomenon is being able to give an account of the sequence of perceptual or mental events. The rest is bald hypothesis. Nor is there much to be forfeited in offering accounts that no longer seem naturally caused in the sense of mind-independent causality. Now, Berkeley on this point is especially suggestive in ways that reach ahead to issues that are of central importance in contemporary philosophy of science. He puts his case this way, as a gloss on scientific theories. I should underscore this, quote, "The connection of ideas does not imply the relation of cause and effect, but only of a mark or sign with the thing signified. The fire which I see is not the cause of the pain I suffer upon my approaching it, but the mark that forewarns me of it. that a few original ideas may be made to signify a great number of effects and actions, it is necessary they be variously combined together, and to the end their use be permanent and universal, these combinations must be made by rule and with wise contrivance." Close quote. This is a complex passage, but what's he getting at? The laws of science are really summaries of experience. Their reduction to a set of rules does not constitute the discovery of some real unperceived cause. So Berkeley never said that there isn't a material world. In fact, he spent a lot of time developing remedies for the stone. He actually came to America to raise funds to establish a university in Bermuda. He thought he had to get education back on the right track. You better pick some place quite far removed from those centers of intellectual corruption, which just are the contemporary universities. This is an old idea. Berkeley was a man of affairs. He was not only Bishop of Cloyne, he was a teacher, a writer, a world traveler, a fundraiser. Berkeley, the university in California, is named after him. He's a celebrated person. He's also a critique of materialism and skepticism, especially religious skepticism, was one of his main objectives. He argues that the material world just is a congeries of perceived attributes. Absent perception, there are no attributes. Nothing is long, or short, or blue, or yellow, or sweet, or sour, except in so far as it is thus sensed. So for a thing to be, it has to be the actual or potential object of perception. Here's the maxim: esse est percipi. To be is to be perceived. Well, what about the dark side of the moon, Bishop Berkeley? Does it exist? Or the top of the highest mountain yet to be climbed? Everything that exists inheres in some mind as a condition of its existence. Thus, everything having real existence must be the subject or the object of some perception. And obviously, the ultimate percipient, so to speak, the mind in which all reality can be eternally inhering, is the mind of Him who made it all. So there is this happy confluence of metaphysical rigor and religious faith. Yes, he is the Bishop of Cloyne. Now, the peak of the tallest mountain yet to be climbed, like the core of the planets that will never be known, are to be understood either as imaginary or as real. If the latter, they must subsist in experience. They must subsist as the idea of some mind or spirit. For absent the realm of idea and spirit, there can be nothing else, because for there to be anything else would require